Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now, let's start. Chapter 1, Moving in Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. This was bad. Shouter Aizawa felt a headache coming quickly as he stared at the wreckage of the room. It had been Principal Nezu's idea that, instead of dorm rooms for the 2nd and 3rd years, they would instead install boarding houses so that the students would be able to simulate living in a real house, and practice responsibilities so that once they do graduate and move out of UA, they would be able to adjust to real life. But now he was staring at what was going to be Izuku Midoriya's room, a huge hole in the wall and the walls looking ready to collapse. 2 third-year students got into an unsanctioned fight, and the results had led to the dorm house that would have belonged to Izuku Midoriya, Tenya Ida, Shouto Todoroki, Fumikage Tokoyami, Yuga Emma, Minoru Mineta, and Kuji Kuda. None of the other rooms were in too bad a shape, probably needed trimming up by the workers, but Midoriya's room. It would take weeks to repair. And the students were supposed to move in 2 days. Eraser! Aizawa turned to see Vlad King coming up the stairs, looking into the broken room and wincing. Geez, they really did do a number on this one. He shook his head. Where are the idiots? With Recovery Girl wrapped up and ready for suspension, Aizawa sighed and crossed his arms, but that doesn't change the fact that we're now down 1 room. Can he stay with any of the others? No room. It'd be too cramped, and he can't sleep in the living room while we work on repairs. What about the other house? They were specifically built with 7 rooms in mind. Same with the girls' dorms. I trust Midoriya to be respectful, more out of anyone in my class, but there wouldn't be any room. Aizawa shook his head and turned to his colleague. I'm sorry to push this on you, but is there any room in Class 1B's dorm houses he can stay in? Just until the room is repaired. Vlad King thought about it, seriously considering if there was anywhere they could stick him until he could move back in. He then thought of the one situation, but he tried to search for another, and found none. Sighing, he crossed his arms and grumped. There is one of our houses that was accidentally built for 8. There's only 7 occupants, so he could move in there while the room gets repaired. Good. I'll let him know. Hold on, Eraser. Vlad King shook his head. There is one problem. It was the end of the school week, Saturday, and everyone was talking excitedly. Class 1A was about to finally move out of the dorms and into their boarding houses, where they would get to simulate living in their own homes, taking care of chores, and doing their own groceries. It was implemented by Principal Nezu, and everyone was excited to be living with their friends. Katsuki and his squad, plus Ojiro, Seitu, and Shuji, got their own house to themselves, with Eijiro joking about pigging out and leaving a mess to the clean freak Kaken, who looked like he was going to rip off his head. The girls were also excited to be living exclusively with each other, with Uraraka promising the other members of the Deku squad to invite them over all the time. Izuku Midoriya sighed as he leaned back, shutting his notebook and smiling to himself. He was also excited to be living with his friends. He'd miss seeing them all in the dorms, but he knew they had classes, plus Uraraka inviting them over to stay the night for sleepovers, despite Ida's reprimanding that staying in a girls' dorm was irresponsible for those of the opposite secretary. Izuku had all his things packed up and ready to go, when Aizawa strolled back into the classroom, Vlad King behind him. All right, Aizawa said tiredly, causing the entire class to look to their teacher respectfully. You all know that you're moving into your houses tomorrow, so don't be late. Don't forget anything in the dorms, because the next occupants will throw them out, and be sure to wake up early to get to class on time. The houses are farther away. But now, Midoriya, there's something we need to discuss. Izuku jumped in his seat, looking up at his teacher as he addressed him in front of the class, with Vlad King standing beside him crossing his arms. The entire class glanced between them, wondering why Aizawa called him out like that. Neither his nor Vlad King's expression didn't give anything away though, looking as tired and worn out as ever, while Vlad King looked a bit peeved. Sorry to say, Midoriya, but the room you were supposed to move into tomorrow was destroyed in a fight between your upperclassmen. We checked it out and it'll take a few weeks for the repairmen to completely renovate it. Since the rooms are too small to bunk you with someone, and we can't put you in the living room, we're going to send you to the only room in the hero course that's available while we do repairs. Oh. Okay, Aizawa-sensei. Izuku blinked, feeling a bit surprised but quickly understanding. It made sense, of course. They had done a tour of the houses, and he knew that the rooms were far too small for 2 people, so sending him to room somewhere else while they worked on his room made sense. He was a bit saddened that he wouldn't be moving in with his classmates immediately, but he understood the situation. Aizawa-sensei. Ida jumped up from his seat, a hand in the air. If I may ask, where will Midoriya be staying while they work on his room? It is imperative that he doesn't fall behind while living somewhere else without supervision. You don't have to worry about that, kid, Vlad King spoke up gruffly from behind him, turning to look at Izuku now. Which brings us to the bad news. The truth is, the only room open right now, he took a deep breath, obviously not happy about it, is in the Class 1B girls' dorm. Izuku felt himself freeze up in shock while everyone else in the class either gasped a bit, looked at him in shock, or tried hard to suppress their giggles. Izuku, on the other hand, felt himself start to slowly wilt inside. The Class 1B dorm with the girls. Like Kendo and Shiozaki and Tokuchi. Them. A house filled with girls. A house filled with girls that he was staying at. Oh, God, how the hell was he supposed to do this? I'll say this now, Midoriya, Vlad King continued, snapping Izuku out of his momentary crisis. We are arranging this because we trust you to stay out of trouble with them. I hope that you'll be a nice addition to their house and not cause any problems. If you do, we'll know. I trust Kendo to look after you, so don't let Hao or the rest of your house down. Why, sir? Vlad King sighed. Don't worry too much about it, kid. It's just until your room gets repaired, and then you'll be back in. You can trust Kendo to take care of you, she's responsible. The girls have been moved in since yesterday, so they can help you set up if you need it. I understand, sir. Good. Aizawa nodded, and walked to the door with Vlad King in tow. You're dismissed. He slowly slid the door shut, and at the moment the door clicked, pandemonium ensued. Midoriya! Mineta screamed, tears dripping onto the table as he grabbed Izuku's shoulders and shook him furiously. You lucky son of a beach. Of all the rooms to get broken, IT was the one next to mine. I was so close to living with so many buxom babes. Do not refer to your other classmates as buxom, Mineta. Ida shouted at him, pointing a hand at him as Tsuyu wrapped him up with her tongue, grabbing a duffel bag at the side of the room and drawing him closer in it, intending to zip it up and throw it around. As for you, Midoriya, none of us could see this coming, so I'm afraid I can't properly lecture you on your behavior. But trust me when I say that I will be checking up with Kendo to make sure you are on your best behavior. Dude, it's Midoriya, it's not like he's some perv, Eijiro laughed, patting Denki's shoulder while he despaired. Anyway, Deku, if you do need anything, let me know, okay? Okiko patted his shoulder, giving him a comforting smile. Me and Nejiya can come and hang out with you if you want, just so it doesn't get too awkward. You aren't exactly close to any of the girls, right? No, besides Kendo, but she's mostly an acquaintance, Izuku confirmed, touched that Okiko and her girlfriend would come and hang out with him if he was feeling uncomfortable. And I'll keep that in mind, Uraka, thank you. I'm not worried, Kaken huffed, smirking. It's not like Deku is able to even get in a girl's breathes, it's impossible for a nerd like him. It's more possible for him to get a girlfriend than you, Gremlin, Okiko countered, causing Katsuki to wheel around, foaming at the mouth. The F you say, round face. Izuku let out a small laugh at the small argument breaking out, before returning to his thoughts. He was, admittedly, much more nervous about this than he was letting on. Getting to live with a bunch of appealing girls, even if it was temporary, wasn't something he was ready to hear, let alone do on the drop of a hat. He remembered Vlad King's warning, that he'd know if he did anything, and promised himself that he would be on his best behavior, even though he hadn't planned to do anything dirty like that in the first place. He nodded to himself as Ida had to hold Uraraka back from beating up Kaken, who was struggling to get out of Kirishima's grip. It was only for a few weeks, then he'd be back with the other guys. No problem. Big problem. Big problem. Izuku stared up in slight horror at the large house in front of him, his things placed on the side of the stairs. He had gotten his stuff over here, a small house at the edge of the forest you had installed, and he felt nervous in every fiber of his being. He was not ready to live with a bunch of girls. What if he said something weird, and they all got awkward? It was one thing if it was Uraraka, she'd been his best friend since he got into UA, but a bunch of girls he barely interacted with before. That was ludicrous. And, of course, once he did arrive he realized another problem. He didn't have a key. He had a key for the other house, but not this one. He was half tempted to bury himself in the garden outside the house when a voice behind him spoke up. Midoriya! Izuku jumped, surprised at the voice right behind him, and whirled around. Itsuka Kendo was looking up at him, breathing slightly as she slowed down from her run, and looked a bit confused at him as she pulled her earphones out of her ears. Izuku went a bit red when he glanced down, and saw she was wearing a CRP top that exposed her stomach, which was quite muscular when he glanced at it, and shorts that rode up to her upper thigh, exposing her pale and healthy legs. He felt like slapping himself for the quick glance, and whipped his gaze back up to her eyes. Idiot, Izuku. What was our agreement? Keep it together. What are you doing here? Itsuka asked, curious, and flipped her orange ponytail behind her shoulder, her eyes narrowing for a few seconds while she looked up at him. Izuku felt like an idiot when he couldn't speak immediately, suddenly distracted by how nice she looked, sweat shining on her forehead, dripping down her. This time, Izuku nearly slapped himself to get him out of that mindset immediately. He had been clearly warned by Vlad King and Aizawa, so he needed to watch himself, and subtly pinched his leg, trying to distract himself with the pain to make him stop checking her out. Goddammit. Izuku cleared his throat nervously. I was told that I'd be living here until, Itsuka gasped, understanding filling her face as she clapped her hands together. You're the guy from 1A that's supposed to stay with us. Yeah, Izuku sank his shoulders, thankful that she managed to come to that conclusion when he clearly couldn't spit it out. Oh, thank God. Itsuka walked up the steps so she stood beside him, her hands on her hips and a relieved smile on her face. I'll be honest, I was scared we would get someone like that Mineta or Kaminari here, a real pervert. Yeah. Oh, that's not to say that I'm not happy it's you. She assured him, waving her hands frantically. You're awesome, so I'm looking forward to living with you for the next few weeks. But why were you just standing on the front porch? Why haven't you gone in? Izuku felt himself blush again. I don't have a key. Oh, right. This time, it was Itsuka's turn to blush, slapping a hand to her forehead in exasperation. Oh, man, I forgot we had to make separate keys for the door. Don't worry, Midoriya, I'll let you in, and then I can run to Power Loader to make a key for you. Oh, that's okay, I can do it. No, let me. Itsuka shook her head, moving to the door to open it with the key around her neck. I should have thought about making one for you when Vlad King told me someone was moving in upstairs, so I'll take care of it. After unlocking the door, she turned around and put the key in his hand, surprising him. Here, you can use mine for now, since you're probably going in and out for your stuff. I can ask Leiko to help you too, her quirk's really good for that kind of stuff. Or she can shrink it all and carry it upstairs. Oh, no, that's Midoriya. He zipped up when Itsuka gave him a half-hearted glare, putting her hands on her hips. It's not a problem. Seriously. Okay. Good. Itsuka nodded happily, and turned to open the door, holding it open for him. Gulping a bit nervously, Izuku gave her a shaky smile and entered the boarding house, Itsuka following behind him and closing the door gently. The bottom floor was wide, attached to a kitchen and dining room, which had a huge table with up to 7 seats. The kitchen dining room also connected to the living room, with several comfortable couches and chairs lined up pointing to a large TV, which was currently playing a concert from Korea. Sitting in the chairs and couches was Setsuna Tokuge, Yukodai, and Leiko Yanagi, who were dressed in casual wear, including gym shorts and t-shirts, and turned around when they heard the door open. In the kitchen, Ibara Shiozaki was tending to some spaghetti on the oven top, who also turned when she heard the door, and Pony Tsunotori and Kinoko Komori, playing a game of Uno at the dining table, turned to see who opened the door. Izuku couldn't help but gulp when all eyes turned to him. "Hey girls," Itsuka said from behind him, causing him to jump, all the attention on him. He had almost forgotten she was there. "Apparently it's Midoriya who's coming to stay with us from 1A. Let's get along with him, okay?" "Oh, it's Midoriya." Setsuna flashed him a grin and stood up, stretching her arms over her head, her chest pushed off, and Izuku quickly fixed his gaze to the ground. "Honestly, thank God, dude, I thought it was gonna be someone like Bakugo coming here. I'd rather not have to deal with him." "Ooh, a cutie," Pony said happily in English, jumping up from her seat to walk over to greet him. Kinoko was quick to glance at her cards when they were thrown to the table, grumping about the hand she was holding. "It's nice to see you, Midoriya." Pony bowed slightly, holding her hands together. "I hope we get along." "Indeed, Midoriya." Ibara also walked over, giving him a bow. "I hope we have a nice time living together for the next few weeks." "Hello," Yui said in her monotone voice, while Leiko waved to him from her seat on the couch. "Okay, since we're all acquainted," Itsuka continued speaking, looking over to the girls on the couch. "Midoriya needs some help getting his stuff in and up to his room. Leiko, can I ask you help him out? Or you, Yui?" "I can." Leiko stood from the couch, holding her hands in her usual way like a zombie. "The concert was getting kind of boring anyway. I'm welcome to a distraction." "I'll help too." Setsuna volunteered. "I would, but I need to watch over my lunch," Ibara said apologetically, hurriedly returning to the boiling pot over the oven. "Do call me if you do need my help, though." "Great." Itsuka nodded happily, glad that everyone was up for helping their new roommate move his things in, and turned to Izuku. "Midoriya, I'm gonna run to Power Loaders and make that key for you. Just hang out until I get back, and I'll give you your own copy. Oh, wait, before I forget." She quickly brought out her phone, and tapped it to the one Izuku had in his hand. "I'll give you my number, so if you do need anything, just let me know." Izuku tried to make some kind of confirmation, or at least thank her for looking out for him, but he was kinda distracted by the fact that he just casually got a girl's phone number and he didn't even have to ask. As he struggled with that information, Setsuna caught a glimpse of his red face, and felt a mischievous grin fall upon hers as she realized the guy they were living in could go supernova in the drop of a hat. "Ooh, this is going to be so much fun. You should get going, Itsuka," Yui told her friend, wrinkling her nose a bit. "You smell." "I do." Itsuka gasped, then slapped her head, going red. "Oh, God, I forgot I was running. Sorry about that, guys. Midoriya, like I said, if you need anything, just text me." With that, she turned on her heel and went to the door, opening and waving bye to everyone. Once it was closed, Leiko approached Izuku, who was trying to calm down his embarrassment, and cleared her throat. "Now, Midoriya, would you like to get your stuff in? We can do it right now if you'd like." "Oh, you, sure, Yanagi." Izuku nodded, and followed her as she led the way out the door, Setsuna trailing close behind with that mischievous grin on her face. Pony and Kinoko returned to their game, and Yui sat back down on her chair, although she was ready to hop up if they needed her help, and Ibara stirred her lunch. Outside, they went to the small pile of bags outside the door, and Setsuna decided to start up the teasing. "So, Midoriya," she clasped her hands behind her back, grinning up at him when he turned around to look at her, "how big were the fights?" "Here." "Which fights?" "The fights to decide who was coming to live with us, obviously." She laughed a bit. "I gotta think most of the guys in your grade beat each other black and blue for this chance, so I'm surprised I didn't hear anyone got suspended." Oh, that's what you meant. And sorry, no fights. Aizawa just kinda said I was living with you guys, and that was that." Izuku couldn't help but shudder a bit. "Although Mineta and Kaminari looked like they were going to rip my head off. I know Mineta's pretty bad, but is Kaminari the same?" Setsuna asked curiously, picking up one of his backpacks and slinging it over her shoulder while Leiko started floating stuff up. "I always see Jiru beat him up, so I assume it's because of that." "No, not always," Izuku assured her, picking up his duffel bag. He's a lot better than Mineta, just, he can get carried away. Still, I think it's for the better that it's you instead of any of the other guys. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 floated the bags to the front porch, putting them down gently in case there was something fragile in there before beginning to float the others. I'm not very comfortable with them, I haven't met any of them. I don't exactly remember. You know. Meeting you, Izuku admitted, embarrassed, but 𝐒𝐿𝐽 shook her head. Well, everyone knows you, she told him. Even Monoma admits you're a pretty nice guy, even if he hates you. Don't worry about Monoma, no one really cares what he thinks of the other 1A guys. Setsuna climbed up the steps, disconnecting her hand so she could send it to grab another bag. We know you're pretty awesome, so we're looking forward to having cutie number 8 in the house. Cutie number dash. Izuku couldn't help his blush exploding on his face again, causing Setsuna to laugh and 𝐒𝐽 to shake her head. Yep. And greenhead number 3. Don't worry, Ibara's a vinehead, you can be broccoli, and I'll be seaweed. Setsuna, let up on him, he just got here. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 lightly reprimanded her, shaking her head. Besides, he's more like parsley than broccoli. Here. Parsley. Setsuna looked a bit closer, trying hard not to burst out laughing at the nervous look on his face as she invaded his private bubble. You know what, yeah. Here's Parsley. I'm gonna call you Parsley for now on, is that okay? Parsley. Yep. Setsuna flashed him a shark grin and gave him a thumbs up. And you can call me Seaweed. I don't think she's going to destroy him, 𝐒𝐽 said quietly, shaking her head. It didn't take very long for Izuku to get all of his stuff inside, assisted by 𝐒𝐽's telekinetic quirk and Setsuna using her spread-out arms to bring everything in, giving her time to tease Izuku more and cause him to resemble a beet instead of parsley. Yui, after seeing them come in, decided to help up as well, shrinking all of his stuff so that he could get it up the stairs in one go. Izuku would be in the separate room on the top floor, so she agreed to walk upstairs with him and put his stuff away. While Izuku went up the stairs, Yui picked up a duffel bag and slung it over her shoulder, intending to follow him upstairs, only to see him walking up them first, and her eyes automatically went down to his butt. Yui blinked, her expression unchanging but a definite feeling of approval shot through her. The other girls liked to joke that she was eternally thirsty, and she never denied it. She admitted she liked looking at boys, thinking about what's underneath the clothes, and the deadpan way she always talked about it made Setsuna laugh her butt off while Ibara looked aghast. She liked to perv on guys, but Izuku. From the look of the t-shirt and clothes, he intentionally wore baggy clothes. His arms looked like they were double the size of hers, muscles straining as he picked up his stuff. The way he walked up the stairs drew Yui's eyes back down to his butt, and she felt a small shudder go through her. It was strange, usually she liked admiring and not touching, but Izuku went from appealing eye candy to wanting the clothes on the floor ASAP. She followed him up the stairs, her eyes never wandering away, and nodded to herself. Vlad King had told them discreetly about a guy coming to live with them, and asked them to let him know if he did anything perverted. Well, Izuku wasn't a pervert. But she definitely was. Once they were on the top floor, Izuku grunted as he put the stuff on the ground, and Yu pressed her fingers together, resuming the size. Phew, Izuku wiped some sweat from his brow, and Yu shuddered a bit. God damn her horniness, she wanted to lick that off his forehead. That was much easier than I expected. Thank you, Kodai. No problem, Yui nodded, still looking completely normal while her eyes practically undressed him. If you do need anything else, let me know. I'm going to go to my room for a while, it's the second floor. Okay, Izuku nodded, smiling at her. Thanks again. Yui nodded, and made her way out of the room and towards her own. She made a plan, go to her room, pull up her phone, turn on some porno, and MST thinking of him. If that happened and she felt a bit ashamed, she wouldn't pursue anything. If she still thought about him like that, she'd make an offer. A bit backwards. Kind of. But hey, she was corny. It took Izuku about 2 hours to get everything out of the bags and set up. His All Might collection was placed carefully on his table, the posters hung up, and the bed made, and Izuku stood proud, smiling down at his stuff. He was so insistent about setting his things up, he had almost forgotten that he was now in a house full of girls. He was still nervous, but it definitely helped that the girls were so nice to him. As the last thing to decorate, Izuku put a large photo on his bedside table. It had been taken last Christmas, the Deku squad sitting together on the couch all dressed as Santa as they laughed. Izuku smiled at the photo, warm feelings bubbling up to the surface. He had thought it a blessing in disguise when word went around that Shigaraki tripped on a banana peel and broke his neck on a fire hydrant, and the rest of the league was swiftly captured by the heroes that spring due to the utter surprise that their leader died pathetically. Izuku wasn't one to complain about losing out on a proper confrontation, though Kaken already did that plenty for the both of them. There was a knock on the door, and Izuku jumped slightly, turning to see Itsuka poke her head in while smiling. "Hey, Midoriya." She greeted him. "I got your key, if you want to take it. Plus, dinner's about ready, if you want to come down and eat with us." "Oh." Izuku walked over, opening the door so that she could hand him his temporary key. Izuku also thought to give her back her own key, which she accepted and put around her neck. "So how did your decorating go?" Itsuka's smile faltered as she got a good look at the room, and Izuku felt himself freeze up as her eyes scanned the all-might decorations, his face going red for the umpteenth time that day. Izuku was suddenly overcome with fight or flight, and quickly launched himself at Itsuka, pushing her out the door and slamming it shut. Itsuka blinked, and looked at Izuku, who refused to look back at her. Slowly, Itsuka started to giggle. "So you really are a fanboy," she laughed, and Izuku collapsed against his door, sliding to his knees while groaning lowly. Thankfully, she managed to convince him to come downstairs with her, where the girls had set the table and were waiting for them. Ibara carried a tray of food over from the kitchen, putting it down and sitting down, smiling up at them. Yui also returned from the kitchen after washing her hands, glancing at Izuku and nodding to herself. Finally, everyone sat down, Izuku sitting between Yui and Kinoko, and Ibara did a quick prayer before everyone started digging in, Izuku's eyes going wide when he had his first bite of food. "This is delicious," he said excitedly, looking over at Ibara and Pony. "You guys really made this?" "Of course." Ibara nodded, picking up her chopsticks. "I was raised to take care of myself, so I learned to cook at a young age. If you ever need to learn how to make something, please let me know, I'd be happy to show you. And don't forget me." Pony nodded excitedly. "I made the bread from scratch, isn't it nice?" I'm not sure what you said, but it is good." Izuku confirmed, taking a bite. Pony smiled in happiness, while Setsuna rolled her eyes but patted her head anyways. "Ooh, I got a question for you, Midoriya." Kinoko turned to look at him, her eyes unseen through the hair covering them, and Izuku turned to look at her. "Do you like pizza?" "Here." Yeah. "What do you like on them?" "Oh, no," Itsuka groaned, rubbing a hand against her face. Pepperoni, tomatoes, bacon, ham, mushrooms-shrooms. She hit the table excitedly, surprising Izuku. "In that case, next time we have pizza, let me put the mushrooms on. They're my specialty." "Girl, what makes you think we want your mushrooms on our pizza?" Setsuna grumbled, shaking her head. "Besides, they only last like 2 or 3 hours, right?" "But they are delicious." Kinoko insisted. "Midoriya, if she ever asks if you want a mushroom, do not accept." Leiko advised him. "She'll take that opportunity to smother you with them. You haven't ever woken up with mushrooms on every surface." "That was one time." "So your quirk is to create mushrooms. Is there any limit to that?" Izuku asked, his interest in quirks turning his attention straight to the brown-haired girl. "Yepis. Once my mushroom touch a solid surface, they grow big and strong. Even if it's someone else's body." "That's really interesting to know," Izuku muttered, pinching his lip between his fingers. "From what I've seen, you could even grow it inside someone's mouth. The possibilities are endless. Komori, do you mind if I ask you more about your quirk?" Actually," he suddenly turned sheepish, rubbing a hand through his hair. "Do you guys mind if I ask you all about your quirks? It's kinda my hobby." The girls glanced at each other, and, not seeing the harm, Itsuka nodded. "Hell yeah, Midoriya. Fire away." "Great." Izuku whipped his notebook out of nowhere, surprising the girls. In that case, Kendo, you can grow your hands out, right? Is there any limit to that, or can you grow them as big as you want? The girls were split between wondering where he got his notebook from, and suddenly realizing, oh, no, he's cute. The rest of dinner went off very pleasantly, Izuku growing more excited the more he learned about their various quirks, filling up several pages of their info while munching on his dinner absent-mindedly, which Itsuka made sure he ate so he didn't go without food in his excitement. During that time, Itsuka also told him the schedule for bath times, and everyone agreed that Izuku could wait last for everyone to get done. To limit the chances of Izuku accidentally walking in on one of them, Yu grumbled quietly in disappointment, but no one noticed. Once everyone was done, Izuku insisted that he would be the one to do the dishes, since they made dinner, and everyone smiled at him, going to the living room to relax or their rooms. Once Izuku was done with the dishes, he told them that he was going to his room, to make sure everything in his notebook was neat, and they all bid him good night. Izuku made it up to his room, and sat down at his desk, making sure his writing was as neat and presentable. After 2 hours, he was done, and nodded in satisfaction at his new entries, shutting the book, and glanced at his alarm clock, blinking in surprise at the late hour. He got changed into his pajama briefs, heading into the bathroom and brushing his teeth. After making sure he had gotten everything, he went back upstairs, starting to turn off his light before he suddenly heard a knock on his door. Blinking, and wondering who was knocking at his door at this late hour, Izuku went to the door and opened it, surprised to see Yu standing in his door, looking up at him with that blank look on her face. Oh! Izuku smiled, opening the door a bit wider. Hey, Kodai. What's up? Nothing much, she shrugged. I was just wondering if you were sleeping yet. I was about to, he told her. I just got done finishing up your page, and I was going to turn in. Are you going to bed, too? I stay up a bit later, but I'll be in bed soon. I just wanted to let you know, I didn't get a chance to tell you this during supper, but if you do need anything, you can run it by me, okay? Oh! Izuku raised an eyebrow, curious. Like if you need someone to walk to class, or hang out with, or do chores with. Anything you need. Oh. Well, okay, Kodai. I'll let you know. Yi nodded, not moving from her position outside his door. And if you ever want to make out, you can just ask. Alright, I understand. Good night, Kodai. Izuku smiled at her, and gently closed the door, smiling to himself about Yui's generosity. He had made it to his bed, intending to lie down and go to sleep, when what she said suddenly registered, and he froze in his tracks. With a speed that would make Ida proud, Izuku zipped back to the door, ripping it open to see Yu still staring up at where his face was, her expression unchanged. What? You didn't hear me. Yui ped an eyebrow. I said if you wanted to ever make out with me, just tell me. And no, I heard you. Izuku stammered, blushing bright red while she remained flippant. Why you said, what? Yui raised both eyebrows now, looking up at him with an unreadable expression. You're saying you don't want to. And no, I didn't, no. Izuku tried desperately to form some kind of answer for her that didn't stumble over every word, and he finally managed to calm down his red cheeks before answering. I'm just confused. Why? Yui crossed her arms. I think you're attractive, and I would like to make out with you if I ever got the chance. I also checked out your butt, and it is very nice. Do you not think I'm attractive? And no, that's not it. Izuku sighed, rubbing a hand against his eyes. I'm just not sure why you think I'm attractive. Well, you are. Would you like me to prove it? Prove it. How? Yui suddenly reached out, and Izuku flinched as she cupped his cheeks, staring up at him with those rich blue eyes that Izuku suddenly couldn't look away from. She leaned in, pressing her forehead against his as he leaned down to her height, and Izuku stuttered, alarm bells going off in his head that this was a very, very bad idea. I don't think then, she whispered, pressing herself up against him. Just do. With that, she pressed her lips against his, Izuku's eyes blowing open in surprise. Her lips they were very soft. Very warm. Very inviting. Izuku unconsciously moved his lips against hers, she opening her mouth to push her tongue against his lips, asking to be let in. Izuku couldn't think properly, but he still opened his mouth, letting her in to explore. Yua's hands began exploring as well, rubbing his stomach and back, feeling up his muscles. It was probably because of how good her lips and tongue felt and how she was 𝐺RPNG him, because Izuku's surprise faded, and he closed his eyes, beginning to kiss the black-haired girl back. His hands raised hesitantly to touch her back, rubbing them, but Yui detached her hands to grab his own, and brought them down towards her but, encouraging him to grab each cheek. Which Izuku did, causing her to shudder into the kiss, grabbing him so that they were pressed against each other, grunting into each other's mouths as they made out. Finally, they disconnected, breathing slightly as a trail of saliva broke between them, and Yui's eyes bored into his as she stepped back, Izuku's hands falling away as he stared at her dumbly. There's a lot more than where that came from. Yui promised. Just ask, and I'll F your brains out. With that sentence, she turned on her heel and went downstairs, back to her room. Izuku stared ahead, the feeling of her lips on his mind, until he realized the last thing she said. That she was interested in Fing. With that thought going through his head, Izuku's mind went fuzzy and he collapsed on the ground, fainting on his all-might mat. Up, planning to get up and start his day. He reminded himself that Itsuka said, about the bathroom in the morning, that she was the only one who got up early, so she would take the first shower. As Izuku got dressed in his gym uniform, planning to go out for his run, he was suddenly reminded of how his night ended, and he groaned lowly to himself, blushing. Part of him thought that was a dream, that Yui just casually strolled upstairs and kissed him, but he still remembered the feeling of her lips on her but in his hands, those blue eyes looking into his. No, that couldn't be dreamed up. That happened. And now Izuku was dreading seeing her today, because he knew he was going to collapse into a blushing mess. Besides, what would he tell the others? Izuku grumbled as he stepped out of his room, careful not to make a sound to wake up his new neighbors as he headed downstairs. Ida would probably lecture him to hell and back, the other guys would turn into jealous monsters and destroy him, the girls would look on in disgust, Uraraka probably would high-five him. She'd mellowed out considerably when it came to SXL things since she started dating Nejaya, and the teachers. Izuku suppressed a shudder. The teachers made it clear that nothing of that kind should be happening, so Izuku resolved to make sure it didn't happen again. The kitchen light was on when he arrived, and when he walked in, he saw Itsuka sitting at the table, munching on toast while she drank some black coffee, and she glanced up from her motorcycle magazine when he entered. She smiled and gave him a small wave, giggling slightly when he waved back weakly, obviously not completely awake as he went into the cupboard, looking for something to eat. "You sleep okay?" she asked as he grumbled, searching for something to eat. Okay," Izuku shrugged. He quickly made up his mind to not tell her what had happened last night with Yui. He did not need to cause any awkwardness between Itsuka and her best friend. If asked, he would write it off as being nervous in a new home, and not getting enough sleep, better than telling the truth. "Set has Dino crackers up top," she advised, seeing him continue to search. "You can take a handful, she never notices." Izuku glanced up at the crackers, and his half-awake brain convinced him it was a good idea. He grabbed the box and shook it to put a few in his hands, unaware that there was the sound of steps on the stairs, and Setsuna arrived in the kitchen, rubbing sleep out of her eyes. Itsuka let out a small gasp as she arrived, and cringed as her friend's gaze lifted up and widened, seeing Izuku pouring some of her crackers in his hand. Izuku also glanced up, and felt himself freeze up when he saw that he had been caught. He gulped nervously, and slowly put the box back on the counter, turning to properly face his fellow greenie. Setsuna liked to tease him, but she was nice, right? She wouldn't do anything rash. Set, Itsuka waved weakly, trying to figure out how to signal to Izuku to run. "Why you're up early?" "Had to," Setsuna muttered, still boring a glare into Izuku. "Had to wake up early to do homework." You're stealing my crackers." Izuku gulped. Nervous now, Setsuna was starting to grit her teeth, glaring a hole into him. Midoriya," Itsuka spoke up from the table, glancing between them. Why, you should know something. Aha. Setsuna's not really a morning person, she explained. And she has a lot of energy when she's angry. Oh. Yeah. You were going on a run, right? Yeah. You should start running. Izuku gulped, not keen on running without any food in his stomach, and then glanced down at the crackers in his hand, a horrible thought filling him. Setsuna seemed to have read his mind, stepping forward menacingly while baring her teeth like a dinosaur. Parsley, don't you dare dash. But it was too late. Izuku, still partially asleep himself, decided to risk it and brought his hand to his mouth, shoving the crackers in and chewing quickly. At the same time, he turned on full cowling and sprinted to the door, yanking it open and racing into the dark morning. Setsuna, however, was hot on his heels, running as hard as she could while yelling at him. Itsuka got up from the table to look after them, seeing Izuku let out a small scream as he was chased into the forest by his angry classmate. "You've spit those back out, thief." "Ay." Itsuka shook her head, sighing, and closed the door. She should make pancakes, that'll get their energy back whenever Setsuna was finished killing him. "Sorry about that, Parsley," Setsuna sighed as they walked back together, sweat running down their bodies in the summer morning. "I'm not really nice in the morning, plus, Dino crackers are my SHT. I don't really take well to people just taking them. Last time that happened, Pony was scared of me for a week." I guess," Izuku said evenly, smiling at her. At least she was much calmer now, smiling and running a hand through her hair as they walked out of the forest and towards the dorm, sweaty but in good spirits. "I probably shouldn't have stolen them. Sorry." "Nah, you're good," Setsuna assured him, walking up the steps and opening the door. "Just ask next time, okay? And, don't do anything to me in the morning, I might throw you out a window." "I'll make note of that." As they stepped into the threshold, Izuku's eyes were drawn to the table, smelling pancakes and hearing his stomach growl. Itsuka giggled at the sound, and pointed to the plateful of the warm bakery. "Thought you two would like something big to eat, since you were out running all morning." Itsuka spoke up from the table, pouring some maple syrup onto her own plate. "So did you kill him?" "I came close, but no, he's a weaselly one," Setsuna laughed, sitting down on her own seat and pilling her own pancakes onto her plate, licking her lips. Izuku moved to sit at his own seat, eyeing the large plate, and glanced to his right to see who he just sat beside, about to apologize for smelling like sweat, and saw Yui glancing at him in stoic silence. Izuku felt himself freeze up, staring at her in a mixture of horror and shock. Yui, for her part, didn't look particularly upset that he had sat beside her, or rather, she didn't show any emotion at it at all. Instead, she turned back to her plate and started eating, chewing quietly. Izuku gulped, and quickly turned to his own plate, beginning to shove the food in his mouth. He tried hard not to remember the feeling of her lips on his, or any kind of thought that he may or may not have fantasized once he dragged himself into bed. He glanced up to see Pony and Kinoko share a glance, looking back at him. But before they could comment and ask what was going on, they heard the front door open, and the girls plus Izuku turned to the source of the noise. Vlad King stepped in, nodding to them. Being much taller than all of them, he had to duck his head between the door, making sure that he didn't hit it. "Good morning," he greeted them, walking over to the table. "Everyone sleep okay?" "Yes sir," they all chorused, smiling up at their teacher. Izuku gave him a weak smile himself. He didn't know Vlad King all that well, only that he was a great pro-hero and apparently really encouraged the rivalry between classes, an unfortunate victim to Monoma's ranting. "Why are you here, Vlad King-sensei?" Itsuka asked curiously, putting down her fork. "Is there anything wrong?" No, I'm just checking up on all of the class, making sure nothing happened last night," Vlad King assured her, but then his gaze fell to Izuku, who gulped. "I'm wondering if Midoriya can walk with me outside for a bit. Just for a talk." Sure, Vlad King-sensei." Izuku put down his fork and knife, and stood up to follow the Class 1B teacher outside, not noticing all of the girls rolling their eyes or shaking their heads in exasperation. Vlad King led him outside, letting Izuku exit first and stepping out after him. Now that they were alone, Izuku felt himself start to sweat again. For a new reason, Vlad King was looking down at him and had crossed his arms. A very intimidating sight. "Everything turn out okay, Midoriya?" he asked. "Did Kendo treat you nice?" "Why, yes, sir. She was very helpful." "Good," Vlad King nodded, considering that. "I don't mean to make you uncomfortable, Midoriya, but nothing did happen last night. I know this seems like I'm calling you out, but I want to make sure that everything's fine here. I've put a lot of trust in you here, I don't want to think it's misplaced." Izuku gulped. He knew something did happen last night, but it wasn't much his fault, or at least, half his fault and half Yui's. But he didn't want to mention it to Vlad King. Part of him didn't want to mess anything up in the house, nor get his classmate in trouble. Izuku tried not to let his voice shake when he said, "Everything was fine. Everyone helped me get set up, we had dinner, then everyone went to bed." It wasn't much of a lie, just not telling him what happened between him going up to his room and then him going to bed. "Okay," Vlad King nodded. "I believe you, Midoriya. You can go back inside. And if you do need anything, you can trust me. I know I'm not your homeroom teacher, but I'm looking out for you." Izuku felt a pang of guilt shoot through him when he said that, but nodded, and Vlad King excused him. The teacher headed off towards the campus, and Izuku let out a shaky sigh. He went back inside, shutting the door gently, and glancing up to see the girls staring at him. "Everything good?" Itsuka asked, a bit concerned. "Sorry for him calling you out, he's just worried." It's okay," Izuku assured her, giving them his best smile. "Just wanted to check up." "Okay," Itsuka nodded, flashing a small smile. "Well, come and eat. Set just ran upstairs to have her shower, so once you're done eating, you can shower before you go to class." "Oh, okay." Izuku nodded a bit too quickly, and sat back down, beginning to eat. As he put more of the fluffy bread in his mouth, he noticed Yui glancing at him out of the corner of his eyes, and gulped nervously, swallowing a bit too quickly and coughing. This was going to get very complicated very fast. A week had passed since Vlad King's small meeting with him, and things seemed to be calming down for Izuku. The boys in his class had interrogated him thoroughly. Both Kaminari and Mineta, obsessed with learning their bath times. Jiru was sure to give them a huge shock for that comment, but after the first few days, that died down when they figured that Izuku was too noble and nice to do anything like that. Ida no longer lectured him about living with girls every day, turning his attention to Uraraka when she got the heat off Izuku by saying that Ida never interrogated her for sleeping with Nejiya. It was such a nice thing to do. Taking the blunt of Ida's lectures off him willingly, Izuku tearfully bought her lunch that day. At the house, Izuku was thankful that he had quickly gotten used to living in a house full of girls. He memorized the bath times so he didn't accidentally walk in on them and cause any embarrassing moments, and was sure to contribute to the chores around the house, mowing the lawn whenever he could and cleaning. He had also assisted Ibara with dinner, learning some of her plates, and had helped Pony with her Japanese homework, earning a goofy smile from the horse girl and a big high five, which Izuku took as his reward. Itsuka started joining him in the mornings for his runs, chatting lightly with him about various subjects. Setsuna still enjoyed teasing him, although she nerded out with him when they talked about her favorite pro hero, Godzilla, and she growled in jealousy that he got to see him on Island. Kinoko grew a mushroom on his nose only once, and was immediately bombarded with hits from pillows by Pony and Setsuna. And Leiko was curious about his notes, sitting down and reading them with interest. The problem, however, was Yui. It wasn't like they were deliberately avoiding each other, or even being awkward around each other. Yui sometimes sat with him to do homework or wash the dishes with him. It was the memory of their kiss, and her offers, that made Izuku nervous to be around her. For her part, she didn't say anything weird, or did anything suggestive, but it was whenever she looked at him and he caught her staring was when Izuku felt frightened. He figured out really quickly that, while not showing any emotion on her face, her eyes tend to display what emotion she was feeling. And whenever he looked into her eyes, he saw something dark, stuck and teasing, and that caused Izuku to retreat into his shell. And that isn't taking into account that he had noticed that she was secretary. At least, Izuku confessed that all of the girls were very attractive, but you seem to be the only one flaunting it. She wore thin leggings, thin tank tops that showed a lot of cleavage, and always angled herself so that Izuku could gawk at her. It was a miracle that none of the girls noticed, or they had, and they're being polite about it, accepting he was a guy and there wasn't much he could do about it. Well, at least he hadn't masturbated to her. Yet, at least. Izuku figured that for as long as he kept his thoughts clean about her, and did not take her up on her offer however appealing that offer was, and how tempting it was to just go downstairs for some lip time, he would be fine. Of course, this didn't take into account the night that WhatIf finally decided enough was enough and went all out. Izuku had returned from his shower, going downstairs to get a drink from the fridge, when he saw all of the girls sitting around in their pajamas, and looked up at him when he poked his head out in the living room. Kinoko was in the kitchen, throwing some popcorn in the microwave and watching it spin around. "Oh, Midoriya." Ibara smiled at him, crossing her legs on the couch. "We forgot to mention, but if you would like, you may join us for movie night." Oh, you guys have movie nights?" "A few," Pony told him, tying her hair up in a ponytail hair. "We have good movie night Saturday, when we don't have to wake up early like a beach. Tonight is bad movie night." "Bad movie night?" "Yep," Setsuna laughed, sitting back. "We watch a bad movie and make fun of it. It's a tradition. By the way, Itsuka, what's the movie tonight?" "Die Another Day," Itsuka read out loud, smirking. "Pretty much, Midoriya, we use tonight to put in a bad movie and roast the hell out of it." "Itsuka," Ibara chided. "Sorry, Ibara, roast the heck out of it," Itsuka corrected herself, squatting down to open the DVD player. "We do it every Friday, just watching some stupid movie to trash talk. On Saturdays, though, we either watch a movie or anime together, something we all enjoy." Itsuka slid the DVD into itself, standing up and stretching her back. "Right now, we're in between watching The Melancholy of Haru Suzumiya and Jujutsu Kaisen. If you want to join us, I can re-watch the episodes with you tomorrow, Midoriya." Kinoko volunteered from the kitchen, watching over the popcorn. "We can get caught up, so you can watch with us." "Just let me know when you're watching episode 6 of Haru," Setsuna asked hopefully. "I love that episode." Izuku shrugged, having nothing else to do tonight, and decided to humor them and watch the movie with them. The girls cheered and took their seats, Itsuka sitting down on the couch with Ibara and Setsuna, leaning back and sighing as she stretched. Layko, Pony, and Kinoko would take the love seat, sitting back so Pony could cuddle Layko. Izuku had learned that Pony was apparently a cuddlebug, enjoying leaning against her friends, while Yui sat down in the reclining chair, getting everyone comfortable. Except for one. Yua, Izuku cleared his throat, and the girls looked to him, standing at the side looking embarrassed. "I'm sorry, am I going to sit on the floor?" "Oh, CRP." Itsuka gasped, looking around. "I'm sorry Midoriya, I didn't notice we're out of seats." Oh, that's okay, I'll just dash." Izuku was about to go to the kitchen to grab a chair from the dining table, or at least just sit on the floor of the couch near Ibara's feet, when Yui suddenly stood from the rocking chair. "You can have this seat, Midoriya," she told him. "I'll jump on a lap." "Oh, thank you." Izuku smiled weakly at her, a bit taken aback. At least her eyes weren't practically eyeing him, but he still appreciated the nice gesture. He walked over to sit in the comfy seat, surprised at how much he sank in it, and smiled up at her, seeing the movie get to the menu. "Oh okay, so should we get this movie dash?" He didn't have time to complete his sentence, however, as Yui turned around, trying hard to suppress her smirk, and sat down on his lap. Izuku's thoughts completely went out the window, and he stared up in horror at her back, feeling himself grow paralyzed from fear as she secured herself in, patting her legs in content. "Yui!" Itsuka yelped, sitting forward, almost scandalized. Ibara had her mouth covered by her hand, trying to cover her shock. Setsuna tried hard to hide her laughter, disconnecting her mouth and sending it flying away. Layko raised an eyebrow, but didn't comment, while Pony blushed and gave a nervous giggle at her friend's antics. Kinoko returned from the kitchen, seeing what was happening and laughing out loud, being sure to hand out all of the popcorn to her friends. All of them noticed Izuku turned several different shades of red in under 5 seconds, which wouldn't bode well if he wanted to stay conscious. "Yes, Itsuka." Yui asked innocently. That's Dash. Come on. Don't be dumb. I thought you were gonna sit in my lap or something, not his. How sinful, Ibara whispered, turning away. Come on, Yui, get up. This is pretty comfy, Yu commented, still playing dumb while leaning back slightly. Plus, I didn't say I'd be giving up the chair, just that he can sit in it. Can't you see Midoriya's Dash? They turned their attention to Izuku, who had seemingly gotten his blush under control. Well, he was still beet red, but he didn't look like he was going to faint anytime soon. I guess this is okay. I was just surprised. It's fine, Kendo. It's not fine. Itsuka insisted, looking back and forth. It's inappropriate. I don't think it's inappropriate, Setsuna's mouth commented slyly from the other side of the room, stoking the fire a bit while Itsuka turned her glare to her. Nor I, 𝐿𝐴𝐼 shook her head, leaning back in her seat. Me neither. Pony giggled. It seems shroomtastic to me. Kinoko joked while laughing, sitting back down on the love seat beside the two girls, seeing the ghost girl roll her eyes at the weak joke. We'll count Midoriya's vote as an okay. Setsuna leaned back, putting her hands behind her head as the mouth returned to her, smirking, so I guess that's 6-2. Ida shush. The movie's starting. Pony leaned forward, smiling widely at the opening credits as they started. Itsuka looked like she wanted to turn off the TV and keep arguing, but she ended up sighing and sitting back, crossing her arms and glancing at the chair. Ibara also had a hard time tearing her gaze away and staring at the movie, tempted to take both Izuku and Yui to the church, have them pray for forgiveness, and then dunk their heads in the holy water. Izuku gulped, and tried his best to ignore the very comfortable weight on him as he leaned back, turning his attention to the movie as the opening scene depicted a fight on gunboats. It was hard, though, seeing as Yu suddenly leaned back slightly, adjusting herself in his seat, directly over his PP. Izuku gulped, but shook his head slightly and forced his attention on the TV, ignoring the appealing girl on his lap, who has been throwing him stuck looks all week, and is more than happy to make out with him. Oh God, how was he supposed to look her in the eye after this? Pay attention, Izuku. Stop focusing on her. Thankfully, Izuku managed to drag his attention to the screen in front of him for the majority of the movie, slowly removing his blush from his face as he focused on the bad film. Itsuka also seemed to calm down slightly, beginning to roast the movie when the heroine came out of the sea, criticizing the fanservice angle. After that, everyone commented on bad movie, building up a friendly atmosphere, where everyone could laugh at the awful movie in front of them. Izuku had almost forgotten about the girl on his lap, too busy laughing at 𝐿𝐴𝐼's insults of the villain, up until near the finale. Izuku had done a good job of ignoring the eye candy in front of him, until Yu let out a small cough, and Izuku's eyes automatically were drawn to her back, making sure she was okay. She seemed fine, and Izuku was glad, until she shuffled in his lap again, causing him to inhale a bit. She moved slightly, and Izuku couldn't help as his eyes fell down to where his PP would be, and caught sight of her butt. He tried to tear his gaze away, but all of a sudden, his good job of not paying attention to her was suddenly chucked out the same window his previous thoughts went. It was already big, he had noticed while living with her and tried not to look at too much, but sitting in his lap, it seemed even bigger. He suddenly couldn't look anywhere else, not seeing everyone paying attention to the movie, and not noticing his dilemma. He was almost half tempted to touch it, not even grope it, just poke it, before he shook that sudden impulse out of his head. He was already having a hard time paying attention to the movie, he didn't need to have a hard time. Izuku felt the red in his face completely evaporate, leaving him pale, as he felt something stiff in his breathes rise up, directly into her. Oh no! Oh, God! Yui blinked, feeling something poking her, and knowing it wasn't his phone, that was beside them on the armrest. She turned her gaze to look back at him, seeing him pale in horror and start nervously sweating. She pursed her lips slightly and returned her gaze to the movie, seemingly uninterested in what was going on right below her, but on the inside, she was celebrating. She had been wondering for the last hour and a bit why he wasn't hard, but now she had her answer. He had done a good job not paying attention to her, but now that was out the window. And she wouldn't let this opportunity pass. Slowly and subtly, making sure no one noticed, Yui began shifting her hips slightly. His PP was right in between her legs, pushing up into her butt, and she smirked slightly to herself as she began very low-key grinding on him. Izuku's eyes widened as he realized what was going on, but he couldn't exactly tell her to stop, no, without drawing attention to himself and her. Besides, this felt kinda good. No, scratch that, really good. It was hard for him to not react, so he tried to return his attention to the movie as the villain got scared into an airplane engine, biting his lip and suppressing his shudders. She continued to grind on him for the rest of the CLMX, only ceasing her movements when she realized the movie was about to come to an end, and the lights would inevitably turn back on. She settled down in his lap, but not before giving a slightly harder grind against him. Izuku clenched his hands tightly, trying hard not to give anything away, as the screen faded to black and credits began to roll. And that's 2 hours wasted, Itsuka sighed, pushing the button on the remote to turn off the movie, and stretched. She turned her gaze to Yui, frowning. Okay, you can get off him now. Shame, Yui shrugged, finally getting up, and Izuku panicked momentarily, thinking that his 𝐻𝐸𝐽 would be obvious to everyone, but thankfully, the darkness helped him conceal it. It was a pretty comfy seat. Of course, that threw Izuku into more of a panic as Ibara hit the lights with her vines, but very thankfully, his tent was hidden in time, preventing anyone from seeing something that would inevitably ruin the evening. Everyone sighed as they got up, washing their bowls, and decided to go to bed, everyone wishing each other good night. Izuku glanced at Yui as she went up the stairs, her butt swaying side to side as she went up, and gulped, going a bit red again as he shook his head, intending to go up to his room and stay there for the rest of the night. He didn't notice Itsuka looking after them, frowning slightly. Yui may have been subtle about it, barely moving, but she had been sure to glance at them every so often. She saw how she had been shifting on him, lightly grinding. Itsuka didn't draw attention to it, deciding not to cause a scene, but she did have plans to talk to Izuku about it tomorrow. He didn't do anything to encourage her, but he also did nothing to stop her. Upstairs, Izuku sighed as he went into his room, flopping onto his bed and staring up at the ceiling. Normally, he would take this time to go into his notebooks and surf the web, seeing what new heroes had debuted or redoing his notes. But now all he could think about was Yui, and how unsubtle she was in doing what she just did. It was one thing to pretty much IF him all the time, he couldn't exactly judge her for that, or he'd be a hypocrite. But this wasn't looking. She sat in his lap. She sat in his lap. Like, just planted her butt right up on him. Her very big butt. Her very big soft butt. Her very big soft butt that definitely felt his 𝐻𝐸𝐽 pushing against her. And she just shifted her hips against it. She was teasing him. Yui. Of all the girls that Izuku had expected to tease him when he came to this house, he was expecting Setsuna to tease him the most, or even Itsuka in her big sisterish kind of way. But he didn't expect how Yui Kodai, known as the most stoic member of Class 1B that could put Todoroki to shame with her straight face, just threw subtly out the window and went right up and sat on his lap, grinded on him, and then left like she didn't do anything. Oh, but she did. He couldn't deny, through his insecure thoughts, that Yui was hitting on him, and hitting on him hard. And now Izuku groaned as he realized what he had to do, bringing his breathes down and throwing them to the side, pushing his underwear down so he could start rubbing at his hardening PP. It was shameful, masturbating to his classmate, his roommate, his friend, but he couldn't help it. The warm feeling of her but on his lap was in his mind. Almost as if she had just left, and he grunted as he started jerking off, the image of her large butt sitting on him, the feeling of her lips on his, how he had felt her through those thin clothes, her words, just ask, and I'll F your brains out. Izuku felt himself freeze when he remembered her saying that, pausing in his jerking, and blinked. She did offer. She was interested, that's why she did it. And he remembered what she had said, that she was on the second floor, away from Setsuna's room, secluded. Would she dash? Izuku shook his head, throwing himself down on his pillows. There's no way he could do that. Just go downstairs and ask to have secretary. Is that what he's even looking for? Does he want to kiss her? Make out? pull his breathes down and have her SCK his dash. Izuku groaned and rolled over, shoving his head in the pillows and cursing himself for bathing already, so he could go downstairs and take a cold shower. He couldn't. Vlad King and Aizawa made it clear, even though they didn't say it out loud, what would happen if he did anything perverted towards them. Vlad King trusted him. And now he was considering going downstairs and doing exactly what he had been struggling all week not to. He had made a promise to himself not to do it, and now he was considering just throwing it to the wind. Not helping him were his corny thoughts begging to take Yui up on her offer. Not like he could he? Izuku frowned and sat up, thinking. Vlad King, he did subtly warn not to do anything perverted. Like, he would be the one coming on to them. But wasn't Yui coming on to him? Technically. So if he were to go downstairs and ask her, and if it was CNSNS, on both of their sides like he knew it was, oh God, he's already out the door, Izuku groaned lowly, closing his door behind him and sneaking as quietly as he could down the stairwell towards the second floor. He knew he was doing something very stupid, but his PP was doing the thinking for him. Thankfully, having to sneak out occasionally from his old house to do All Might's training had taught him how to be quiet. Soon, he was downstairs, tippy-toeing past Setsuna's room where he could hear her snoring, and was now in front of Yui's room. He hesitated for only a brief moment, trying to get himself back under control, but his corny thoughts did the rest for him, knocking quietly on the door. For a few tense-filled seconds, Izuku glanced back down the hall, almost tempted to just run back upstairs and think this through again after jacking off. But before he could, the door opened, light shining through, and Izuku turned to see Yui staring up at him in her cute blue pajamas, no expression on her face, but her eyes told a different story. Izuku had only known her for a few days, but he could tell that if you wanted to know what she was feeling, look in her eyes. He glanced down briefly, seeing her low-cut shirt, pajama breathes cut so they rode up on her thighs, and then looked into her face, seeing the emotion in her eyes. At least, he could see the one emotion in her eyes, and that was all he needed to know what she wanted, longing. All hesitant thoughts and attempts to calm down were thrown out the window, as well as Izuku's self-control. He didn't even ask, just leaning down and kissing her, a bit harder than he intended, but the point got across. Yui threw her arms around his neck, pulling him into her room and closing the door gently behind him as to not wake up Setsuna. Izuku groaned as Yui pressed herself back up against him, Beatrice pushed against his chest as his arms circled behind her, holding her close to him as they languidly made out, Yui grabbing a hold of Izuku's hair and clenching it into a fist. They slowly made their way to Yui's bed, a bit harder since Izuku was so distracted by her kisses and the hand in her hair and the other swinging down to his butt, smacking it, and oh, right, he wanted to touch her butt. So that's what he did, grabbing a cheek and squeezing, making Yui stutter during their kiss, breaking it apart and leaving a line of saliva between them as they gasped for breath. Yui didn't pause at all though, standing on her tippy toes to kiss Izuku's neck, causing him to gasp out as her soft lips danced over his neck. She hummed again, and pushed him towards the bed, toppling him over to lay on the bed. Izuku gulped as his back hit the soft covers, looking up in nervousness as Yui crawled in after him. Her eyes still held that utter longing as she scanned his body, seeing where his shirt rode up to expose his muscular stomach. She liked her lips, and began helping him to lay against the pillows. "You don't have to move," she told him, kissing his cheek, "I'll do everything." Are you sure? I thought I've been wanting to do this all night. Just sit back and let me handle things. Okay. Alright, Yu breathed, and began pulling his shirt up. Blushing, Izuku let her maneuver it off him, throwing it to the side as Yui inspected his chest, stomach and arms. She liked what she saw, apparently, liking her lips again, and immediately dipped down, kissing a peck. Izuku jolted at the feeling of her lips, and then let out a groan as she began kissing his stomach, making sure to deliver each a small kiss. It was definitely a new feeling, but one that felt really good. He spread his legs a bit so she could partially lay on his stomach while delivering her kisses, feeling his erections start to rise and hit something soft. And then she got adventurous, her tongue beginning to trace his abs, liking him. Now Izuku had to consciously stop himself from umming out. The feeling of her tongue worshipping his muscles felt too good. She brought herself up, attaching herself to his NPL and drawing it into his mouth, liking and 𝐂𝐽. Izuku breathed, his hands unconsciously going up to rub her head appreciatively, and Yu stopped 𝐂𝐽, letting the NPL go to arrange herself again so she could kiss him, pushing her tongue into his mouth to explore some more. Izuku grunted and kissed back, more than happy to get some more of those sweet kisses. Before she detached, much to his disappointment. It was short-lived, however, as Yui sat up, grabbed the hem of her shirt, and pulled it over her head. Izuku felt his jaw drop, going even redder than before. She wasn't overly muscular, which made sense given her quirk, but his attention was immediately drawn to her breasts. It became apparent that her bust was bigger than he was expecting. Her breasts were practically straining against the white bra she had on, as though fighting to get out. Made even better when Yui caught him staring, and made sure to push her breasts together, making Izuku's eyes bulge at the sight of the cleavage shown to him. "I was wearing my seki bra," Yui explained, still in monotone. "I was hoping you'd come over, so I got to show it off." Why yeah. Well, now that I've shown it off," Yui reached behind her, unclasping the bra. "Time to take it off." And take it off she did, sliding the bra slowly off her arms, so Izuku could watch with bated breath. Once it was off, and her perky nipples exposed, she threw the bra away, and leaned forward, shoving her breasts straight into Izuku's face, grabbing hold of her left one to offer for Izuku. Thankful that he hadn't had a nosebleed yet, Izuku, shaking, raised his hand, cupping her breast gently. He was amazed by the softness, squeezing slightly, and rubbed a finger against her NPL. Yui let out a tense breath. "You can cup it from the bottom," she told him, and Izuku did as instructed, scooping it from below, and then like the NPL. Okay." Izuku let out a tense breath, and pushed his tongue out, liking at the digit in front of him. Yui suppressed another shudder as his tongue danced along her left NPL, and stimulated it by 𝐂𝐽 on it slightly, imitating what she had done before. Izuku let out a gasp of air as he disconnected, and felt patient no more as she turned his attention to her other BST, moving his head to SEK on that NPL. Yui grunted, and began grinding her hips against his 𝐼𝐽 as he played with her melons, slowly getting used to him playing with her in a way she never could. But she did promise to handle everything, and slowly peeled him away from her breasts, breathing slightly, and gave him another kiss, Izuku closing his eyes and groaning as she did so. She decided to calm things down a bit before continuing, grinding slightly against him while Izuku's hands went back to her face, cupping them as they made out. He wasn't too experienced in kissing, a bit clumsy, and his tongue was a bit too enthusiastic, but who was she to judge? She'd only kissed one guy once in middle school and it was awful. In comparison, Izuku was legendary, and she didn't mind at all how his tongue explored her mouth. His hands made their way back to her butt, giving a gentle squeeze, and Yui let out a grunt of dissatisfaction that Izuku immediately picked up on. Was that bad? "I'm sorry, no," Yui shook her head, bringing her hands back to make sure his hands stayed put, pushing her breasts against his bare chest. "Squeeze harder. Harder. 𝐿𝐵. Izuku gulped, but did as he was told, being sure to squeeze a bit tighter, feeling her fat butt mold into his fingers. Yui hummed, and began kissing his neck again, causing him to tighten his grip a bit. She was careful not to leave a hickey. Itsuka would have her hide if she saw that. "Are you still a virgin, Midoriya?" Yeah. Izuku admitted, a bit ashamed, but Yui shook her head. "It's okay," she told him, "me too." Really? You seem so experienced." "Not really," Yui shook her head, and began sliding down him again, being sure to drag her breasts against him as she went, causing Izuku to grunt at the soft orbs going down. "I just know what I want." Do you? 𝐿𝐵. She nodded, and finally reached his breathes, grabbing a hold of the pajama bottoms and his underwear, and said, "And I know that I want this." Without further warning, she pulled down his breathes, exposing his pp. Izuku let out a squeak, suddenly overcome with embarrassment, and slapped his hands to his face, unable to look at her. He groaned, throwing his head back to the pillows, thinking that she would probably be amused by his size, or how small it was. He completely missed Yui's eyes widening, a bit of drool escaping her mouth when she looked at his PP, a bit of pre-cum coming out already. She knew it was big when she sat on him during the movie, but she did not expect this. She liked her lips, grabbed the base of the PP, and took a deep breath. She was going off porn right now, which wasn't really a good teacher, so she did what was natural. She dipped down and took his tip into her mouth. Izuku gasped at the feeling of something warm and wet enveloping his manhood, and moved his hands away to see Yui closing her eyes, going further down his PP while humming, being sure to slide her lips against it. Izuku tried to protest, telling her that it was okay, that she didn't need to, but her tongue suddenly moved against his PP, causing him to buck accidentally. Yui grunted, but refused to take it out, instead sliding it down further and further as Izuku let out a Well, at least he took a shower before this, it shouldn't taste bad. Yui continued going down, a quiet, muffled escaping her as he went deeper. Thankfully, she didn't have much of a GG reflex, so she had no problems pushing the rest of his PP into her throat, breathing deeply through her nose. Izuku sat up once her nose touched his navel, gasping out as the tight wetness surrounded his PP, feeling like he was about to explode. Wait. Explode. Like, explode. Like has been pent up all night explode. Keiko die. Izuku gasped out, I think I'm about to come, please get dash. Unfortunately, Yu let out an inquisitorial hum when she heard that, confused about why he wouldn't want to just come, but the vibrations of her hum directly affected his PP in her throat, and Izuku couldn't stop himself from letting out a small yell as he came, shooting down her gullet. This is what made Yui GG slightly surprised, and she started letting his PP out of her mouth even as he shot his load into her. Finally, she got his PP out of her mouth, coughing slowly, and brought a hand to her mouth to prevent any of his load from escaping. Izuku managed to come to his senses, and panic immediately set in. I am so sorry. You probably didn't want that. I should have warned you earlier. I'm sorry, but his interruptions were interrupted when she looked up at him, that longing still in her eyes although there was slight humor in there as well, and audibly gulped. Izuku's apologies stammered to a stop as she slowly licked her lips, nodding to herself. Delicious, she said, and Izuku felt like he was now going to have a heart attack. She blatantly made him feel like he was going crazy. Why you didn't need to? I wanted to, she insisted, and moved to take off her own pajama bottoms, sliding them down her legs. Izuku let out an eep again when he saw that she had taken her panties with it, leaving her wet folds in plain view. Izuku was tempted to look away, but after looking, he was startled to see that her PP was slick with all wet, and his eyes were drawn to how puffy her lower lips were. He found his gaze turned back to her eyes, which were staring hungrily at him. He muttered. Did I do that? She saddled up to him, pushing her BRSS into his chest and giving him a quick kiss. Now, let's get your PP back into fighting shape. Here. It's ready. Yu blinked, a bit confused, and looked down. Sure enough, his PP was still hard, some cum still left over, and she resisted the temptation to bend over to like it up. She rubbed it once, and Izuku jolted at the sudden small burst of pleasure. Here. Quick recovery time, Yui commented, and Izuku scratched the back of his head sheepishly. It was probably thanks to one for all that he was good and ready to go, owing it to the quick recovery time the quirk had. In that case, we can get this done now. With that, she pushed his chest, making him lay down on the bed, and moved to straddle him, moving one meaty leg over him so she could sit down on his lap. Izuku let out a small grunt at the feeling of her wetness on his manhood, and Yui closed her eyes, enjoying the feeling. As she started to sit up, grabbing his PP in her hand, Izuku let out a small breath. But what about some other time? She told him, beginning to rub the PP against her entrance, and Izuku threw his head back. I want to pleasure you tonight. You can go down on me another time. Yui's stoicism didn't betray how nervous she was. This was her first time, so she wasn't sure if this was going to hurt or feel good. She took a deep breath, and decided to take it slow. Closing her eyes, Yui winced as he felt him penetrate her, Izuku letting out a gasp of pleasure as his tip was enclosed by the tight wetness of her walls. Yui let out a tense breath, and continued bringing him deeper inside, eventually hitting him. With another deep breath, Yui pushed through, wincing as it was broken. Izuku grunted out as she finally managed to bottom out, resting her butt on his legs. He tried to ignore the intense pleasure that was shooting through his body as he realized something. Wait, I don't have a condom on. It's okay, I'm using protection, Yui managed to say, taking deep breaths, it's for my PRD. Alright. Are you okay? It looked like you were hurt. Just. Him. And I'm not used to being this full, she shook her head. Give me a few minutes, then I can start moving. Okay. Izuku nodded, then a thought came to him to make this a bit better for her. He sat up, trying hard not to move himself too much in her, and began kissing her neck, being sure to kiss right under her jaw. Yui hummed in appreciation, rubbing his shoulders as he peppered her with tiny kisses. She pulled him back so she could kiss him properly, both grunting as their tongues fought briefly for DMs. Finally, Yui felt the pain somewhat subside, and was ready to start moving. She pushed Izuku to lay on his back, keeping her hands on his chest as she sat up. Just lay there, she told him, arranging herself. I've got this. With that, she began moving, and Izuku let out a the pleasure immediately shooting through him as she began bouncing up and down, trying not to make it obvious what was happening in the room. The bed had already begun squeaking, so she tried to not make it too obvious she could frame this as her watching porn and getting into it. It was hard to make it discreet, however, now that his PP rubbing her inside walls was sending burst after burst of pleasure through her, causing her to hum a bit louder in her throat. It was getting harder, however, to keep her stoic face, and she knew at any minute she could break. Not that she minded in this instance, everything felt too DMN good. Izuku raised his hands to grab her breasts, careful not to squeeze them tightly, and began rubbing his thumb against her NPL, trying to STMLT her some more. Yui let out a small gasp of pleasure, the wet sounds between them RSNG her even more. Her butt kept meeting his thighs with a small clapping noise, but she didn't care, the increase of pleasure within her too dim and good to even register with her. Soon, the bed was squeaking to the sounds of their lovemaking. He was in a state of euphoria and shock. He had thought when he came down here they would make out a bit before he went back upstairs, and he did not expect to lose his virginity tonight of all nights. But as his body was starting to be brought back to that state of ecstasy he had felt when she blew him, he knew he didn't care. He didn't think about how Aizawa or Vlad King would react to what he was doing, or how the other girls wouldn't look at him the same, or how Ida would react to this obvious sign of debauchery. All he cared about was Yui, and her wrapped around him, bouncing up and down. Izuku bit back another but then he heard one of the most RSNG noises he had ever heard, one that nearly made his self-restraint completely snap. He had to glance up to check, but it was clear. Yui ummed. She was umming, and her stoic face had completely broken. Her mouth was curved in a satisfied smile, her tongue lightly sticking out, and her eyes were squinting. She was so caught up in the feeling of him inside her, she didn't care for her reputation as an unflappant stoic, not when she felt this good. The sight of her face, that corny expression as she looked down at him with lust in her eyes, that broke Izuku's self-restraint. He sat up again, feeling his PP push deeper inside her as she cried out, and kissed her hard, hands wrapping around her to hug her tightly. Yui responded back, shoving her tongue into his mouth as he moved them, rolling so that her back met the mattress, and he began moving his hips without thinking, hammering into her without any regard to the sound. Yui cried out in pleasure as he began fing her in missionary, not caring if anyone woke up as they fed. As far as first times go, this was much better than either of them expected. Thanks to Izuku's training, plus the fact that he had already came beforehand, his stamina was much better this time around. Not so much for Yui, who felt her walls clamp around his manhood as she came hard. Yui had to bite his shoulder in order to muffle her scream, Izuku grunting out at the slight pain but continuing to F her. After being teased by her all night, Izuku didn't mind making her squirm a bit, lowering his hands to spread her legs, opening her up a bit more. As her legs dangled in the air, Izuku continued to ram into her, feeling himself lose control to the pleasure. He wasn't far off now, feeling his orgasm rising within him, and decided to go out with a bang, bringing his lips back to hers to muffle his mess of pleasure. Yui's eyes rolled to the back of her head. Since his PP didn't give her any breaks through her orgasm, she felt herself SQR again and again, littering her bed with her juices. Thankfully, the squeezing of her walls on his PP finally pushed him to come again, groaning out as he shot his load in her. Yui grunted as well, squeezing her legs around him as he pumped her full. After a few minutes of leaking together, they finally relaxed, Izuku falling limp on top of her as she petted his hair. Yui's pleasured face resumed its stoic default, and she let out a small hum. Think anyone heard that? Maybe. Sorry, I kinda lost control. It's okay, so did I, Yui assured him, and helped him sit up, looking down at the sheets and humming. If you ever want to do this again, let me know. I'm more than happy to F you. Really? I guess. You should probably go back to your room. I don't think anyone like it if you came out for breakfast tomorrow with me. We shouldn't give the impression we're dating when we're not. I suppose. They quickly got dressed, Yui grabbing some tissues to wipe herself off, and went to the door, intending for Izuku to sneak back up the stairs by himself and pretend nothing happened. Based off the alarm clock, they'd been at it for at least half an hour, so hopefully no one would be wondering where he'd been. Yui kissed his cheek, and, with a dopey smile, Izuku began sneaking back to his room, tiptoeing his way as Yui closed the door. Neither of them noticed the floating head out the window, which had saw and heard everything. Neither did they notice it slowly headed back to the open window next door, coming in. She was breathing, her body on the bed still fingering herself through her orgasm. As Setsuna reattached her head, she sat forward, removing her fingers and giving them a like, smirking to herself. So they aren't in a relationship, she laughed a bit. That's really good to know. Notes: first things first, I want to thank everyone for the great reception for the first chapter. This has been a story I've been sitting on for years now, Izuku getting frisky with Class 1B, and I'm really glad that you guys are excited to see what's going to happen next. For the sake of mystery, I'll keep who goes in which order a bit of a secret, spoilers ahoy. For those not really aware, I've kinda had a rough history with Yui in my stories. She was supposed to be in my first smut story, a few interesting offers, but I ended up choosing someone else. I intended to have her in that sequel, but she didn't fit either XD. So I'm glad to finally have the chance to write her where she can get a lot of attention. Don't worry, this won't be the last Yui-related smut in this story, she'll still be up for exploring that side of herself with Izuku. And yes, I can confirm that she'll be appearing in a future AFIO story down the line. I've neglected her too much. For those curious, I am slightly going off fan art of the Class 1B girls for body proportions, and if you are curious, this is one of the images I'm going off of in terms of busts. You can close the lid on my garbage can and leave me on the curb. https://peach. Pahil. Net images 3843793465 Fe164139661C347C5C 3302116% 20. Percent 20 Ibara Shiozaki, percent 20 Itsuka Kendo, percent 20 Kinoko Komori, percent 20 My Hero Academia, percent 20 Ponitsu no Tori, percent 20 Leikionagi, percent 20 Setsuna Tokage, percent 20 Uekodai, percent 20 Gyorugu 13. JPG fair warning. Picture is NSFW. Thanks for reading this chapter, guys. Coming up next, Setsuna decides to have a special training session with Izuku. Our green-headed hero becomes a very cunning linguist, and Itsuka bursts a vein in her forehead. See you then. Izuku yawned loudly when his alarm went off the next morning, stretching his arms above his head to stretch out the 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. Smacking his lips, he rolled out of bed and turned off the alarm clock, waddling to his closet and grabbing his gym clothes. For a few seconds, he wasn't sure why he felt a bit sore but so good, like he was floating on cloud 9. And it took him a few moments to wonder why he was sleeping naked, his clothes from yesterday thrown about on the floor. But as he put his briefs on, he suddenly remembered. Yui. Last night. The grinding and the kissing, and then the. Izuku felt his face explode in a blush, and almost collapsed. Oh God. Last night he had sex with Yui. Now that his mind was no longer clouded by lust, he felt like he was about to die from the sheer embarrassment of it. That was, It was without a doubt one of the most impulsive things he had done, and that was including running into dangerous villain situations, and he agreed to go back for more. She literally told him that she'd be happy to F him again, and he agreed. Did he want to? He kinda wanted to. Sek was pretty awesome. But what about Vlad King? Mr. Aizawa. And if the girls found out what he had done, that would make things a lot more awkward. And then another fact came to Izuku as he put on the gym shirt, making him gasp out loud. They got really loud at the end. Like full-blown MMMMS and grunts. Loud grunts. Oh, God, what if they were overheard? How thin were the walls? The only one on the floor would be. Izuku almost felt like collapsing. It was Setsuna. She wouldn't have heard, right? He heard her snoring when he went downstairs to her room, but God, what if she woke up? Izuku tried to calm himself down. He just had to play it cool when he saw her, and hoped to hell that she was a heavy sleeper. As he went downstairs, Izuku sighed, deciding inwardly that he would keep this a secret for now. It was a moment of weakness, especially after Yui teased him. No one really had to know about what he did with her. She had been subtle with teasing him too, and no one had acted suspicious when they had finished the movie night, so it may be that no one had noticed. Besides, he didn't know if this counted as dating. She said she didn't want to give the others the impression they were dating, but would that be the same if they continued to do this down the line? He had already checked the mirror to make sure that there weren't any obvious signs of what happened, no lipstick marks or hickeys pointing out, so he was relieved that it wasn't something obvious that would sell him out. Once he arrived in the living room, he saw Itsuka bending over to tie her shoes, getting ready for their morning run. Izuku had gotten used to running with her after a week, usually chatting about whatever's on their mind. Yesterday, Izuku had listened to her talk about her motorcycle. The way she excitedly told him about her parts coming in had warmed his heart, and he was looking forward to whatever they discussed today. What he didn't expect, however, was Ibara also standing at the door, tying her vines back into a ponytail. She was also dressed in her gym clothes, pink tennis shoes on her feet while she stretched a bit. Hey, guys, Izuku greeted them, walking over to put on his training shoes. Shiozaki, are you joining us today? Indeed, she nodded, giving him a warm smile. I had seen you and Itsuka running whenever I watered my plants in my window, and I decided to join you today. I hope you do not mind. Not at all. Izuku assured her, smiling. It's always nice to run with new people. In that case, let's get going, Itsuka told the two, opening the door. Izuku didn't catch her glance at him a bit worriedly, following Ibara out the door to start running on their path. They started jogging, Izuku and Ibara chatting a bit about how they slept last night, Izuku strangely iffy on his answer. While Ibara chatted happily about wrapping her vines up before going to bed, which Izuku whipped out his notebook to add in, Itsuka stayed silent through the run, debating how to go ahead with asking what's on her mind. She wanted to make sure nothing happened between her best friend and Izuku, specifically anything that would get Izuku in trouble, but she wasn't sure about Ibara's reaction. Her religion usually had her frown heavily upon what she considered to be sin, and she didn't want her to look at her friends any different. She stayed silent for about 20 minutes until they took a break at the water fountain, Ibara being utterly wiped. She wasn't used to such a long run, she felt like collapsing, before Itsuka sighed and decided to just throw caution to the wind. Hey, Midoriya, she sat down on the bench, Izuku looking over at her while Ibara drank greedily. I've been kinda wondering something. Hey. He blinked, a bit confused. He had been so focused on talking with Ibara about her quirk, everything else had slipped his mind. What's up? Well. Itsuka sighed again, leaning forward trying to figure out to phrase this, before shaking her head and deciding to wing it. What's going on between you and Yui? She was glancing at the ground, wiping some dirt from her shoe, so she didn't notice Izuku's face break into a comedically horrified look before he managed to get it under control. On the outside, he tried to give a confused but curious look, while inside he was screeching in panic. What do you mean? I mean. She let out an exhale, and looked up at him. I won't lie, Midoriya, I saw her grinding on you last night. Oh, SHT, that's bad. And if she saw that, and was curious. Oh, God, Izuku's life was over. HM grinding. Ibara blinked in confusion, looking between them. What's that? Oh, ah. Itsuka groaned, realizing that Ibara, while knowing about the dirty deed itself, wouldn't know a lot about FLY, the innocent little flower. She stood up and walked over to her friend, glancing at a rapidly reddening Izuku, and whispered into her ear. Ibara first wrinkled her brow in confusion, before realization hit her eyes, and her face went as red as Izuku's shoes, her mouth opening, and she looked over in a mixture of absolute disgust and religious disappointment at Izuku. You, too, she whispered, horrified. In front of everyone. How? How sinful. How? Disrespectful. How? Okay, hold on, Ibara. Itsuka stopped her before she crucified the poor boy, glancing between them a bit worriedly. I know you did it, but Midoriya didn't seem to do anything. All I was asking, Midoriya. She took another deep breath. Is there something going on between you two? Are you dating? And no. Izuku got out, realizing immediately that he may have dug himself deeper, and decided to wing it, trying to lie to the two no matter how guilty he felt. I did notice she, yeah. But we aren't. In a relationship. Oh, Itsuka nodded, biting her lip. She ignored a weird feeling that felt like relief, and pressed on. Well, I did notice, so I wasn't sure. I may have listened for any noises after I went to bed, but I didn't hear anyone moving, so I thought you guys just went to bed. Is that right? Thank All Might. Izuku felt like crying in relief. Yeah, I went straight to bed. Okay, Itsuka seemed satisfied by that answer. It's just, do I need to talk to Yui? You didn't seem comfortable with it at all. I can get her to stop. And no, that's not necessary. Izuku tried to assure her, but realized immediately that this might come off as suspicious, and tried to backtrack. Better to make her think that he didn't enjoy it, because he was very comfortable when she did it. What I mean is, I can talk to her myself. I can do that. Okay, Itsuka felt her eyes narrow a bit in suspicion, but still accepted the answer. Maybe he'd rather handle it by himself. In any case, Ibara looked a bit calmer, assured that he'd be taking care of it, and not the SXL deviant she briefly feared he was. They all decided to get going again, to not miss breakfast now that the sun was rising, and headed straight back to the house. Breathing slightly, they opened the door to see the other girls getting breakfast, waving in greeting as they trooped in. Yui was seated at the table, and her eyes immediately snapped to Izuku when he came in, Izuku gulping and trying to control his blush. He was aware of Itsuka glancing at Yui when she came in. He had to be a bit more careful as he sat down beside Ibara at the other side of the room, sparing the other girls their smell. How was the morning run? Class representative, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 floated a piece of toast to her, taking it and spreading some peanut butter on it. Pretty good, Itsuka smiled at her, pouring some milk into her bowl for the cereal. It's been so long since I've run for exercise, my calves are killing me. I don't know how Midoriya does it. It's good cardio. Izuku blushed a bit, smiling as he picked up his spoon. It helps with losing weight. Weight, really? Kinoko leaned forward, looking interested. I thought going to the gym in general made you lose weight. Well, kinda, Itsuka explained to her. Going to the gym helps build muscle, but not lose weight. Cardio helps lose weight because it burns calories. Combining cardio and muscle building definitely helps lose weight. Then I gotta join you guys. Kinoko hit her fists against the table, firing up. I'm feeling like I got a big mushroom on my stomach recently. I gotta work it off. Why? You look good. The entire table went silent when Izuku said that, and his eyes widened when he realized he said it out loud. He went BLD red for the umpteenth time that day. This seemed to be a recurring theme, and almost apologized before Kinoko let out a little squeal. Why, thank you, Midoriya. She cooed. Nice to know guys think I look great. She was very thankful that her fringe hid most of her cheeks, hiding the blush on her cheeks. Glad to know the boys think I'm attractive. Yui hummed, although her normally straight lips seemed to turn down to a frown, spreading some butter on her toast with a bit more force than necessary. Izuku cleared his throat and glanced away, trying to look at anyone else, and as his eyes fell to Setsuna across the table, she glanced up. Izuku felt a brief panic that he had been caught staring, ready to subject himself to more teasing, but the expression that crossed her face was even worse than he had imagined. She smirked, but it wasn't her friendly smirk that she usually had. This one had a bit more SDSM in it. Izuku felt both confused and terrified as she looked at him as though she was a predator stalking her prey, and he had no idea why, until she glanced between him and Yui. That was what made Izuku nearly lose his grip on his spoon, staring at her in horror as her grin widened. No one was aware of their little silent stare-off, and Setsuna chuckled and went back to eating her crackers while Izuku came to one horrifying conclusion: she knew. Oh, God, he was an idiot. He and Yui were being too loud. Obviously Setsuna would wake up. Oh, God, Izuku, don't panic, just remain calm, pretend nothing happened. Setsuna wouldn't just out him in front of everyone, would she? She enjoyed teasing her roommates, but she wouldn't just outright say, "Oh hey, I heard Izuku and you making woo pie last night," would she? Oh, please, don't. He just assured Itsuka and Ibara that he didn't. Something up, Set? Pony asked from across the table. You look like something's funny. Oh, not really, Setsuna assured her casually, sipping on her juice. I was thinking of something. Yui, I heard some squeaking last night from your room. What was up with that? Izuku choked on his cornflakes, coughing and hitting his chest. Leiko looked at him curiously, patting his back while he calmed down. He didn't notice Itsuka glance at him, narrowing her eyes slightly as they waited for Yui's answer. The stoic girl took a few seconds to chew on her breakfast, before swallowing and answering, I found a really good porn video and got carried away. Sorry. Yui. Ibara touched her chest, scandalized, while Pony, Kinoko and Setsuna laughed. Itsuka rolled her eyes and sat back down at the table after grabbing her coffee, taking a sip. She still glanced over at Izuku, who was looking more relieved than necessary at her answer. She still had her suspicions, but didn't want to call either of them out in front of the entire house. She would settle for keeping a close eye on Izuku for now on. She couldn't really stop them if they really wanted to, but she could make sure they didn't get carried away. Izuku was on thin ice as it was, and he hadn't even done anything to Vlad King's knowledge. All it would take is for Izuku to be caught, and it would be over for him. Setsuna laughed, smirking, must have been really good. Izuku gulped. Itsuka felt her eyes narrow more. Since it was the weekend, Izuku had all the time he needed to relax. Taking a long shower after his run and finishing on the homework assignment Midnight had assigned them, by mid-afternoon, he had settled for sitting at the dining room table close to dinner, opening his notebook and writing down which new hero came out that day. While he did that, Pony and Kinoko were in the living room, with the mushroom heroine doing up Pony's hair while they giggled about an anime playing on the TV. Leiko and Ibara had gone out to train a bit before coming back to make dinner, and Itsuka had to run out to do shopping with Yui, planning to try out some Indian dishes for a change. When she had left, Yui gave Izuku another stare that Izuku easily interpreted, which made him gulp since Itsuka was also watching him, so he had to try to play it cool. But unfortunately, that was the least of his problems, he thought as he tapped the page of his notebook absent-mindedly. Setsuna knew. It was obvious, from the way she was grinning at the both of them and the tease she said that morning. The problem was that Izuku had no idea what she was going to do with that info. From the week he had gotten to know her, he knew that she liked to tease her friends, sometimes to the point that it almost went too far, but she would always follow up with a good joke and made sure that he knew she was joking. The one time she made fun of him, he almost cried and she had panicked hard, but this wasn't some mistake that they could laugh over. This was something that could get him kicked out of the dorm. He had to do something about it. But he wasn't sure what. Izuku sighed as he closed his notebook, shutting his eyes and pushing his hand against his face. You okay, Midori? Pony asked from the couch, concerned. You look like something's up. Here. Oh, I'm fine. Izuku jumped slightly, and brought his hand down so he could flash her a smile. I'm just thinking. Thinking of what? Pony sat forward, hanging over the couch while Kinoko leaned back, watching their show. Just thinking. Izuku sighed again, putting his notebook back into the little pocket of space he kept it. I've been wondering something about someone, but I don't know how to approach them. It's nothing bad. It's just awkward. Pony pursed her lips, thinking, well, I'd just go up and talk to him, you know. Sure, it's kinda scary, but I think that it's better than just sitting there doing nothing, you know. I guess I understand. Izuku brought a hand to his mouth, thinking. It's a really awkward subject. But Midori, if you just keep sitting there, it'll just keep getting more and more awkward. Pony gave him a confidently sure look, balling her fists. I say go do it now, before it's too unbearable. Izuku sighed, not really finding a sound argument, and got up from his seat. I guess. I'll go, text them now. Yeah. I'll text them and ask to meet, tomorrow. Sounds good. Pony nodded happily. And if it doesn't go well, don't worry. I have a tub of ice cream I can share with you. Really? Thanks, Tsunotori. Izuku smiled at her, the genuine, happy one, that made Pony's heart start beating hard in her chest and a light blush kiss her cheeks. As he headed up the stairs, pretending to head to his room, Pony sighed, sitting back down on the couch, and Kinoko gave her a little cheeky grin. You'll share ice cream with him? She asked, and Pony let out a small groan. I panicked. Izuku gulped a bit nervously, but still raised his hand to knock on Setsuna's door. He knew that Yui was out, so they had the floor to themselves, so Izuku could crawl on his hands and knees and beg her not to tell anyone what she heard. Luckily, she was in, because once he was done knocking on her door, he heard her call, "Come in." He took a deep breath, and opened the door, poking his head in. Her dinosaur-themed room immediately stood out to him, the T-Rexes on the dresser, the green and brown walls, the fuzzy floor, and her bed which had covers with various dinosaurs on it. It was one of the proudest days of Izuku's life when he had glimpsed this room, finally managing to zing her back for once when she had made fun of his room. Her comeback had been pretty weak, making a cackling Itsuka high-five him and agree to buy pizza that night while Setsuna pouted. The girl herself was seated at her desk, working on some assignment. She smiled up at him as he entered the room, putting her pen down so she could look at him. Yo, Parsley. She waved a disconnected hand at him, floating it in the air. What's up? Nothing much, Izuku shrugged, shutting the door quietly behind him and entering the room. I was just hoping to talk to you about something. Oh. Setsuna raised an eyebrow, rolling around in her chair so she could properly face him. The hand reattached, and she folded it behind her head as she looked up at him. And what could my dear Mr. Midoriya come to talk to little old me about? Izuku faltered for a second, having second thoughts about this, before he shook his head and decided to forge onward. I know that you know what happened. You know that I know. Yeah. What do I know? Izuku stumbled to a stop, feeling himself go red. Setsuna's teasing smirk came back, and she crossed one leg over the other as she stared up at him. Do I know that you and Yui did the horizontal tango? She guessed, and Izuku let out a small squeak. That you two scared each other's faces off. That Yui bent over and scared your dash. That's enough. Izuku managed to stop her there, not being able to look her in the eye as she laughed. Yeah, I know, she confirmed, nodding. You guys woke me up when she made you blow the F up. Do you know how shocking it was waking up to you leaking? Izuku felt like laying down on the carpet, feeling all of the BLD in his body crawl to his face. So I decided to have a look, and… Phew boy, Setsuna laughed, trying to hide her own blush, you guys don't F around. Well, you do, but you know what I mean. I guess. So, why are you asking? Setsuna got back on topic, but her eyes started scanning his body while he looked everywhere but at her. He was wearing a thin grey t-shirt and shorts, so she got a look at his muscular arms and legs, and she felt a small shiver go up her. She knew that she was interested in him, pretty much had since last night, but with him standing in front of her right now, so embarrassed. She felt a shiver rise up in her. And the sudden longing to have him on her bed, right underneath her. Well, if she played her cards right. I was Izuku gulped again, and managed to squeak out, I just wanted to ask you not to tell anyone. It'd be pretty bad if someone found out what we did. I could get kicked out. Yeah, it would be, Setsuna agreed, and let out a small grunt as she got up out of the chair, looking up at Izuku. He was a few centimeters taller than her, perfect for her to bite at his neck, and she suppressed another shudder. So you came here to beg me to not say anything to Vlad King? I guess. Izuku hung his head, already feeling like this was a lost cause, and lambasting himself for coming across so pathetically in front of his friend, unaware that she was staring at him like her dinosaur crackers. Well, I suppose that you can buy my silence. I can. Izuku gasped, hope surging through him. Perhaps his life here wasn't over after all, and he whipped his gaze up to her, seeing her confident smile. What do you want? I can get you whatever you want. What do I want? Setsuna put on a show of putting her finger to her lips, thinking. What do I want? Yeah. What I want. Setsuna's grin returned, somewhat dashing Izuku's hopes briefly, in fear that she was going to do something humiliating, and then she said, I want you on my bed. I'm sorry. I want you to get on my bed, Setsuna repeated, her grin becoming sharper, and make me come harder than I ever have in my life. Izuku stared blankly at her for a few minutes, her words still processing in his mind while she waited. She wanted to have sex with him. She wanted him to, oh, God. Then he glanced down and saw her tank top. It wasn't hiding anything. Her tank top was thin, very thin, and it was practically see-through, showing her nipples poking out at him. Oh, God, now Izuku's gaze whipped to her face, and now there was no mistaking the lust in her eyes. She was staring at him like she was going to eat him up, her mouth curved in a stuck smirk, her eyes a bit fogged up, and holy Esri, when did she get so close? She was practically up in his face, her BRSs almost pushing against his chest. The stupid part of Izuku was begging him to do as she says, but he managed to get his sudden horniness under control. I don't dash. He managed to avert his gaze, looking over at her wall. Me and you I mean, are you two in a relationship? Didn't look at that way to me, Setsuna pointed out. I think she said that you two weren't, right? So, if you two aren't in a relationship. She raised a hand to feel his stomach, smiling at the feeling of the muscles underneath his shirt. And I don't think she would mind. If you and I got to know each other a little better, would she? Izuku tried desperately to cling to his rational thoughts, but Setsuna seemed to get even more appealing the longer he looked at her. That, and the look in her eyes was much different than the looks that Yui sent him. Yui seemed to always shoot looks of longing at him, but Setsuna. And the look in her eyes, it wasn't really longing, although it was there. But the look in her eyes told him that she didn't just want to have sex with him. She wanted to dominate him. Izuku felt his will crumble. Okay. I want to have sex with you. Oh, buddy, Setsuna laughed softly, patting his cheek with a disconnected hand. You won't be fing me. What? I said you won't be fing me, Setsuna grinned, baring her teeth into a smirk. I will be fing you. Before Izuku could say anything to that, Setsuna moved away, crawling on her bed. She was sure to swing her hips while she moved to the pillows, showing off her butt to him. Izuku gulped as he looked at that lovely butt, and was tempted to reach out to grab it, although from what she had said, and the look in her eyes, she wouldn't appreciate it. He knew that she was the one that was going to be leading. She finally reached the edge of her bed, and twirled around so that she was laying on the bed, her legs spread, and used her hands to feel her BRSs, squeezing slightly and letting out a low groan. Setsuna stared Izuku in the eyes as she smirked again, and crooked a finger at him. Lay on top of me, Setsuna instructed, her eyes alight with malice. Izuku sighed, but did as he was told, crawling onto the bed after her and adjusting himself to lay between her legs. At her suggestion, he laid so that his PP laid atop of hers, while her legs spread, using her quirk to briefly detach them before reattaching so that her legs were even more spread apart. Izuku gulped when he put his hands beside Setsuna's head, the green-haired girl smirking up at him, before she grabbed his torso to bring him down a bit more. Izuku gulped as he adjusted himself to his elbows, still not completely on top of her but their faces much closer. "All right," Setsuna whispered, and one hand detached, flying over and grabbing Izuku's lower back. "Now start grinding." Start grinding, she ordered, leaving no room for debate, and Izuku sighed, realizing that he didn't have much choice now. Remembering how Yui moved on him last night, he decided to subtly imitate her movements. He brought his hips up gently, before bringing them back down, being sure to drag his PP against hers. Setsuna let out a jittered breath, but she raised an eyebrow. "Really? Come on," she told him, "you can do better than that." He couldn't fault her for thinking that. Izuku conceded, so he cleared his throat and decided to pick it up. He began grinding against her quicker, bringing himself into a tempo that wasn't too fast but wasn't too slow. Setsuna let out an appreciative hum, and her hands, detached from her wrists, began running against his back, feeling him up through his shirt. Izuku let out a small breathe when one of her hands lifted up the shirt, palming at his back. "Nice and muscular," she commented, spreading her lips. "Can't wait to like you up." Izuku grunted, the dirty talk starting to get to him, and picked up the pace. "Now," Setsuna's face broke in a pleasured smile as he continued humping her against the bed, letting out small gasps and giggles. She was far more expressive than Yui, to the surprise of absolutely no one, but Izuku found himself enjoying hearing the sound of her small mms as he continued humping her. Suddenly, her hand left his back and landed on his butt, smacking it. Izuku groaned, and bucked faster into her. "Ha! You like that?" Setsuna managed to say through her mms, sneering. "You like it when I spank you? When I dominate you? I thought you were supposed to be a good little leader for your class. How would they react seeing you like this?" Izuku shook his head, squeezing his eyes shut as he continued grinding. Setsuna grabbed his face and brought him even lower, now practically nose to nose with him while she continued speaking. "Would they be shocked? I think they would be. The guy saying he'll be the future #1 hero, my little beach. You like being my beach? Say it." Say it. I like being your beach," Izuku confessed, heat rising his stomach the more he grinded against her. Setsuna grinned, and threw her arms around his neck, bringing him chest to chest with her. Izuku emmed as he felt her BRSTs through the shirts, confirming that she didn't have a BR on at all as they grinded, and finally laid down completely on top of her, putting his head next to hers as he continued humping her with quickening pace. Her hands, still disconnected from her arms, continued feeling him up, one hand going beneath them to slip up his shirt and feel up his muscles, and the other grabbing his butt, squeezing and helping his movements. Izuku already felt like leaking, the intensity and dirty talking already getting him there. Setsuna smirked up at him, and slipped her hand back out of the shirt to grab a handful of hair. "Oh, yeah, keep going," she growled, jolting below him. "Make me come on, do it, you big ped BSTD." Izuku let out a long his hips practically blurring as he grinded harder on her, being sure to drag his hips hard. Setsuna emmed out, and finally pushed Izuku's head down so that she could kiss him hard, her other hand raising to smack his butt again. Izuku now couldn't stop himself from leaking, letting out a loud grunt as he came inside his breathes, his hips jittering to a stop as he rode out the orgasm. Setsuna grumbled, fixing Izuku with a small glare. "You came," she said, not happy, "and I didn't. You selfish boy." Before Izuku could apologize, she rolled them over so that he was on his back, the green-haired girl straddling him. Quickly, she yanked her shirt over her head, revealing her smaller but perky BRSTs, and the muscles lining her stomach. Izuku gulped, almost tempted to reach up to feel them, but the glare Setsuna was shooting him made him falter. "You were supposed to make me come," she told him, and quickly slid her shorts and panties down her legs, throwing them away. "And you didn't. That deserves some punishment." She stood up, rubbing a finger against her snatch, feeling the wetness. "Get undressed. Now." Izuku was quick to do what she said, ripping his shirt off and working on his belt. He was weirdly aroused by her behavior. She was being mean and bossy, but that shot more heat down to his pelvis, so he didn't mind at all. Once his breathes were off, Setsuna liked her lips at the sight of his PP, but still walked over so that she stood above his head. Slowly, she detached her lower body from her upper one, her dripping allele lowering above his mouth. "You are going to make me come," she ordered him. "You're going to make me come so hard, I'm not going to be able to walk straight for a week." How many times do I have to make you?" Izuku asked, feeling a bit intimidated. "Until I tell you to stop." Without any warning to him, she dropped her hips down directly onto his mouth, Izuku's eyes going wide as her weight was pressed onto his face. Her wet folds were on his mouth, the wetness coming out of it now on his lips. She shifted her hips and smirked down at him, grabbing a handful of his hair. "Now like," she commanded. Izuku shuddered a bit at the order, but sighed and did as he was told. He thought back to all the porn that he watched, and how they would go down on each other. Remembering that it usually needed to be done slowly at first, Izuku shifted his face so he could kiss her thigh, enjoying the soft skin. Setsuna let out a small huff at the feeling of his lips on her thigh, but let out a grumble of dissatisfaction. "Stop fing around at the door," she hissed, using her hand to grip his hair tighter, "and let yourself in." Izuku was at the very least good at taking instructions, and finally shifted his lips to kiss her lower ones. He tried to remember the porn he had watched, and started off as though he was tongue-kissing her, being sure to kiss her folds, and push his tongue to play with her. Setsuna let out a shuddering breath, closing her eyes as he gently played with her. She let out a small gasp as he pushed his tongue a bit further inside. He had just gotten a taste of her, the scent of her CNT suddenly hitting him. Izuku let out a small mmm as he liked up her juices. It was a weird taste, but it was addicting. Izuku took a second to breath, breathing slightly, and drew his tongue against her. Can I touch you? Touch me." Setsuna made a show of thinking about it, putting a finger to her lip, before she smirked down at him. "You can. On one condition." "Yeah." Izuku breathed, pressing another kiss to her PP as she jolted, liking her lips. "Call me your 𝐿 My. Izuku blinked for a second, but rolled with it. Yes 𝐿 Good, Setsuna breathed, and pressed her lower body harder against his mouth. "Now find my CLT. Nibble on it. Be a good boy, and I'll reward you." His mind was already so far gone. After liking and kissing her folds, the promise of a reward was more than appealing to him. Izuku took a second to look before managing to find her CLT at the top of her 𝐔𝐬𝐚𝐽, and immediately went to attack it, remembering the videos and liking at the small point of pleasure, causing Setsuna to out loudly. "That's thing right, you big ped BSing," she out, continuing to squeeze the hand she had in his hair. "You like me the F up, you already came before me, you thing owe me, give it to me, give it to me." She could feel herself start to come closer to 𝐶LMX, the heat rising in her. She began grinding against his face, rubbing her wet entrance against his mouth, and Izuku took that with gusto, sticking his tongue out and liking at her while she began emming even louder. You're a natural," she cried out. "I'm gonna have to make you come here every night, tongue your emesis. Do you want that?" "Yes, emesis," Izuku whispered, continuing to like her as he felt her hips move faster. "I really want that. Oh fucko fuck. Shouting out, Setsuna came hard, squirting directly in Izuku's face. He took it with enthusiasm, though, liking up whichever juices he could while he continued tongue-fing her through her 𝐶LMX. Finally, Setsuna felt herself calm down, breathing raggedly, and lifted her hips slightly. Izuku took deep breaths as well to calm down, wiping his mouth with one hand. He gulped, trying to suck in more air. "Was that enough, MSTS?" No, Setsuna shook her head, eyes alight with malice. "Do that thing again." Without any hesitation, she pressed her PP back down against his mouth, making him jump in surprise as his mouth was stuffed by her again. He didn't complain, though. Her utterly dominating him was a surprising turn-on, so he didn't mind getting some practice in, diving back into her PP and eating her up. This was his life for the next 2 hours, Setsuna sitting her lower body on top of him while her upper half floated around the room, her chest and head laying against the desk, her hands feeling up his muscles, and her mouth occasionally floating over to deliver either small taunts or pressing kisses to his cheeks and forehead, rewarding him for his hard work. True to her word, Setsuna had Izuku make her come until she had enough. For 2 hours, she 𝐒𝐿𝐽𝐵 multiple times, squirting on his face while grinding. She encouraged him to continue by allowing him to massage her butt, giggling at the feeling of his strong and calloused hands gripping at her. Finally, she came one last time, and let out a defeated sigh as her lower part floated across the room, reattaching. She summoned her other body parts so that she was completely intact, slumped over her desk, breathing. Izuku wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, glancing over at her. Are you okay?" he asked, standing up on shaky legs. She let out a small giggle. "Yeah, just need to catch my breath." She managed to get up, rubbing some feeling back into her legs. "Holy SHT, parsley." Yeah." Izuku laughed a bit, and Setsuna gave him a genuine smile, one that didn't have any malice or ulterior motives. She leaned up on her tippy toes and gave him a playful kiss, being sure to taste herself on his lips. Izuku kissed back just as gently, keeping his hands to himself though, until she encouraged him to wrap his arms around her, pressing their chests together as they made out. Finally, they broke apart, and Setsuna laid her head against his chest, hugging him. "Was that okay?" she asked him. "All that dirty talk, it was cool, right?" "Yeah," Izuku confirmed, and blushed a bit. It was pretty hot." "𝐿𝐽𝐵." Setsuna grinned, and looked up at him. "Trust me, this isn't the last time we do this. I know I said every night, but you don't have to, but goddamn, I wanna do this again." I hope so too," Izuku gulped. This made everything a lot worse, sleeping with not one but two of his roommates, but even he couldn't deny the puppy dog look in her eyes as she looked up at him. I didn't get my reward." "Oh." Setsuna smirked. "My little beach wants his reward. How greedy." Relax, I'm kidding. Right now." She hugged him again. "But next time we do this, then your MSTRS will give you your reward. That sound good?" "That sounds really good." After hugging and exchanging a few more kisses, Izuku realized he had to get back to his own room, lest he get caught. They quickly got dressed, Setsuna sure to give him a good look over as he pulled up his clothes. Finally, she pushed him out the door, being sure to give him a small kiss as she bid him good night. Izuku smiled dopily, and began making his way back upstairs, being sure to be quiet. Everyone should have gotten to bed by now, since the house was dark and there were no sounds coming downstairs other than Pony and 𝐒𝐿𝐽𝐵 going over their video games. Neither of the lovers noticed Yui's door open a crack, glaring after them while pouting. Upstairs, Izuku sighed as he opened his door, unable to hide a small smile. Sure, he did feel guilty for breaking Vlad King's trust again, with another girl after all, but he couldn't help but feel a small smidge of pride in him. From Setsuna's reactions to his 𝐭𝐿𝐽𝐵s, and how many times she came today, he thought he had gotten his all game down. It was one thing to hump into Yui until she came, but now he felt genuinely proud of being able to make a girl fall to pieces like that, and that thought made Izuku laugh. He took the time to look around his room a bit, the all-white wallpapers, the nice bed, his desk with his notebooks and computer, Itsuka sitting in his chair, the other hero merchandise he'd collected over the Y. Izuku felt himself go still, realizing what was off that he didn't immediately pick up on. He slowly turned his gaze back to his orange-haired roommate, who was sitting in his chair with her legs crossed and arms folded, putting her phone away. And she did not look happy. "Hey, Midoriya," she said shortly, "we need to talk." "Hey Midoriya. We need to talk." Those 6 words were enough to strike a bolt of fear straight into Izuku's heart as his roommate stood up from his chair, giving him a glare. He knew that Itsuka was well known as the big sister of Class 1B, the glue that kept them together, who could always be relied on to be kind, empathetic and all around nice. But that beacon of reliance and hope was not in the room with him right now. No, now he was on the receiving end of her suddenly cold eyes, completely depleted of the usual warmth there, with the stare being so intense he felt like packing his bags and running as far away as he could from the house. She was dressed in her pajamas, a pair of pink breathes and a blue shirt decorated with hearts, and her hair was out of her usual ponytail, but rather than look cute, it made her look even more intimidating. So, Itsuka started, leaning against his desk and giving him a wide smile that did not at all reach her cold eyes, her voice all light and flowery as she chatted with him as though they had just seen each other on the street and said hello. "I didn't see you at dinner at all." Izuku tried hard to make sure his face didn't look guilty, or surprised or fearful. It was best to play this as dumbly as he could, so she didn't suspect anything off. "I was hanging out with Ida." Itsuka nodded slowly, making it pretty clear that she didn't buy that for a second. "Well, that's good. It's important to hang out with your friends. It'd be weird if you just stayed here all the time, after all." Right. Well, that's pretty interesting. You wanna know what I did tonight? I came back from shopping with Yui, put away our stuff, made a bit of dinner, and then went to Yui's to hang out. And you know what, Midoriya? Itsuka leaned forward. I heard the strangest thing coming out of Setsuna's room. Izuku felt himself freeze up, staring at his roommate's face in growing horror. The small fake smile on her face faded away, replaced by a glare that intensified the longer she looked at him. Izuku felt himself start to go into fight or flight mode, and prayed he entered flight mode. He did not like his chances with Itsuka glaring at him like that. It sounded like she was a Ming. Itsuka raised an eyebrow. Now, normally, I'd just ignore it, or knock to tell her to quiet down. What she does in the privacy of her room is her own business. But then, I heard something else. Do you want to know what it was? Gu. It was you. You Ming. You were in there with her. Now, I consider myself pretty novice when it comes to stuff like that, so I tend to not stick my head in it. But I'm a pretty smart girl. I can figure stuff out. So you want to know what I think you were doing? Itsuka started walking slowly forward, her fists slowly beginning to grow. I can do, you. Itsuka's sarcastic flowery voice was gone, replaced by steel and anger as her quirk began growing her hands to large scale, clenching them into hard fists. Were cheating on my best friend. Izuku blinked, not really getting what she meant at first. That seemed to be a recurring issue with him. Cheating on her best friend. Yui. She was talking about Yui. Why did, and then he understood, in a moment of clarity, how evasive he had been with Itsuka about what Yui had done to him during the movie. How he promised to make it better by himself. Setsuna's hint about what he had been up to with Yui last night this morning was obvious to him. It would have obvious to Itsuka as well. And if she did overhear him and Setsuna's activities, that meant, oh god. Itsuka thought Izuku was cheating on Yui with Setsuna. Keikenu, I thought you were a pretty good guy, Midoriya, Itsuka growled, and Izuku backed up into his door, fear crawling at him as she advanced. Of all the guys to do something so wrong, I didn't expect you. Well, I can't exactly drag you to Vlad King, since you're not technically doing anything wrong, but do you know what I can do? I can make sure you never, ever hurt my best friend like that again. And I'm going to do that by beating you black and blue. She then drew her fist back, prepared to punch him straight through the door, when Izuku threw his hands to cover his face and yelled, I'm not in a relationship with Kodai. For a few tense-filled seconds, Izuku screwed his eyes shut, preparing for a gigantic fist to knock him senseless, but it never came. He squinted one eye open to see Kendo tilt her head, her glare still on her face, but her fist still held back. What do you mean? I'm not in a relationship with Kodai. I admit, we slept together, but we aren't dating. We aren't, I swear. For a few tense-filled seconds, the two stared at each other, Izuku praying to every god and all might that she believed him. Itsuka still gave him a questioning glare, but thankfully, her fist began shrinking back down to normal, her fighting stance slumping back to a normal posture. But she still fixed him with that glare as though she didn't really believe him. All right, Midoriya, she said coldly, no more lies or half-truths. What's going on? Izuku winced at her calling him out on his lies, but he shook his head. Okay, I'll tell you. I think I owe you that much. Just, can you give me a second to breath? I thought you were going to punch me through the wall. Itsuka was sure to give him a glare. Jury's still out on that. Izuku winced, but now was not the time to feel guilty. He had a feeling that she wasn't bluffing. As quickly as he could, he sat down on his bed and explained everything that had happened, from Yui coming on to him and making out with him the first night, to her teasing him, to the grinding, to the sex they had. Itsuka frowned, but sat down in his chair and listened as Izuku continued to explain how Setsuna obviously overheard them, and found out they weren't an item, so when he had asked her not to talk to anyone, she had compromised that if he messed around with her, she would keep her mouth shut. There was about a minute of silence while Itsuka digested Izuku's explanation, the green-haired boy gulping and looking nervously at her as she thought it over. Finally, she spoke up. Okay. It's here. Itsuka shook her head. I probably should have seen this coming. You'd know they'd have sex with me. No, not exactly, but I should have seen someone coming on to you. Itsuka sighed and leaned back against the chair. Okay, Midoriya, first I'm going to just say I'm sorry for, jumping to conclusions. It's okay, Izuku nodding, feeling a bit guilty. I can see how you came to that. It's just, I probably should have seen you hitting on you coming, Itsuka pouted. She's a good friend, but she's always thirsty. I just assumed that meant she liked checking us out, or other guys. I didn't think that she would, stuck you. Yeah. But Itsuka sighed, her eyes narrowing slightly. I didn't think, here. Yeah, I didn't see that coming either, Izuku confessed, leaning forward and putting his elbows on his knees. So, what are you going to do now, Midoriya? Itsuka asked, looking back up. I mean, it's really none of my business, and technically you're not doing anything wrong. Vlad King thought you'd do something untoward, but it is innocence. But Midoriya, you know how this could backfire, right? Backfire? Izuku blinked, looking to her in confusion. I mean, yeah, she nodded. Sure, it's all good now. You said you weren't dating, and I don't think you're dating Set, but what happens if you guys do catch feelings? It'll end bad for all of you. Izuku winced, realizing that he had not thought out that. So caught up in feeling good with each of them, he hadn't completely considered the consequences. What would happen if he was forced to choose between Setsuna and Yui? And he hadn't considered the other girls' reactions to what happened if that got out. So caught up in feeling guilty about abusing Vlad King's trust, he hadn't considered their feelings. Obviously, you need to think about it, Itsuka said as Izuku trailed off in thought, standing up from the desk. Just promise that you'll be easy with them. If you do choose, let the other one off gently, please. And if you do need help, you can talk to me, okay? Okay, can do. Okay, Itsuka smiled kindly. She was surprised about feeling so soft around him right now, especially considering she came up here to beat the CRP out of him, and went to the door, opening it gently and stepping out. Good night, Midoriya. Good night, can do. The bell rung for lunch the next day, Ectoplasm putting his things away and heading out, math finished. As Class 1B got their stuff out, Itsuka rolled her eyes as Monoma immediately stopped at her desk, asking exactly what he had been asking for the last week. What did he do? Can do dash, for God's sake, Monoma, Itsuka snapped, feeling more than annoyed as she pulled out her lunch. Midoriya is not doing anything. So shut the hell up and leave me in peace. Kendu, you know that can't be true. Monoma protested, looking manic. This is our only opportunity to learn the inner workings of Class 1A. Their most gullible member, with notebooks filled with their notebooks. If we took it from him, we'd be able to finally defeat them. Why are you so stubborn? You'd think that dash. Itsuka glared up at him while subtly starting to grow her hand, the subtly message of what would happen if he didn't shut up clear. Thankfully, Monoma took the hint, and huffed as he went back to his seat on the other side of the class, pouting. Sighing, Itsuka sat back in her seat, sighing, while Setsuna took a seat beside her in Shoda's seat, grinning. I think one day he's going to break and try to enter our dorms, she joked, and Itsuka shook her head. If he does, I'm going to bury him in the forest, she sighed, opening her bento and taking out her chopsticks. I've got enough to deal with than Monoma breaking into the house. 𝐿𝐵𝐵. Oh, that reminds me, we're doing training tonight, Itsuka told her, scooping up some rice and putting it in her mouth. We gotta do some strength training. Oh, God, no, Setsuna groaned, flopping against the desk miserably. Last time we did that I couldn't move for days. Please, don't make me go through that again. Too bad, Itsuka laughed a bit, reaching over and patting her head. You need that training more than anything. Your quirk could improve if your muscles aren't all weak. Says Miss Amazon over here, Setsuna grumped. I bet Parsley doesn't have to do that. Parsley is training with Ida tonight, he told me. Itsuka raised an eyebrow, seeing this as an opportunity to bring up their most recent problem. And speaking of Midoriya. Setsuna raised her head from the desk, looking around in curiosity. Set, I know it's none of my business, but hey. The two girls looked around to see you staring down at them, looking disinterested. Her eyes, however, told a different story. Yui. Itsuka blinked. What's up? Not much. I just heard that Midoriya and Uraraka are having a fight outside. What? Itsuka gasped, standing up, while Setsuna also looked shocked. Midoriya and Uraraka. Those two get along great. What's going on? No idea, Yui shook her head, and Itsuka sighed before leaving her desk, heading for the door and sliding it open. Setsuna rolled her eyes but also got up, intending to go see what was going on. Yui also decided to follow, advising them to head out to Gym Gamma. They arrived there several minutes later, only needing to listen to the sound of distant shouting. Izuku and Okiko were glaring at each other while exchanging yells. To the side, Ida, Todoroki, Momo, Kyuka, Nejiya and Mirio were watching the argument, their expressions unreadable. Itsuka, Setsuna and Yui finally arrived, Setsuna breathing slightly from the run. Hey guys, Itsuka gasped out, breathing, I heard there was an argument. What's going on? Why aren't you stopping it? Why aren't we stopping it? Mirio laughed, pointing at them. Because it's hilarious. Taken aback, Itsuka looked around to Izuku and Okiko exchanging heated words, and listened to what they were actually saying. What they were arguing about pretty much put a stop to the worried thoughts going through her head. Admit it. Okiko accused, pointing a finger. You've got a new best friend in 1B, don't you? After everything we went through together, you just replaced me. Are you kidding? Izuku crossed his arms, defensive. You think I don't appreciate everything we have? Besides, if anyone's replacing best friends, it's you. You always hang out with Asui. We go to the same internship. And you live with her. What's your point? As they continued arguing, Itsuka gave them her best "are you kidding me" face, while Setsuna grinned and watched the show. Aunt. Itsuka sighed, not believing her eyes. Aren't you guys gonna step in? No, Momo shook her head. Usually, once one of them starts crying, everything's fine. Just watch. For a few more minutes, the two accused each other of getting new best friends, until they took a minute to catch their breaths, glaring at each other and refusing to back down. And then, Izuku's lips started quivering. Small tears began filling his eyes. Okiko took a small, quick breath at the sight, and said stubbornly, I won't break. Not this time, Deku. Izuku continued to quiver, barely holding his angry face together. I won't break. A single tear dripped out onto his cheek. I won't. Izuku now couldn't stop himself from crying, his angry face dissolving almost immediately. His face changed within seconds, exactly as long as it took for Okiko to break as well, immediately bursting into tears as the two stumbled towards each other, grabbing each other in a hug while crying their eyes out, much to Itsuka and Setsuna's bewilderment. I'm sorry for yelling at you. Me too. You're still my best friend. You're my best friend. I love you, Okiko. I love you too, Deku. The two best friends continued their cries of I love you and my bestest friend in the world while their little audience shook their heads while laughing, enjoying the oddly heartwarming end to this argument, while Nejiya put a hand to her cheek and beamed at them. They're so cute, she cooed, Well, not in the same way though. Midoriya's cute in the way like a puppy I want to play with all day. Okuko's cute in the way I want to bend her over and dash. Okay, that's enough fun for you. Midoriya was quick to pick her up, putting her over his shoulder and starting to carry her off. Nejiya whined a bit about not being able to hang out with her girlfriend anymore, but still gave them a wave. Itsuka rolled her eyes, but gestured for Setsuna and Yui to follow. She had her chance to talk to them about what they were doing with Izuku ruined, but that was okay, she would do it another time. Itsuka glanced back at Izuku and Okuko hugging, and shook her head a bit in amusement. She totally did not shoot down a small spike of jealousy seeing Izuku hug her, though. No way. No chance in hell. Izuku let out a tired sigh as he opened the door later that day, sweat clinging to him through his gym clothes. After class, Ida, Okuko, and 𝐿𝐼 went for a marathon run as training, jogging around the campus for 2 hours. By the end, they were all a sweaty mess, 𝐿𝐼 using his ice quirk to cool off while Okuko fell to the ground in defeat, Ida being the only one not affected by the long run. Izuku had just made it back to the dorm house, and was ready to eat something, take a bath and pass out in his room. As Izuku grabbed a cereal bar to eat to help him get over the pain in his stomach, he wondered if it was around time for him to take a shower so he wasn't sitting around for an hour in his own stink. He glanced at the time on the oven, and blinked in confusion. It read that it was 6:27, but he thought it was 7. He checked his phone, opening it up and confirming the time. He glanced back at the oven, but then it came to him. The power must have gone off sometime this afternoon, and now the oven was an hour behind. Well, no big deal, Izuku thought as he climbed the stairs to his room. He could reset it once he was done with his shower. He was feeling very grimy, his marathon run with Tenya, Okuko, and 𝐿𝐼 left him exhausted, and since it was about an hour after the girls were supposed to be done with their showers, he figured he was safe. Entering his room, he threw aside his backpack onto his desk as he grabbed some clothes from the dresser, picking out his favorite joke shirt and a pair of black shorts with strips. He exited his room and headed downstairs towards the bathroom, opening it with a sigh. The room was gigantic, with no covers for the showers, and a large bathtub for at least 6 people to sit in. He had yet to use the bath, tempted to but deciding not to overstay his welcome in the bathroom. He might do that sometime, though, the thought of relaxing in a bathtub full of warm water was inviting to him. Izuku quickly stripped out of his sweaty clothes, leaving them on the bench as he stepped up to a stall, turning the knob on for the water. He stood back a bit as the water warmed up, and sighed as he stepped into it, the warmth immediately relaxing his sore joints. Izuku made sure to grab his shampoo and squr some into his hand, rubbing them together before raising them to his hair. As he relaxed his scalp with the shampoo, he couldn't help but think back to what a crazy weekend he just had. First it was with Yui, Izuku remised as he relaxed under the warm water and steam that came onto him heavily before sealing the deal on Saturday, going to her room and having secretary. It wasn't how Izuku pictured losing his virginity, and he would never have guessed who he would have lost it to. Memories and dreams of Okuko, Tsuyu and Momo filled his mind briefly before he shook them away. Those were fantasies of the past. Although he couldn't complain, Yu, although as new to this as he was, had made their first time intense and hot, and the very thought of it sent a small wave of pleasure through him, his PP twitching and growing slightly. Then next was Setsuna, and her way of suggesting how she would be silent. Izuku wouldn't deny that it was very weird at first, being utterly dominated and used for her pleasure, but it wasn't unwelcomed. In fact, Izuku shuddered at the memory and phantom feeling of her PP on his lips, her RLL in his mouth. It had been very hot, with the side effect of being very educational. He had always worried that he wouldn't be very good at all, but from Setsuna's praises and reactions, he figured he had it down. But now the thought of her Aming and Yui wrapped around him filled his mind, and Izuku shuddered as his PP grew to full mast at the memory of both girls, Yui underneath him and Aming with that appealing face, Setsuna grinning ferally and claiming him. Izuku fought down another shiver as he grabbed his PP in one hand, leaning his arm against the stall wall and beginning to rub, the thoughts of both girls on his mind. He wasn't too worried about being loud, the girls were probably still training like Itsuka said, and the way his body was reacting to his movements in the hot water, he wouldn't last long. Itsuka sighed as she opened the door with her key, rubbing a hand through her sweaty hair. The girls behind her let out various grumbles of dissatisfaction, the sweat clinging to them in the hot summer air as they trooped in. Itsuka's training had gone on for about 2 hours, so each one was tired, sore, and ready for today to be done. Lights aren't on, Itsuka noted as she flipped the switch, observing the empty room. Midoriya must not be back yet from his training with Ida. What time is it? Kinoko muttered, feeling too tired to check herself. Being this sweaty is not shroomtastic. I'm too tired to call you out on your shitty pun, Setsuna sighed, glancing over at the oven. None of the girls brought their phones with them for training, thinking back to the time you lost hers in the run and having to spend 3 hours trying to find it. Hey, 6, that's enough time for us to shower before Midoriya gets back, right? 𝐴𝐵𝐵𝐵. Itsuka nodded, remembering the schedule. He can't shower until 7ish anyway. I think we should all shower at the same time, though, so when Midoriya gets back he's not waiting for long. The other girls nodded in confirmation, and slowly made their way to their rooms to grab their shower stuff. They knew that they couldn't enjoy the cool water for long, so they planned to make this quick, stripping out of their gym stuff and wrapping towels around themselves while grabbing their shampoo and conditioner. The girls were so determined to get into the showers and relax a bit before Izuku came home, they didn't bother to look at the times on their alarm clocks as they quickly left. They made their way back to the bottom floor where the showers were, Yui not bothering to hide her checking them out. Everyone was too used to her being an open pervert to call her out on it. Although no one noticed Leiko glancing at Yui's, but she was at the very least subtle about it. Itsuka, I will pay you to never have us do that again, Setsuna grumbled as they walked down the hall, rubbing her shoulder while Ibara adjusted her towel. I'm aching. It's good for your muscles, Itsuka argued, still feeling somewhat energetic. She was used to the intense training, so she wasn't like the zombies the rest of the girls were behind her. It strengthens them. Doesn't mean it doesn't hurt, Kinoko whined. Well, just think about it like this, Itsuka said as she turned the knob on the door, Pony having to physically stop herself from walking into her in the zombie state she was in. Tonight it hurts, but tomorrow you'll feel more than good. Like seriously, first time I did this when I was a kid I was wincing with every step, but after a few times I could. The other girls raised their eyebrows in confusion as Itsuka faltered in her talk, staring into the bathroom with wide eyes, and each girl, curious, poked their heads in. What they saw made each and everyone's jaw drop, although Setsuna and Yui were quick to close theirs once they saw what it was. Standing in the warm water was Izuku, completely, fully naked. Not with the towel wrapped around him like the girls, but completely naked. He was standing facing the stall, water dripping down his body, which was far more muscular than any of the girls thought, and holding. Okay, that was his PP. His very irked PP. His very big PP. Izuku had turned slightly at the sound of the door opening, and felt himself freeze at the sight of all the girls poking their heads in and their eyes automatically going down to his. Okay, and now Izuku was exploding in a blush, staring in horror as every single one of his roommates stared at his irkton. Ibara and Pony had gone full red-faced, jaws hanging open as they couldn't tear their gaze away. Leiko and Kinoko held themselves slightly better, looking down, realizing what it was, and then immediately glancing away, cheeks very red. Yui and Setsuna glanced at the PP they grew familiar with and instead leaned back, enjoying the eye candy in front of them. And Itsuka, staring at Izuku in a mixture of horror and surprise, was the only one to realize that Izuku was standing naked in front of them, and they were standing half naked in front of him. She grew out her hands and slammed them together, creating a small shield so that the girls would be blocked from Izuku's vision, and he from theirs. She screamed, Midoriya, what are you doing? It's our bath time now, yours ain't for another hour. WWH what? Izuku immediately cupped his privates, which would be easier if it wasn't fully irked. I don't understand, it's my dash, and then Izuku realized it, and he felt himself pale in horror. Did you look at the time on the oven? Why does that matter? It's behind. The power went off today, so it's an hour behind. Whatever. As quickly as she could, Itsuka reached for the door, and slammed it shut, finally getting the view of Izuku standing naked in the shower away from them. Itsuka shrunk her hands, and almost collapsed against the door, breathing slightly. The other girls fought hard to get their blushes under control, 𝐒𝐿 tending to a comatose Ibara as she stared blankly ahead. What the hell is he thinking? Itsuka ranted slightly, rubbing her cheeks. This is our bath time. The girls turned to see Setsuna glancing at her phone, which she had grabbed but not looked at when she got changed. Sorry, class prez, but... She raised it, showing the time at 7. It took another 10 minutes before Izuku timidly left the bathroom, fully dressed and shaking. He walked in small steps out to the hall, slowly heading towards the living room where the stairs were. When he reached the living room, however, he let out a small squeak as each girl was seated on the couches and chairs, not talking at all. They were thankfully dressed this time, not hanging around in their towels. They glanced up when they saw Izuku there, blushing furiously, and the girls had to fight their own blushes down, subconsciously glancing at his covered breathes. Izuku gulped, tempted to throw himself down in full dejiza. I'm sorry for wait, Midoriya, Itsuka interrupted, standing up. Izuku glanced at her, seeing her fighting her own blush down as she awkwardly looked anywhere but him. That was our own mistake. We should have double-checked the time before we headed in. She stiffly bowed to him, still not looking at him. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, sorry, 𝐒𝐿 muttered, and Kinoko muttered, the girls staring at their knees. Sorry, Midori, Pony said in English. You nodded, not looking very sorry. Sorry, Setsuna said cheekily. Ibara stayed quiet, not able to look at anyone. Okay, Izuku nodded a bit stiffly, still red in the face. It's okay, it wasn't anyone's fault. Sure, Itsuka sighed, and straightened her back. For now, though, we should take our shower. Yeah, Izuku gulped, nodding robotically, and quickly went up the stairs. Good night. There was a chorus of good nights that followed him as he headed up to his room, turned on his light, sat down at his desk and tried hard not to think about what just happened. He had been caught. He had been caught in the shower by everyone. Everyone had seen him naked. Groaning lowly, Izuku hit his head against the desk, desperately trying to fight down the blush that didn't seem to be going away. What was worse was that he almost saw them all naked as well. They were wearing thin towels, and he had gotten a good glance at them before Itsuka reacted and threw her hands up. And that was not helping him at all. He could still make out their features in the brief moment he had seen them. He could think of Itsuka's toned arms, Pony's cute curves, Ibara's figure, 𝐒𝐿's butt, Kinoko, and how, holy essie, he knew that her Lolita clothes had to hide something, but he never considered that she was a short stack. Izuku quickly slapped his face and tried to concentrate on something else, dragging up his notebook and working on some entries, trying desperately not to think about the girls a few floors below him showering. A half hour later, Izuku hadn't had much luck getting his attention somewhere else, little Deku starting to poke at his breathes, and he was about to consider running back downstairs, see if everyone was gone, and take a very cold shower before he heard a knock at the door. He blinked, and then had a strange suspicion. He quickly headed to the door and opened it to reveal Yui, staring up at him with that deadpan stare, but Izuku clearly saw the want in her eyes. He let out a small gulp, feeling the strain in his pajama breathes, and tried to speak. He didn't need to get in more trouble with the girls, and this seemed to scream trouble. At least he could try to make sure this didn't escalate out of control. "Keika's on your bed," she instructed him, and Izuku snapped to attention, all the previous fight going out of him in that second. Goddamn horniness. He scrambled to his bed, sitting down as Yui followed him, sitting between his legs and already pulling down his breathes. Izuku realized what she wanted to do, and let out a shuddering breath as she grasped his PP in one hand, giving a few rubs to have it stand back up at full mast. Izuku let out a small as she inhaled his PP, putting half in her mouth before slowly raising herself off it, being sure to drag her tongue against it. Without hesitation, Yui began bobbing her head up and down, blowing him moderately so that he laid against his bed with one hand in her hair as he thrilled to the wet sensation of her mouth, the mental images of the other girls on his mind, much to his guilt, but he figured that Yui knew why his PP was already hard, she wouldn't mind. As for Yui, there were two reasons she wanted to do this tonight. For one, The sight of him in that shower drove her practically insane, making her feel lucky that her towel and pajama breathes were hiding the mess she had running down her legs, and she really wanted to make sure he got some release since he saw everyone almost naked. 4-2, however, was a pettier reason. She had heard him with Setsuna, being utterly dominated while the dinosaur-loving girl taunted him with dirty talk. She had masturbated to those noises for hours, a feeling of allelel and jealously driving her fingers between her legs. She had meant what she said about them not being in a relationship, but even she could feel competitive. And judging from how 𝐒𝐿 out as he exploded in her mouth, she felt like she was winning, Yui smugly thought as she swallowed his seed. Itsuka grumbled as she flipped through her motorcycle magazine, trying hard to read the little text on the page. The girls had showered quickly, not talking to each other, and after they were done, got something to eat very quickly and went straight to bed. It was an unspoken agreement that they did not discuss what they had seen tonight, and everyone decided to hit the hay for various reasons. Itsuka would have stayed up a bit later to make sure Setsuna and Yui behaved, but she was understandably distracted right now. As much as she hated it, she couldn't get the thought of Izuku out of her head. She hated that she had thought Izuku a bit weird for sleeping with Yui and Setsuna in quick succession, and had called him out on it, and now here she was, probably in Yui and Setsuna's shoes now. The image of his body standing under the steam kept coming to her no matter how hard she tried to concentrate on something else. She grunted and threw the magazine away, laying on her back in bed while glaring at the ceiling. As cold as her shower had been, she still couldn't calm down. Izuku glancing over at her rubbing his pee had seared itself into her brain. She cursed him out for being surprisingly hot, and how his clothes somehow hid all of that. His arms that looked like they were carved from stone, scars littering them. His strong legs that looked like they could crush her head in them. His torso, muscular but not like the movies where they were dehydrated, just perfectly healthy looking. And yes, even his pee, much bigger than she had thought, and hadn't thought about it, but not to a weird degree, a perfect one. Itsuka closed her eyes, and tried hard to think about anything else. Homework, her motorcycle, her parents, movies, video games, Izuku, her friends, grass, Izuku, Vlad King, Minoma, Awase, Tetsu, Izuku, Itsuka groaned and rolled around, putting her hand down near her leg. She couldn't not think about it. As hard as she tried to throw that memory from her brain, she couldn't. The image of him kept rushing into her mind. She kept thinking of him in the shower, still rubbing his pee, and looking over at her. The girls weren't there, and Itsuka joined him, stood with him, showering. His hands on her, feeling her up, rubbing her muscles, her rubbing his, grabbing his pee, him shoving her against the wall, her shoving him against the wall, lining that gorgeous pee up with her second. Itsuka blinked, breathing slightly, and glanced down. To her horror, she had her hand in her breathes, gently fingering herself. She had done that entirely without realizing. Itsuka froze, and ripped the hand out of her breathes, flopped onto her stomach, grabbed her pillow, and screamed as loudly as she could into it. It wasn't going away. Ibara groaned as she threw off her covers, the comforter suddenly far too hot tonight despite the air conditioner on the side. She would normally be able to sleep under the covers even if it was very hot. It was a comfort thing to her, to have a warm weight on her while she slept, but right now, it was almost insufferable. And she knew exactly why. The sight of Izuku, standing in the shower, was still heavily on her mind, and had been for the last hour. She felt a large amount of shame well within her as she couldn't get the image out of her mind, of Izuku standing naked in the shower, his muscles dripping in the water, his hair in his face, his pee standing at attention in his hands. It was sinful, it was wrong, it was borderline heresy, and yet, she couldn't help herself but feel a warm, uncomfortable feeling rising within her. She closed her eyes tightly, trying to think of literally anything else, but the image of him standing above her, smiling down with all those muscles kept invading her thoughts, and she let out a small whine as she sat up, turned on her bedside light, and grabbed her Bible to read through it. It was a sin, she kept reminding herself, flipping through the pages, and not just any sin, but lust. Ibara let out a small exhale as she brushed her fingers against some of the scriptures, her mind already wandering. It wasn't that she didn't think Izuku wasn't attractive or unappealing. Indeed, she would admit there were a few times where Izuku helped her with dinner, or would go on a run with her or walk through her little garden out back, where he would do something cute and it would send a warm feeling through her heart. But this was not that warmth. Ibara shook her head. This was longing. An impulse. And an impulse that was harder and harder to get under control. Ibara, contrary to popular belief, wasn't the almighty Christian girl that some people thought she was. She didn't follow every passage of the Bible by heart. She knew it was impossible for her to do everything in the Bible and lead a good life. Sometimes she would have to sin. She was becoming a hero. For goodness sakes, fighting with people had to go against something. Although she had devoted herself to restraining her opponents, she knew that one day she might have to fight. So no, she didn't follow every Bible passage ritually. But that didn't mean that she could dream about her roommate, one that she wasn't even in a relationship with. Now, if they were in a relationship and that thought made Ibara's face go red, this wouldn't be as bad. She would feel certainly less guilty about thinking about his naked form then, but this wasn't that. She couldn't dream about Izuku, and certainly not put the moves on him, as Yui would say. Well, Ibara sighed to herself, leaning back against her pillows, I'm sure the rest of my classmates are handling this with far more maturity than I am. Pony let out a small mmm as she continued moving against her pillow, naked and laying on her side while she grinded. She squeezed her legs tightly together as she continued grinding on her pillow, thoughts of Izuku and his large PP consuming her as her pleasure increased. Seeing him wet in the shower, rubbing at his PP, all those muscles standing out to her, was driving her into a frenzy the moment she got back to her room, yanking off her clothes and starting to hump her pillow, imagining it was him between her legs. She was aware that she had started crushing on the boy a few weeks ago, his kindness and adorable looks getting to her almost immediately. She had always thought he was cute, his soft-looking green hair, the appealing green eyes, the smile that would stop wars. But she had never considered him in that light before, and now the image of his naked body was burned into her memory, not that she minded. Pony let out a small cry as she clenched, imagining him between her legs grinding his large PP against her PP. The image of him dominating her, riding her to oblivion was so overpowering she shuddered even after her orgasm was done. As she felt herself start to drift off to sleep, she smiled softly to herself, imagining those soft-looking lips kissing her senseless. There was a soft knock on the door, and 𝐒𝐿 already knew who it was. She tiptoed over and opened the door to reveal Kinoko, who gave her a small wave. Hey, she said, a bit shyly. Normally she would be a lot more forward. I'm here for 𝐿𝐿. 𝐒𝐿 nodded, and pointed over to her bed, where the DLDS she had gotten out were placed, waiting for them. Thank you, Kinoko sighed, walking over and picking up the big black one. Midoriya's PP has got me shrooming for a good ping. I'm sure. 𝐒𝐿 rolled her eyes a bit, the pun being weak, but still pulled down her breathes to grab her pail one and the bottle of lube. The two girls had made a habit recently of masturbating together, using both the DLDS and the sight of each other playing with themselves to get themselves off. Usually, it was due to boredom or stress, as it helped them calm down. But 𝐒𝐿 knew that this time, they weren't going to be fantasizing about each other. Kinoko already had the fake PP in her and was umming as 𝐒𝐿 finished lubing up her butt, taking the DLD and slowly pushing it in as she whined. Both girls were already imagining Izuku being the one behind their pleasure, and the girls, with Izuku's body in the shower on their minds, were dissatisfied that their DLDS, which would normally do the job, seemed a bit smaller tonight. Setsuna let out a small snicker as she finished snapping her last picture, sitting naked in her chair. After observing all of her ND pictures, nodding in satisfaction, she sent them straight to Izuku, smirking as she imagined her fellow green-haired roommate's reaction to pictures he could jack off to anytime. She was sure to send a quick text of a little reward for my good boy, before swiping off her messages and checking to make sure the app she just downloaded was done. Opening it up and switching it to the mature setting, she observed the little cards coming up in front of her, and let out an evil laugh. Awesome, Setsuna grinned sinisterly. Time for a little game of truth or dare. Game night. Setsuna announced a little before lunch, jumping down the stairs and holding out her phone to the table as they ate breakfast. It's time for game night. Izuku glanced up from the homework he was helping Pony and 𝐒𝐿 with, curious. The other girls, who were around the room doing various activities, also looked up at her, but they didn't seem all that surprised as Izuku was. Ibara returned to making her lunch. Kinoko continued making mushrooms on her piece of paper, warily watched out of the corner of everyone's eyes, and Yu looked up from her movie she was watching on her laptop. Itsuka shrugged her shoulders from where she was on her phone, shopping for motorcycle parts. Why not? She said reasonably. I don't think we've done game night at all since we've moved in. Awesome. Setsuna grinned. Game night? Izuku inquired, and 𝐒𝐿 turned to explain. Basically, our night where we sit back and play a game, she explained as though this were a complicated thing to explain. Usually we take turns to pick which games to play. And this time, it's my turn. Setsuna proudly announced. And I got just the game to play. Okay, just lay it on us. Itsuka rolled her eyes, putting down her phone. What game do you want to play? I'm glad you asked, Setsuna grinned, holding out her phone. For tonight's awesome game, I choose. Drum roll please. Pony giggled and began drumming her fingers against the table, causing everyone to giggle lightly while Setsuna made this as dramatic as she could. The game, ladies and gentlemen, is Truth or Dare. She proudly proclaimed, expecting applause and cheers. Which she didn't get, because everyone froze up when they heard that. Izuku felt his pencil fall from his fingers looking at the girl he was casually having sex with as though she just announced that fact in front of a live studio audience. Itsuka gave her a tired stare, while the other girls lost whatever enthusiasm they had. What? Setsuna blinked in confusion. What's up? Really? Truth or Dare? Itsuka sighed, standing up and shaking her head. Come on, Set, we thought it would be like Monopoly or Sorry, not that. What's wrong with Truth or Dare? Setsuna protested, looking around. The Class 1A girls played it last week, and they had fun. They are all girls, 𝐒𝐿 reminded her. We have a guy here. Here. What's that mean? No, I don't have to participate. Izuku waved his hands, going a bit red. If you guys wanted to do Truth or Dare, I could just go to my room for the night. I don't have to participate in game night if you guys don't want to, it can just be you girls. Hate to break this to you, dude. Itsuka shot a half-hearted glare at him, but you are a girl now, you're in this house so you're an honorary girl. You have to participate in game night. Izuku gulped at that, going even redder, but Itsuka shook her head and turned back to Setsuna. Well, it is your turn for game night, Itsuka conceded, although she didn't look very happy about it. So if the game is Truth or Dare, the game is Truth or Dare. She did shoot an accusing glare at her. But nothing naughty. We are not going to be, you know what I mean. Oh, yeah, of course. Setsuna lied as naturally as she breathed, crossing her heart. We'll just be having fun. I got the app on my phone, I'll set it so it's nothing too raunchy. This was obviously a lie, but no one picked up on it, going back to their regular activities while Yui nodded in confirmation that she was good with what was going to happen, while Setsuna chuckled and went back to her room to grab something. She was fully intending to put the app on her phone to the most mature setting, with plans to make sure that this was as interesting as it could be. Mostly, as she glanced at Izuku out of the corner of her eye, so that her dear Parsley could have his own fun with everyone else. It had been a week since what had been called the shower incident by 𝐒𝐿, and no one had brought it up, agreeing without anyone vocalizing it to never speak of it again. Setsuna knew, however, that it was still on everyone's minds, although no one called anyone out on it. Izuku had been embarrassed to see everyone the next morning, quickly grabbing his food before running to class. Pony had a hard time for the first 2 days looking at him in the eye, her eyes wandering before she managed to get them under control. Even Ibara had a hard time looking him in the eye. All of this was picked up by Setsuna, who watched and plotted all week. She was a bit disappointed that she only had sex once with Izuku this week, stress from classes preventing them from getting together. She knew that Yui had snuck into Izuku's room the night of the shower incident, since she had left her room and only came back after brushing her teeth. On Wednesday, Setsuna had come up to Izuku's room in time after everyone went to bed, and made the moves on him, getting him pinned to the bed while she gave him his reward. In this case, her sking him off and then riding him vigorously, giving him dirty talk all the time. Izuku didn't really respond to the dirty talk anymore, but she could tell he was enjoying the little treat she was giving him. As she went into her room to grab her binder full of notes, she was reminiscing his reactions to her rough ride on him before she heard a voice behind her. "You aren't slick, you know." Setsuna jumped a bit, whirling around to see you standing in the door, giving her a deadpan look. "Yo." Setsuna greeted her, putting down the notebook. "I'll have you know that I'm very dash. Why are you doing a truth or dare game?" Yui didn't waste any time, cutting Setsuna off. "You're already having sex with him, why do you want to put him in that situation with everyone else? Is this a protest I hear?" Setsuna laughed, sitting down in her chair. "I thought you weren't dating him." "I'm not, and neither are you." Yui shook her head. "Doesn't mean that I'm not wondering what you're doing. You've already got me to compete for his time, why are you bringing everyone in?" "Please, there is a genius to my scheme," Setsuna smirked. "Just sit back and see. Trust me." "No. I won't. Just tell me now." "You have no flair for the dramatic," Setsuna grumped, crossing her arms. "Fine. I'm thinking. You know how Parsley doesn't have a lot of confidence." 𝐒𝐻𝐈 blinked at that. "Yeah, of course. He stutters all the time." No, not like that." Setsuna shook her head. "Like, in the bedroom. There's gotta be a lot of passion before he gets really into it, right? Like, every time we F he's just doing what we say, right? Or at least he's doing that with me." Yui didn't say anything to that, but she didn't have to. She did notice, during the time she went upstairs, Izuku was content to let her do his thing. Not like he was a slug, mind you, he still held her and kissed her and felt her up, but he was content to let her lead. It was nice, but... "So you're doing this with the mindset he'll get more confident?" Yui finally asked. "Hell yeah." Setsuna nodded enthusiastically, pleased she got it. "If he makes out with a few more people, maybe feel them up a bit, and then they do the old stuck me shtick, maybe he'll have more fun in the bedroom. Like, it's nice thing with him like that, but like, I'm picturing what would happen if he disobeyed me. Like not do what I say. And, oh." She shuddered at that, a bit of drool on her lip as she wiped it away. "What I would give to see that." "Confidence," Yui repeated, nodding to herself. "Fine. I get it. I'll play along." "Awesome. But..." Setsuna's enthusiasm was quickly dashed by the look in Yui's eye, the competition. "Do not make the mistake that I'm going to be just handing him over to the other girls. I came first, so I'm the one who calls the shots." "Hey." Setsuna smirked at her, leaning back. "Them's fighting words, Yui. He is my little beach, after all." Yui huffed, and left the room, closing the door behind her. Setsuna chuckled, picking up her folder and reading through it while muttering to herself. "Girl needs to be dominated," Setsuna chuckled. Downstairs, Izuku checked the time, and realized it was close to 12, almost time for lunch. He suddenly had a craving for lunch rush food, and stood up, stretching. "Where are you going?" Pony asked curiously as he headed for the door, picking up his red shoes. I'm going to the cafeteria. I'm kinda, craving lunch rush." "Ooh, in that case, I'll go with." Kinoko stood up, hurrying over to her classmate and grabbing her shoes. "I want rice and shrooms." After they got their shoes on, they headed out, waving goodbye to everyone and not noticing Pony pout a bit, looking away, and started walking towards the campus, sweating a bit in the summer sun. As they walked, Kinoko looked around, clasping her hands behind her back. "So, truth or dare?" she said conversationally, brushing some hair out of her eyes so she could see. "That's gonna be interesting, isn't it?" I suppose," Izuku gulped, feeling a bit hotter in the face. "Are you gonna join us?" she asked with interest, trying not to betray how curious she was the one guy in the house joining in on the potential smutty fun times. "I'll be much appreciated if you did, though." Adds a bit of excitement. What Izuku was about to say to that, probably with a blush and a lot of hand flailing, was interrupted however when another pair came into sight ahead of them. Izuku's panicked line of thought trailed off when he spotted Okiko and Tsuyu chatting together, laughing about something. Okiko's eyes found him, however, and her own laughing came to a grinding halt as the two groups observed each other, Izuku and Okiko's eyes glazing over their respective partners before glaring at each other, Kinoko and Tsuyu looking worried for a second. Well. Okiko growled out. Deku's hanging out with a brown-haired girl. Hey. Izuku crossed his arms. Okiko's hanging out with a green-haired friend. Tsuyu rolled her eyes and looked over at Kinoko. Kiro, do you want to go get something to eat, Komori? These two are about to fight. Oh, okay. Sounds shroomtastic. Kinoko quickly jogged over to the frog girl, and the two speed walked away as Okiko and Izuku charged at each other, fists flying and tears in their eyes with a mutual cry. You traitor! A game of truth or dare? Okiko asked as she took a sip of water from the fountain, nsng her ribs gently. Izuku nodded while cupping a cheek, a bruise forming underneath it although he was still smiling slightly as he waited for his turn to drink. Their argument quickly turned from verbal to physical, fighting it out in the field while crying about how betrayed they felt, Okiko flinging him around weightlessly on the ground while he punched and kicked at her. But it quickly gave away to being more about having fun beating the CRP out of each other, and using it as an opportunity to spar. After that, Izuku had told her what Setsuna had been planning for their activities tonight. I mean, I don't suppose it's too weird, Okiko said fairly, wiping her lip and letting Izuku take a sip. The girls did do a truth or dare a few weeks ago. We pretty much sat around in a circle and dared each other kiss and stuff. That's probably what you guys'll be doing. Oh, God. Izuku groaned a bit as he stood up properly after sipping on the water, feeling himself go red. I don't think I'm ready for this. Well, you don't have to do it, Okiko said reasonably, sitting down at the bench. I didn't get permission from Nejiya to participate, she was busy at her internship, so I pretty much sat around and did some little dares. I'm sure that if you say you're uncomfortable with it, they'll understand. I guess. Izuku stood up and walked over to the bench, sitting down and stretching out his arms. It's just, I'm not sure. I'm sure Tokuj will pressure me into it anyway. Here. Why would she pressure you? Oh. Well, Izuku faltered, realizing he hadn't exactly explained why he was worried about this to Okiko yet. He had intended to when they met up a week ago, but the small argument about best friends had exploded before he could. And they had spent the rest of that day being the bestest friend he could be, and it eventually slipped his mind. Okay, Uraka, you have to promise not to tell anyone about this. Here. Oh, okay. What's up? Izuku cleared his throat, and muttered, I'm sleeping with Kodai and Tokuj. I'm sorry, did you? I don't think I heard that right. Can you say that again? Gulping, Izuku went on to explain the trouble he had been getting up to these last few weeks. Okiko, for her part, didn't judge him too heavily, other than the fact he was sleeping with two girls at the same time, but she was appeased by Izuku confirming that he wasn't dating either of them. After that, Okiko put a hand to her chin, thinking. So you're not dating both of them, just a friends with benefits kind of thing? Izuku nodded. I mean, how often do you have sex with them? Not as often as you think, Izuku confessed, frowning. Kodai and I only had sex 2 times this week, and the first time was. Izuku gulped, and muttered, just her blowing me. Deku. Okiko did not sound amused by that. And dash. Izuku hurried on, trying to make sure he didn't come across as a scumbag. And Tokuj was only once, she has me, you know, go down on. Huh. Okiko blinked, nodding slowly. I'll admit that this isn't exactly what I thought you'd be up to with them. Yeah, Izuku nodded numbly. But I'm not sure what the problem is. From the sounds of things, Tokuj doesn't mind if you do something like truth and dare with the other girls, especially if it's her idea. Does Kodai not like it? No, I don't think so. Izuku shook his head. She seemed enthusiastic about it. No offense, but how do you know? If you know her long enough, you can tell. Okay, Okiko nodded. But still, same question. What's the problem? Izuku sighed and leaned forward, putting his elbows on his knees. I'm not really sure. Izuku sighed, trying to gather his thoughts while Okiko patiently waited. It's just, this isn't exactly what I expected to happen, right? I mean, I thought maybe, if I, got a girlfriend, that wouldn't be too bad, right? Would that be weird, thinking about getting a girlfriend when I live in a house full of them? Not really, Deku, Okiko shook her head. I don't think that's weird. It's probably natural that you'd end up dating one of them. I did think that was what's going to happen with Kodai, Izuku confessed. She said it was just about Sek at first, but I thought, hey, maybe it'll give away to real feelings, right? And then we'd start dating. But then Tokage happened, and now, I don't know, he sighed. I think I'm going to mess this up. And now with this truth or dare game, this might just complicate things further. Deku, Okiko said softly, reaching over and holding his shoulder, I completely get it. Having Sek with two girls at the same time. It must be hard. Yeah. Very hard. Too hard, in fact. This time, Okiko had a hard time holding back her giggles, while Izuku let out a small huff of laughter. Ha ha. But really, she shook her head, I think that you'll be okay. If anything does happen like what you're thinking, like you'll end up breaking one of their hearts, you can just talk to them. I'm sure that Kodai and Tokage won't just reject you if you're uncomfortable with them. Besides, this truth or dare game might be fun. It'll help you get closer to everyone. Here. Maybe. I think so, Okiko stood up, stretching. Now, come on. I'm feeling pretty hungry. It's exhausting kicking the CRP out of you. Laughing a bit at that, Izuku stood up, following her down the path. I think you mean after I beat the CRP out of you. I don't think so. I think so. Deku, there's a bush right there. I'll drag you over and beat you black and blue in there. I don't think that'll happen. The two of them laughed, and Izuku was sure to grab a hold of her hand briefly and squeezing. Hey, thank you for listening, Uraraka. Seriously. Okiko beamed up at him. No problem, Deku. The two of them chatted as they went down the path towards the cafeteria, so hungry and wanting to get some food in their stomach after their sparring match, they didn't notice the blonde boy sitting at a bench near them, pretending to read but not really while he eavesdropped. As they walked away, chatting happily, Monoma lowered his book, glowering after the green-haired boy. Seducing my classmates, will you, 1A Morin, he growled. We'll see about that. After dinner that night, where Setsuna, Kinoko, and Pony were jumping up and down with excitement while the other girls and Izuku ate in silence, everyone went upstairs to get changed into their pajamas, nervous about what was about to go down. One by one, they all went downstairs to the living room, sitting down on the couches, which had been pulled into a circle so everyone could face each other. Ibara and 𝐒𝐿𝐼 took one of the couches, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 dressed up in a t-shirt and yoga breathes and Ibara wearing her nightskirt, her vines tied up in a bun. Itsuka and Kinoko took another couch, Itsuka dressed in a pair of flannel pajama breathes and a tank top, her long hair out of its usual ponytail and down over her shoulders, Kinoko in a black t-shirt and breathes decorated with mushrooms. Setsuna and Yui took another couch, Setsuna dressed in black clothing and her hair tied up, while Yui was in a pair of blue pajamas. Izuku and Pony were the last to sit, Izuku choosing to sit beside 𝐒𝐿𝐼 on the couch in his all-might pajamas, Pony sitting on the floor in front of them in a pair of short shorts and a t-shirt. Awesome. Let's get this thing started. Setsuna was the most enthusiastic here, pulling up her phone to open the app. Does everyone remember the rules? Obviously, it's truth or dare. Itsuka rolled her eyes a bit. Truth, you confess something, dare, you have to do it. In that case, I want to suggest an ultimatum if you refuse to do something. Yui raised a hand, causing everyone to look at her. If you refuse to do a dare, then you should STRP off an item. W8, like taking off your clothes? Pony inquired, eyes wide. Yui. Itsuka protested, eyes wide. Are you forgetting who we have here? Izuku tried to pretend he didn't hear that, knowing it was about him. His cheeks had went very red at the mention of girls taking off their clothing, and tried not to look anyone in the eye. He would have noticed Pony glance at him, squeezing her thighs together at the thought of Izuku not doing a dare. Well, just do as you're dared to, and you shouldn't have a problem, he argued, looking around. Agreed. Agreed. Setsuna smirked. Agreed. Pony said that a little too quickly, going red. Agreed. Kinoko nodded happily. As you wish. Leiko nodded. Itsuka, Ibara, and Izuku didn't say anything, but Yui took that as a no, and pointed out that it was still a 5-3 agreement, and everyone seemed satisfied with that. As Itsuka shook her head, she sat down and glanced at Setsuna as she imputed their names into the app, getting ready to go. Alright, Itsuka sighed as she stared at Setsuna practically bouncing with glee. So what's the order? Who goes first? Setsuna hummed as she pressed the button to sort them, and then read it aloud. So you first, Itsuka, then Ibara, Yi, Leiko, Kinoko, me, Pony, and then Parsley. The boy gulped when announced that he would have to go last, but the other girls nodded, all right with that arrangement. With everything determined, Setsuna smirked wickedly, and glanced to her class president, who was staring ahead in determination. Okay, Itsuka, Setsuna grinned. Truth or dare? I'll start with truth, Itsuka decided, fighting down her small blush. Or, boring, Setsuna shook her head, but still pressed the app for the truths, watching as it sorted itself. Finally, it settled on one, and Setsuna read aloud, okay, so truth, have you ever masturbated to a friend? Itsuka felt herself freeze up when asked that, because she knew the answer and didn't like it. She tried hard not to glance at Izuku out of the corner of her eye, who had gone very red when he heard that, seemingly realizing now just what this game was going to be about. She couldn't say that she did MSTRT to one of her friends, because they would be curious as to who, and she couldn't say it was the guy behind. Wait a second. That's right. No. Setsuna blinked, her grin faltering for a second. Really? You lying? Nope, Itsuka shook her head, crossing her arms and smirking. Never. Which was technically correct. She started masturbating to the image of him and her in the shower, but had stopped before it went too far. Here. Well, fine. Setsuna shook her head, pouting, but her smirk quickly returned. Ibara felt herself pale when her attention went straight to her. Okay, Ibara. Truth or dare? Ibara glanced around, seeing everyone turn their attention to her. She was very conflicted about what to do now. On the one hand, if she asked for truth, they'd probably roll their eyes and make fun of her. But if it was a dare, the nature of this game would be very uncomfortable. Unfortunately, the peer pressure from everyone's glances forced the word from her mouth before she could think it through. Dare. Ooh. A brave one, Setsuna grinned, pushing the button for the dares and watching the automated message pop up. When it did, Setsuna began sniggering, already signaling to Ibara that this was going to be very bad. You are dared to spank someone. What? Spank someone. Ibara gasped, scandalized. But they did nothing worthy of that punishment. Why would I hit someone over nothing? You. Pony felt herself shrink, realizing that Ibara had no idea what that really entailed. Before anyone could decide to explain, Leiko jumped in. If you would like to consider it like this, Ibara, she advised her, think of it like you're just being friendly, swatting someone's butt. Here. Leiko suddenly turned around, and bent down. Izuku let out a small squeak and turned away, her butt sticking right out at him, holy, and she was wearing yoga breathes, it didn't hide anything, and Leiko wiggled it. Just spank me, it's okay. Okay, Ibara gulped, raising a hand hesitantly. Setsuna tried desperately to hide her laughter as Ibara, after a moment of thinking it through, lightly hit Leiko's but as though she was giving her a weak high five. Leiko blinked a bit, disappointed, but tried to not express it. Ibara technically did as she was dared, and it would unwise to express that it didn't do much to STMLT her, although if she could judge from how this game would end, she might drag Kinoko upstairs anyway so it could be properly attended to. "Alright, go Ibara." Setsuna hooted, and Pony clapped happily. Ibara went a bit red, but, the dare fulfilled, sat back down, glancing down at the hand she had used as though it had just taken a life. Setsuna nodded, and quickly returned to her phone, pulling it back up. "Okie dokie, Yui." She turned to the mute girl, who blinked at her to confirm that she was listening. "Truth or dare?" "Truth." "Oh my god, you guys." Setsuna rolled her eyes, already starting to feel a little bored. Spicy truths were fun, but it was the dares that was the real entertainment. Regardless, she pushed the button and read the card out loud. "Have you lost your virginity?" "Yes." Pony, Kinoko, and Ibara let out gasps, and Leiko raised an eyebrow at the bluntness of the statement. Obviously, Itsuka, Izuku and Setsuna weren't surprised, but thankfully they didn't have to really fake it as the other girls crowded around, trying to get an answer out of her. But Yui was adamant that learning who she slept with wasn't the question, so they had backed off. After that, the girls decided to let it go, and continued the game. From there, Leiko was asked if she had ever kissed anyone, and Leiko admitted that she had once kissed one of her friends. Kinoko coughed a bit, but no one really put any thought into it. After that, Kinoko was dared to prank call someone, and she chose Monoma. The girls had a hard time holding in their giggles as Kinoko pretended that Class 1A threw an egg at the Class 1B boys' dorm, hearing Monoma obsessed with finding out where it was, before she hung up and everyone lost their SHT laughing. After that, Setsuna did her own truth, asking if she was SBMSSV or DMNT, and Setsuna immediately declared herself Dom, causing several people to roll their eyes and Ibara and Izuku to go red. Next, Pony was asked if she had a crush on anyone, and judging from how red she had gone and how low she muttered, they guessed that was a yes. And then, finally, Izuku's turn. He gulped, going slightly red as everyone turned to him. "Alright, parsley." Setsuna laughed. "Truth or dare?" Izuku gulped, thinking it over. He could go with the truth, but he was nervous about what he could be asked. On the other hand, if he went for a dare, it might turn very awkward, as Ibara showed, or kinda mean, as Kinoko's was under all the fun. But he remembered what Okiko said about trying to have fun, and he sighed. "Dare. Ooh, another brave one." Setsuna smirked, and pressed the button, waiting for the written instruction to come. She hoped that it was much better than the first two dares. She had to double-check to make sure she was on the mature edition. As though the gods were blessing her, the card popped up for her to read, and her grin widened. This was gonna be good. "Okay." Setsuna clapped her hands together, a devious smile on her face as she read the dare on the app. "Parsley, you have to like the stomach of the person to your right for 1 minute." Izuku stared at her for a good few seconds before he felt himself blue screen, freezing up and not moving. Like, and kiss, someone's stomach. The person on his right. Izuku slowly felt his gaze turn to his right, because the person sitting on the couch beside where he was. What? Itsuka whipped around at her classmate, sitting upright and glaring down at Setsuna, ignoring the rest of the girls giggling at the sight of her going bright red. "That's no way. There's no way Midoriya has to do that." "But the game says that he's got her." Setsuna defended herself, still with that annoying SHT-eating grin on her face, "unless he himself says he doesn't want to. And I don't think he wants to STRP, does he?" "Those are the rules," Yui stoically nodded. "That's not the point." At that point, Itsuka starting reprimanding Setsuna, while Ibara in the corner had gone bright red and looking down at her knees, while the rest of the girls either watched in amusement or were outright laughing. Not noticing Izuku had come out of his stupor and was now thinking. There was a huge part of Izuku that was screaming "No!" as loud as it could, run upstairs and pretend this wasn't happening. He was already in hot water with Setsuna and Yui. He did not need to add Itsuka to the mix. Izuku was genuinely tempted to run off now, so as to spare himself from the humiliation and awkwardness. But for some reason, he felt himself rooted to his seat. The dirty, teenage part of him also couldn't deny that the prospect of liking Itsuka's abs was more than a little tempting, to say the least. He felt his gaze flicker on her arms, which, while looking quite feminine, still had some muscle mass on them, likely a result from all the training she did. And he knew that if her arms were that defined and muscular, that meant that the stomach hidden under her pink shirt might also. Ah! The girls stopped arguing and laughing, and turned to Izuku, who felt himself burn redder than Yui's shirt, but still found himself talking. I know that it's just a G game, and that's the rules, so, I wouldn't mind doing the deed there. There was a brief silence in the room, with each girl staring at Izuku, Itsuka and Ibara almost as red as him. Yui was the first to break the silence. Midoriya, you pervert. Yui. Setsuna laughed, swatting at the girl as Izuku started sputtering and issuing apologies after apologies. Oh, of course it's up to Keikendo. Izuku insisted, still red and staring anywhere but at the orange-haired heroine. If she doesn't want me to do it, I'll dash Midoriya. Izuku's ranting was halted by her voice, and he slowly glanced up to see Itsuka's teal eyes anywhere but his, but he noticed her hands start to subconsciously edge down to the hem of her shirt. I think this game is dumb, and you really don't have to, but if you don't want to, that's okay. She took a deep breath, and asked, are you sure? Izuku stared at her hands as they grasped the edge of her shirt, and Izuku let out a tense breath as he sat forward, slowly getting off the couch and standing up. A dare's a dare, so, I could. If you want. Itsuka mulled over his answer, and then let out a sigh and nodded. Okay. With slight reluctance, she pulled up the shirt, and Izuku felt his eyes go wide. She pulled her shirt up just to underneath her breasts, so Izuku could look at her stomach. It was. To say defined was an understatement. He could make out a six-pack, muscles lining her stomach, and suddenly, nothing looked more appetizing than that. Izuku gulped, and slowly made his way over to where Itsuka was standing. He considered standing up and bending over to do it before deciding that was too embarrassing to do, plus if he did that, his butt would be poking out at the rest of the girls. No need to go through that embarrassment, and decided to just kneel in front of her while she was standing up. Itsuka gulped, quivering in nervousness, but there was a small part of her that was excited to see what was about to happen. The rest of the girls quickly gathered around, silent and staring in various degrees of excitement. Ibara, meanwhile, had quickly covered her eyes with her hands, though she regretfully let one eye peek out. Izuku let out a shuddering breath, and then exhaled, and with a rush of sudden confidence, leaned forward and pressed a kiss to Itsuka's stomach. The orange-haired heroine let out a small gasp as Izuku moved to another AB and kissed that one, making his way up. Once he had kissed each AB, he remembered the dare itself, and then extended his tongue to swipe at her stomach. This time, Itsuka could barely suppress a holding her hand to her mouth as his tongue flicked at her abs and slid up and down, taking the time to swirl his tongue. Izuku felt a sudden tightness in his breaths, but he chose to ignore it, concentrating on worshipping Itsuka's muscles with his mouth, bringing his hands up to grasp at her back as he pushed his face and lips harder against her. He enjoyed the way her breath made her stomach pulse in front of him, and felt himself really get into it, making out with her stomach as though it was a mouth. Itsuka let out a few quick breaths at the feeling of his tongue on her abs, enjoying the sensation, and not really caring for the time, but felt herself freeze up when she felt a little wetness in her panties, and knew if Izuku didn't stop that soon, she wouldn't have much self-control left. With a shuddered breath, she patted Izuku's head, making him glance up, and then broke him out of his stupor. He quickly backed up on his knees, going red in the face at how overboard he went. He saw her stomach was shining with his drool after kissing and liking her all over. He was about to apologize when Itsuka dropped the shirt, and he stole a glance at her face. She had gone bright red, but there was a weird wobbly smile on her face, and Izuku realized, feeling himself go stiff, she had liked it. So? Itsuka managed to say, her own voice shaking. Was that a minute, Setsuna? Setsuna was shaken out of her own trance, too busy watching the show to keep track of the time. Oh, that was. I may have forgotten to set the time. Itsuka and Izuku stared at her in shock, and Izuku felt himself somehow go even redder. Then, Itsuka looked at everyone else, who were rubbing their heads, embarrassed. Then how long was he doing that for? 3 minutes. 𝐿𝐿𝐼 offered, and Izuku collapsed in a heap, holding his hands over his burning face, while Itsuka rubbed a hand against her face, trying hard not to explode. Then are we done with this dare? Itsuka asked through clenched teeth. Or do you want him to go down on someone now? I volunteer. Yui raised her hand, and Izuku rolled onto his side after hearing that, face feeling like it was on fire. I mean, you looked like you weren't thinking about the time either, Setsuna giggled, while Itsuka glowered. If you want to repay him, we won't stop you. Itsuka let out a small growl, and sat back down. Just do the next diamond dare. Ooh. That's a dare from you, Prez. Setsuna pressed the button, reading it, and grinning widely, that was more like it. Itsuka, I dare you to kiss the earlobe of the person to your right. My right. Itsuka frowned, and turned to look at Kinoko, who was looking around with intrigue. Itsuka let out a small sigh. Okay. Hold still, Kinoko. Sure thing. Kinoko gave a cheesy grin, and brushed her hair behind her ear for Itsuka to get at it. Sliding up to her, Itsuka leaned in and sked her earlobe into her mouth, giving it a soft nibble. Kinoko let out a small exhale at the sensation, her eyes slowly closing. Oh, wow, did this feel good? She hoped that 𝐿𝐼 was up for some fun in their room later. This was something she had to try out. Mutual masturbation was fun and all, but she definitely wanted to feel this again. Izuku also peeked up from his spot on the floor, seeing what Itsuka was doing to Kinoko, and let out a small squeak. Someone poked his arm, and he glanced over to see Pony smiling down at him, offering a hand up. Her face was also very red, indicating she was as embarrassed as he was. Giving her a shaky smile, Izuku took her hand. He didn't notice Pony's smile widen at the feeling of his hand in hers and let her pull him to his knees, sitting down against the couch in front of 𝐿𝐼 and Ibara, watching the others. Thankfully, Itsuka soon let go, patting her friend on the shoulder. Kinoko giggled, and Itsuka, feeling a bit calmer than before, laughed along with her. Okay. Setsuna turned back to Ibara, who paled. Truth or dare, Ibara? I did dare last time, so truth, this time. Okie dokie. Setsuna pressed the button, and read out loud, is your quirk sensitive? What? My quirk? Sensitive? I suppose not, Ibara considered, putting a hand to her vines and rubbing them. I do use them for work, and they don't bother me then, so I would say no. Ibara, that actually meant no, she's good, Itsuka interrupted, raising an eyebrow. She said it wasn't sensitive. We can guess it's not sensitive in that way too, Set. Okay, I guess. Setsuna shook her head, and continued. Truth or dare? Ooh. Okie dokie. Setsuna pressed the button, and read aloud, I dare you to stay in the bathroom for 5 minutes with the partner across from you. Then. That's you. Oh, SHT, it is. Setsuna laughed, putting the phone down and standing up. Let's go, we can make out if you want. I'll consider it, Yui bluntly said, trying hard not to smirk at Izuku's very red face as the two girls headed to the downstairs bathroom, opening the door and stepping in. As Setsuna closed the door, she cheekily called out, if you guys want to make out while you wait too, we won't interrupt. Get in the bathroom already. Itsuka shook her head, exasperated, and set the timer on her phone as Setsuna closed the door, leaving the room in a brief silence. Izuku glanced at Itsuka leaning back in the couch, sighing and rolling her shoulders, and felt a bit of a blush on his face as he looked away, which was picked up on by 𝐿𝐼. You okay, Midoriya? She asked, and everyone glanced at him. You're looking a little off. Oh. I'm fine. It's just. Izuku cleared his throat, and glanced at Itsuka. I just wanted to say sorry, Kendo. Hey. Itsuka blinked in confusion. Sorry for what? For the dare. Izuku glanced away. I kinda got carried away. I'm sorry. He was too busy staring at his feet, feeling a bit ashamed, before he felt a hand pat his head. He glanced up to see that Itsuka had leaned forward, a kind smile on her face while she rubbed his hair gently. Hey, she told him softly, Like you said before, it's just part of the game. It's okay if you got a bit carried away. Besides, she felt herself blush a bit too, but still smiled at him. I won't deny. It was pretty nice. Wait, it was. Why yeah. It's nice that you gave some, attention to my stomach. I kinda worked HRD on them. Both teenagers were quick to glance away now, both of them feeling too embarrassed to look each other in the eye all of a sudden. 𝐤𝐵 and Kinoko shared a glance, eyebrows raised, while Pony was off to the side, pouting at both of them. After about 5 minutes, Setsuna and Yui returned from the bathroom, not looking very disheveled. According to Setsuna, they pretty much stood there in silence, much to her disappointment, and the two sat down to get ready for the next turn. Once everyone settled down, the next dare for 𝐤𝐵 was to engage in a three-way kiss between the people closet to her, in this case Kinoko and Pony. Izuku was now having a lot of trouble with keeping his problem downstairs hidden while he watched them kiss. Pony the first to get out of it while giggling lowly. Next was Kinoko, who had chosen truth, and was asked if she ever jerked off to anyone. Kinoko looked very nervous when she confirmed yes, practically making Setsuna leap across the room in front of her demanding answers, while Ibara looked like she was about to slap her friend in the face with the Bible. After getting her to back off, Setsuna chose dare, and was instructed to pre-form a lap dance on the first random girl she sees, which turned out to be Yui again. The next minute consisted of Setsuna giving Yui an awkward lap dance, with Ibara closing her eyes tightly rather than witnessing the sin in front of her. Next was Pony again, and she chose dare, and was instructed to twerk. Pony had laughed loudly, and proceeded to twerk wildly, shaking her butt around, and causing Izuku to nearly collapse into a blushing mess, which Pony did notice, and made sure to angle herself so he had a good view. Finally, it was Izuku's turn again, and, against his better judgment, chose dare once again. Whoa, 2 dares in a row. Midoriya's brave, Kinoko praised, clapping her hands while Setsuna pressed the app for dares. We could learn very much from his bravery. Do you even try with those puns? 𝐤𝐵 asked, sounding tired. Nope. Well, hold on to your hats, 'cause this one's gonna be a good one, Setsuna grinned wickedly. Parsley, I dare you to kiss one of us for 30 seconds. 𝐾𝐾𝐾 kiss. Izuku felt himself blue screen again, jaw dropping and eyes widening. He was so shocked he didn't notice every girl besides Setsuna and Yui stand at attention, glancing at him with small blushes on their faces. Itsuka was the first to speak up though, noticing a problem right away. So how do we decide? She asked, glancing around at the small group. Do we just let Midoriya pick? Ooh, I know. Pony nodded excitedly, and picked up her water bottle, draining it in a few gulps. She put it on the coffee table, glancing around. How about we spin the bottle and whoever it lands on Midori has to kiss? Okay, that sounds good, 𝐤𝐵 shrugged. If it lands on him, though, he has to kiss himself. Make out with his arm, Setsuna giggled, and Izuku finally managed to snap out of his stupor as Pony winded the bottle back. Ah, hold on dash, but alas, it was too late, as Pony spun the bottle as hard as she could, sitting back immediately. Each girl watched a bit nervously as it spun around, beginning to slow down. Izuku was half tempted to sprint over and swat the bottle away, but before he could, the bottle slowly stopped, pointing straight at. Oh, my! Ibara gasped, quickly looking at Izuku. I don't think dash, why you don't have to? Izuku immediately tried to assure her, waving his hands in the air. Really, you don't have to. Obviously, it's my dare, so I can take my shirt off, I don't mind. Why you don't have to dash, I dash really, it's okay, let me just dash, wait a moment, Midoriya. She held her hands out when he started to reach for his shirt, going to pull it up. Yui and Pony looked disappointed that he stopped. Ibara took a deep breath, trying to steady her breathing, before she opened her eyes and continued to speak. I was only surprised that I was selected. I do not mind. She cleared her throat, her blush now reaching her neck. I do not mind kissing you. Are you sure? I mean, I could dash. She's sure, big boy. Setsuna cackled, using her foot to give him a little shove. Now get over there and start sking face. Don't put it like that. Itsuka reprimanded, and both the green-headed roommates went even redder, but still, Izuku took a deep breath and stood up a bit. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 was quick to jump off the couch, patting the seat for him to take. Izuku gulped, but still sat down beside Ibara while 𝐒𝐿𝐴 went over to sit on Kinoko's lap, giving them some space. Izuku turned to properly face Ibara, who was looking very nervous, glancing from his eyes to his lips. Okay. Setsuna picked up her phone, ready to press the timer. Once you guys start, no stopping until I say. You will say, right? Yui raised an eyebrow. Of course. Okay. Izuku took a deep breath and leaned in slightly, looking Ibara in the eye. Are you ready, Shiozaki? I believe so. She nodded, still looking nervous. Both of the greenheads took a deep breath to steel themselves, and at the same time, leaned in. Izuku puckered his lips slightly, and she pushed out a bit aggressively, probably due to having no idea how to kiss, but it didn't matter as the two's lips met, and Setsuna quickly pressed the button to start the time. Both of their eyes were squeezed shut, pressing their lips together. Izuku, a bit more experienced after kissing Yui and Setsuna, tried to lead the kiss as best he could, opening his mouth slightly before pressing his lips back to hers. Ibara, on the other hand, had went nearly BLD red, shocked at the feeling of his very soft lips on hers. It was. Holy CRP, kissing was a bit awesome. Kissing Izuku was awesome, she realized, opening her mouth with him before kissing again. Izuku's hands went up a bit, holding her shoulders as the two detached before going for another kiss. It was a more innocent than anything, no tongues pushing into each other's mouths, no jingji, but it was. It was very sweet, both of them realized, Izuku lightly rubbing her shoulders, Ibara grabbing the front of his shirt and time's up. Setsuna yelled out, and both teenagers leapt apart, surprised before they realized what they had been doing. Izuku tried to rub the redness out of his cheeks, unable to look at anyone, while Ibara froze slightly, the feeling of his lips on hers, thoughts and impulses going through her head that made her want to go upstairs to slap herself with the Bible. Ooh, you two lovebirds. Kinoko laughed, and then turned to Setsuna. Okie dokie, let's keep going. Once they were sure Izuku and Ibara were okay, they continued the game for another hour, the dares a bit raunchy but nothing too extreme. Itsuka was asked if she was a virgin, which she confirmed no, only giving them the small story that she lost it in high school to some DJ. Ibara was dared to let someone grab her melons, which turned out to be Setsuna, who let out a fake while doing it and prompted Ibara to briefly go upstairs, grab her Bible, come back downstairs and smack the dinosaur-loving girl with it. Yui was asked who, out of everyone in the room, she would have sex with, and Yui did not hesitate to point at Izuku, making him go supernova while a vein appeared in Itsuka's forehead. After that, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 was dared to pin someone to the wall, who, after another spin of the bottle, turned out to be Pony. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 then pushed Pony into the corner while jumping up on it with her hands and legs, causing everyone to laugh at the image of 𝐒𝐿𝐴 trapping Pony in the corner. Then Kinoko was dared to hump someone, with Ibara crossing herself now, and was selected to be Izuku, who went red as Kinoko ran up behind him and moved her hips into his butt, everyone laughing loudly. At that point, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 and Kinoko shared a glance, and nodded. They really needed to meet up after this. As the game began winding down, Setsuna was determined for one more big one with Izuku. His last few had been truths, which, while they were entertaining to hear, he admitted with shame that he once jerked off to a few of his classmates, though he didn't confirm which ones, but she wanted a big dare to end the night on. Even after she spanked Itsuka as a dare, hearing the respectable class president let out a small yelp, she didn't think it was enough, not really listening to Pony talking about how her horns were sensitive, and then pointed at Izuku. All right, Midoriya. Last turn of the night. She declared. Truth or dare? Izuku sighed, deciding to say screw it, dare. Okay, she pressed the button, reading the dare quickly, and she froze slightly when she read it. Everyone had the consecutive thought of oh no when her grin went the widest it had all night, smiling evilly up at her friend. I dare you, she read out loud, sniggering. To do 7 minutes in heaven. Itsuka groaned lowly, and Yui looked around with interest. The others, however, blinked in confusion. "7 minutes in heaven?" Ibara asked out loud, looking around. "What is that?" Itsuka sighed and shook her head. "You basically go with someone into the closet for 7 minutes, and do whatever you want." "Whatever we want." Pony wondered out loud, and then her eyes widened. "You mean BLWJBus, making out, a quickie, you brought up," and the entire room divulged into chaos as Itsuka reprimanded her best friend for her crass language and everyone else broke into laughter. Izuku looked like he was going to drop dead, realizing what was about to happen as he glanced over at the closet beside the front door. Setsuna laughed loudly and grabbed the bottle on the table, preparing to spin it around. "Here we go," she smirked, and without any warning, began spinning it. The other girls, having been distracted by Yui's sentence, let out gasps when they realized it was already spinning. Leiko was half tempted to subtly use her quirk to stop it on her, but Kinoko grabbed her wrist lightly, raising an eyebrow while the ghost girl shrugged, not feeling very guilty about getting caught. Izuku stared in terror at the bottle, wondering who it was going to fall on. Finally, the bottle started to slow, the girls gulping down nervousness, as the bottle finally stopped on. "Me." Pony's eyebrows raised, looking shocked. Izuku gulped nervously, but before he could tell her that it was okay, he felt a weirdly strong hand grab his arm and pull him up. He glanced around to see that Setsuna detached her hand, using both of them to pull him and Pony to the closet, both teenagers stumbling after it. They were soon shoved into the coat's closet, the hands flying back to close the door while Setsuna laughed and Itsuka rolled her eyes at their antics. Now alone in the closet, Izuku gulped nervously. The closet was small, barely able to fit both of them, so Izuku was standing very close to her. Pony's smaller height was the only blessing, so they weren't awkwardly face to face. Still, if Izuku moved even an inch, they would be pressed together, and Izuku didn't think that his heart could take that. Hi," Pony said shyly, looking up at him. Izuku gulped nervously but smiled down at her. Hi, he said weakly. Sorry about this, Tsunotori. I didn't want you to dash, it's okay," she assured him, waving her hands slightly. It's kinda nice, isn't it? Being all comfy in here." I guess," Izuku admitted, still looking away a bit timidly. After about a minute of awkward silence between them, Pony stared up at him, looking over his handsome face, and cleared her throat, going a bit red. "Midoriya, if I can ask," she started, and Izuku looked around at her, curious. I was wondering what it was like to kiss Ibara. You looked like you were really getting into it." "Kissing Shiozaki," he repeated, and she nodded. Izuku felt himself go red again. He was surprised that he hadn't passed out tonight from all the times BLD rushed to his face, and tried to answer the best he could. It was nice." "Really?" Pony felt herself go red this time, and took a deep breath, trying to steel herself. She'd been hoping all night that there was a dare that would have them do something like this, and this was her only opportunity. She couldn't let this pass. "Well, Midori. I was asking because..." Pony cleared her throat, looking around and uncomfortable. I was wondering if you wanna, you know." Izuku blinked a bit in confusion, not sure what she was talking about at first, but then he saw her subtly glance at his lips before looking down, and suddenly Izuku got exactly what she was asking. Oh, God, she was asking to kiss him. She wanted to kiss him. Oh, no. This was not good. He was in what was he in with Yui and Setsuna? What did Okako call it? A friends with benefits situation. And now Pony was asking to kiss him. What should he do? Run out of the closet as fast as he could and get upstairs. He imagined he could, but it would probably really hurt Pony's feelings, though, so he knew that wasn't a deal. Then Izuku glanced down at Pony, and had a sudden realization, holy see, was she cute. Like, he thought Yui and Setsuna were appealing in their own ways, Yui a more refined look while Setsuna had a more feral one, but Pony was much smaller than him, cuter, with those big blue eyes looking anywhere but him, the horns poking out of her head, even her legs, her quirk making them look a bit more horse-like, was weirdly cute in a way. And there was the fact that he remembered when she twerked earlier, the way her butt stood out to him. Izuku felt a sudden boost of confidence and impulse, demanding that he bend over and kiss her, but he tried to control himself. But from what Pony was trying to ask, didn't she want to? If she did. In that case. The impulsive feeling he was having then taken over. Izuku took a deep breath, and, trying his hardest to do this with confidence, bent his knees so that he could kiss Pony, putting his lips on hers. HMPH. Pony's eyes flew wide as Izuku gently sked on her lips, trying to imitate what he had done with Ibara before. It was odd for him to be the one leading the kiss, moving his lips in time with hers, but he tried his best, knowing that she wouldn't be sure what to do. He gently pushed his tongue against her lips, raising his hands to cup her cheeks. He continued to kiss her for a few more seconds before slowly moving away, opening his eyes to see her staring awestruck at him, her lips still a little puckered out. Izuku saw how confused she looked, and immediately realized that he had crossed a line, and backed up quickly, thinking up an apology. I'm sorry. Izuku tried to stammer out. I thought that you were ready, so what Izuku would have done would remain a mystery, however, as Pony immediately launched herself at Izuku, wrapping her legs around his waist and smashing her lips against his. The momentum carried them to the wall, hitting it with a small crash, and the coats around them falling to the floor as Pony enthusiastically began making out with him. Very, very enthusiastically. More. And Pony was very vocal in how she enjoyed this, pressing herself against him tightly as she pushed her tongue wildly into his mouth, her inexperience obvious as her tongue sloppily went into his mouth, drool escaping both of their mouths. Her hooves clocked together as she wrapped her legs tighter around his midsection. The sudden animalistic way she was kissing him, however, went straight to Izuku's head. Yu's kisses were very straightforward, with her tongue and lips pressing against his own, while Setsuna's usually dominated him, not leaving much for him to return, and this seemed so much more intense than he was used to. He responded in kind, groaning as he put his hands on her plush butt, squeezing as they made out, her body so small and light it wasn't hard to stand there and hold her up. Both of them ummed into each other's mouths as they continued wrestling with their tongues, Pony's hands crawling all over his body to explore every inch while Izuku removed one hand from her backside to tangle in her long blonde hair. Izuku moved so that he carried her to the opposite side of the closet, slamming her against the wall and causing her to cry out. Yes, yes, yes. Pony ummed in perfect English as Izuku's lips found her neck, sking. Do it like that, Midori, just like that. Izuku grunted, squeezing the hand he had in her hair, and felt the strength in his legs give as he sat down on the ground, continuing to slobber on her neck. The passion was getting to him very quickly. Rather than having to sit back and let Yui do the work, or exclusively F Setsuna, the passion here wasn't just reciprocated, it was repaid as Pony started wildly moving her hips in his lap, their clothed parts rubbing together. Izuku squeezed her butt again, feeling her tail of hair tickle him, and he pulled her back down for another kiss as he slowly fell to his back, carrying Pony with him as she laid on top of him. She groaned in satisfaction as his hardness poked her through her pajama breathes, and one of her hands lowered to his own, grabbing the waistband and beginning to pull it down. Her hand began rubbing at his PP through his pajama breathes, and without thinking, Izuku raised his own hand to grab her PP, feeling the small wetness through the fabric. Oh, yeah, she ummed, just like that, Midori. Please, I want you to what Pony wanted him to do, however, would not be known. For at that moment, the door for the closet opened briefly, Itsuka poking her head in. Okay, that's 7 minutes, you can at that time, however, she looked down and saw the position the two were in, her eyes widening only for a brief moment before she slammed the door shut, causing both of them to jolt in surprise. You guys can come out now. Itsuka said through the door, and Izuku gulped. She did not sound happy. Both Pony and Izuku glanced at each other, and very quickly decided to get out of the closet as soon as they could. Making sure that both of them were presentable with no wrinkles, unable to look the other in the eye, they quietly exited the closet, going red at Kinoko and Setsuna whooping while Ibara looked like she was praying for them not to go to hell. Itsuka gave Izuku a particularly hard stare, which he pointed did not look at, before the class representative spoke up. I think that's enough of that, she said shortly, We got school tomorrow. Let's get to bed. I agree, Ibara agreed, standing up and shaking her head. This was an hour of nothing but sin and debauchery. I'll need to pray for most of you. Don't be so dramatic, Ibara, Setsuna grunted as she stood up as well, stretching. This was fun. Everyone started making their way up to their rooms, Pony going first and practically booking it to the floor she shared with Kinoko and 𝐿𝐿𝐼. She didn't look back at anyone at all, especially not Izuku, as her hooves quickly went up the stairs. Kinoko and 𝐿𝐿𝐼 went next as well, no one really noticing that they were a bit closer together than necessary. Next was Ibara, worriedly muttering under her breath, and following her was Izuku, head down and in thought, muttering under his breath. Yui and Setsuna were about to head off to their rooms, or at least, that's what they wanted them to think. In truth, both girls watched as Izuku headed upstairs. Both of them had the intention of going up there after lights out, the girls glancing at each other competitively to see who would make it first. Hold on a second, you two. Before Setsuna and Yui could start their competing, they turned to see Itsuka standing at the stairs, glaring up at them. She gestured for the two to follow her, and the girls rolled their eyes in exasperation. Regardless, they did as they were told, and followed her through the kitchen, out the front door and into the yard. What's going on? Class present Setsuna joked behind her as Itsuka strolled out into the grass. Are you going to bury us in Ibara's garden? Don't tempt me. Itsuka sighed, and turned around so that she was facing both of them. There was a tired look in her eyes, as though she wanted to just go back inside and go to bed, but there was also determination there, which made the other two girls raise an eyebrow. Okay, I'll cut to the chase. This is about Midoriya. Setsuna let out a low groan, while Yui stared stoically at her. Itsuka gave her friend a small glare at the obvious exasperation. Crud, did you overhear us, Prez? Setsuna sighed, and flashed an apologetic grin. Sorry. I'll try to dash. I want you two to stop. Setsuna faltered off, looking confused, while Yui pared an eyebrow. Stop. Setsuna repeated, blinking. Stop what? Stop. What you're doing. Itsuka sighed, obviously uncomfortable but decided to power through. Stop this getting the other girls to kiss him and do this uncomfortable stuff with him. Stop teasing him like that. Stop everything. Come on, guys, you know that he's on thin ice as it is. If he gets caught in a compromising position by Vlad King, he's done. So, please, guys, you gotta stop this. Whoa. Setsuna waved her hands, trying to bring this to a stop. Back up a second. This isn't like he's pushing himself on us, we're consenting adults here. That's the problem, Itsuka interrupted before Setsuna could go any further. You guys are the ones pushing yourselves on him. Sorry, I wasn't going to mention this, but you weren't exactly subtle during the movie. And he told you, didn't he? Yui asked, and Itsuka. Stop talking. Yui frowned and crossed her arms. He shouldn't have done that, it wasn't your business. I thought he was cheating on you, Itsuka said in defense, but then shook her head. Besides, that's beside the point. No, hold on. Setsuna crossed her arms as well, narrowing her eyes. You butted in on something that wasn't your business. Hell, you butted in on my business now, that's why you weaseled the truth out of him. And you didn't just make it everyone's business. Itsuka challenged, glaring up at her. What the hell was tonight about? That's... Setsuna faltered for a second, then let out a small laugh, rubbing her head. Okay. You got me there. I was thinking that I'd, share him with the rest of the girls. Help build up his confidence. Nothing to share him with the Set. Itsuka gasped, looking incredulous, are you kidding me? He isn't something to be shared. Don't you know what you've done? Gave him literally the opportunity every guy would dream of. Setsuna argued. Come on, Prez, I didn't even have to pressure him that much, I just made the offer and he was all for it. It's not like I'm throwing myself on him and ripping his clothes off. Although, didn't you blackmail him into having sex with you? That's what you said when you seduced him. Yui raised an eyebrow at her friend, causing Itsuka to WHP around at her, eyes wide. Setsuna also went wide-eyed and threw up her hands. No, I didn't. No way, I wasn't. Okay, I may have suggested by my silence, but I wasn't actually going to tell anyone. It was FRPLY. And does he know that? No, he doesn't. Setsuna smiled sheepishly. I'll let him know next time. There shouldn't be a next time. Itsuka now had to restrain herself from going over to shake her. This conversation was going in circles. Guys, you're using him as a walking, talking DLD. And now because of tonight, every girl's gonna be all over him. You saw the look Pony was sending him, plus Kinoko and Leiko. He had a good time. Setsuna shot back, her smile fading off her face. You saw how he left the closet with Pony. Hell, they're probably upstairs right now fing each other's brains out. I'm going to put this as simply as I can. Itsuka took a deep breath, trying hard not to actually run up the steps to shake her friend. You guys, normally, I don't care what you do with another guy, that's your business. But firstly, it's not just another guy, it's a guy who's here because the teachers trust him to not to do that kind of thing, and will probably get kicked out if he gets found out. Not sure if you two noticed, but he doesn't exactly have anywhere else to go. Yui and Setsuna blinked at that, but at least it went through, much to Itsuka's relief. From the looks of sudden realization on their faces, it was obvious they hadn't thought about it like that. Secondly, Itsuka sighed, and rubbed a hand through her hair. You did F up. Because not only is he now in trouble of getting found out that he's sleeping with you, you're setting him up with the entire DMN house. This will eventually slip up. All it takes is for one of us to accidentally say we're sleeping with him, and everything's going to go to as alright then, Prez, Setsuna sighed, shaking her head. What's your suggestion? How would you want us to fix this? Genuinely, I'm not being sarcastic now. Tell me. How do you fix this? Itsuka sighed, and rubbed a hand against his face. I'm going off the assumption right now that neither of you are going to do as I ask and stop this. No. Yui bluntly stated. Probably not. Setsuna smirked. Itsuka closed her eyes, shaking her head. Then she sighed again. Then at the very least, ask him out. One of you, both of you, I don't care. Ask him out, be his girlfriend, and at the very least Vlad King'll let that slide. He didn't say anything about him dating one of us. That's... Setsuna faltered, looking uncertain, and then sighed. I'm not exactly looking for someone to date right now, Prez. Besides so you are just using him for secretary. Itsuka narrowed her eyes, and Setsuna zipped up. Although it didn't take long for her to shoot back. It's CNSNS. And besides, he's okay with it. The guy with no self-esteem, could barely look a girl in the eye last year, pretty much had to have Yui grind on him to finally do something. Don't be stupid. The only reason he's probably doing this is because he's too afraid to say no. Itsuka shook her head again. This is going to explode literally in all of our faces. I'm begging you to think about this, even for a little dash. You're jealous. Yui's statement stopped Itsuka dead in her tracks, her whisper yelling faltering to a stop. Setsuna glanced at her roommate, eyebrow raised, before realization came to her, whipping back around to the orange-haired girl. You're jealous, Yui repeated, her voice even colder than usual, and you can't even deny it. The game. Yui continued, glaring down at her. When he liked your stomach. You were enjoying it. It went on for 3 minutes and you didn't do anything to stop it. You know, I think you're right, Setsuna smirked. Innocent Miss Prez over here preaching about how we shouldn't sleep with Midoriya looked like she was about to pounce on him herself. Guys, don't so you know what, Itsuka. Yui shook her head. You can be in denial about this all you want, but don't preach to us. You can't control what we do, and what Midoriya does. Unless Midoriya himself comes up and tells us to knock it off, then there's nothing wrong with us sleeping with him. Don't come to us demanding we do anything because you think you know him the best. We don't have to date him like you want. And you know what else? She smirked now, a very unusual sight for the other girls. He can F anyone he wants, and if he comes to me, I'll gladly help him out. It's his choice. You can stay in your room and say that you don't like him while you finger yourself to sleep. Setsuna's jaw dropped, scoffing slightly at the burn. Itsuka's eyes had blown open, but now, slowly and steadily, anger was starting to fill her. She felt her hands start to enlarge, but before anything could happen, Yui twirled around and went back to the door. "Don't worry, I won't go upstairs and F him tonight," she called over her shoulder. "You can at least be proud of yourself from preventing that from happening." Without another word, she opened the door and went back inside. While she tried to come across as callous, cold, and aloof, she felt a large guilt start building up for talking to her best friend like that, but it was too late to take anything back, instead going inside and heading straight to her room. No need to make things worse. Setsuna gulped a bit, her smirk fading off her face when glancing back at the steadily rage-filled Itsuka, and decided to make like a tree and follow Yui, rather than be alone with someone very angry with them. As soon as the door shut, Itsuka growled under her breath and threw a punch at nothing, feeling even more angry than ever. Fuming, she charged up the stairs, opened the door, and slammed it shut. If anyone heard her going to town on her punching bag for an hour, they didn't comment. "Oh, God, yes," 𝐒𝐿 out as Kinoko pushed the DLD slowly into her butt, grabbing the sheets tightly and biting them. They were lying on her bed, Kinoko having put on the strap-on with the white DLD attached, and rolled the ghost girl onto her stomach to shove it straight into her lubed-up hole. After they had spent a few minutes of 𝐒𝐿 nibbling on Kinoko's ear while fingering her, they decided to say screw it and properly attend to both of their needs, 𝐒𝐿's after being very weakly spanked by Ibara and Kinoko's after humping Izuku downstairs. This way, they could both get what they wanted. Kinoko out as well as the VBRTR attached to the fake PP entered her, giving her some STMLTN herself. After making sure her friend was comfortable after the insertion, she slowly pulled nearly all the way before pushing back in, making 𝐒𝐿 grunt out, and they slowly got to work pleasuring themselves after all those teases downstairs. This was the second time they tried to have sex. Their first attempt had ended a bit awkwardly, mostly due to nerves, prompting them to just MSTRT with each other while occasionally giving each other kisses, so it was a testament of how pent up they were, in addition to one whole week without meeting up, that they weren't satisfied with the mutual MSTRBTN this time, instead needing to feel each other. "Oh, God, yeah, Kinoko, right thing there." 𝐒𝐿 out, reaching behind her to rub at her roommate's thick thighs. Kinoko let out a little giggle as she raised a hand to smack her butt, enjoying how it jiggled as she plowed into her, loving how 𝐒𝐿's spooky demeanor broke whenever she was pleasured. They didn't really feel the need to stay quiet. Pony was aware that they were together, and they had bought her silence by casually saying that if she didn't talk about them, they won't talk about how they overheard her crying out Izuku's name at around 1 in the morning. Even if she had wanted to tell the others about it, Pony was very quick to agree with them. Not that she'd be up for telling on them right now anyway. The way she hurried up the stairs after getting out of the closet with Izuku, they could tell that she wasn't exactly asleep right now. For the next 10 minutes, 𝐒𝐿 out while Kinoko bucked her hips into her, the mushroom girl's hands on her hips as they fed, until both of them came to a swift CLMX, groaning out as they came. Kinoko gently removed the DLD from 𝐒𝐿's butt, pulling out as slowly as she could, and then put the white DLD to the side for 𝐒𝐿 to clean later. The two naked girls relaxed on the bed, 𝐒𝐿 moving gingerly, and both girls faced the ceiling, taking a few seconds to catch their breath, pretending not to hear Pony's gasps and MMMS through the thin walls. After they managed to finally calm down, 𝐒𝐿 spoke up. "Is it just me," she said slowly, "but is this not really doing it for you anymore?" "Nah." Kinoko turned to the side, pouting. "It's not as fun as it was before." "Not that it isn't awesome doing this with you," 𝐒𝐿 explained a bit, grabbing her hand, "it's just that it seems like it's not as effective anymore. Does that make sense?" "Like?" Kinoko thought for a few seconds, trying to form an answer, before it came to her, glancing down. "It's the DLDs. They aren't enough." "No," 𝐒𝐿 agreed, sitting up carefully and glancing at the fake PP, "they aren't. We're too used to them now. Here. Should we?" Kinoko thought, putting a hand to her mouth, "Try using our hands. Maybe that's it." 𝐒𝐿 shook her head. "I don't think that's it. Besides, I don't know if you want to put your finger up my butt. No, probably not, Kinoko sighed, laying back. So now what? Both girls laid back to think, trying to figure out what was wrong. It took a few minutes of sitting back and relaxing, pretending not to hear Pony cry out in 𝐶LMX, before they came to the same conclusion. I want the real thing, Kinoko realized, her eyes widening. I do too. Wait, so we want to get fed. Is that it? Kinoko sat forward, putting a hand to her mouth. With an actual PP. I wouldn't put it like that, but yes, 𝐒𝐿 adjusted herself, flicking some of her hair out of her hair as she sat back up, mindful of how quickly she went. Since I think that we're both bi, I believe that what we're both looking for is an actual guy to have sex with us. But, is that okay? Kinoko asked, feeling a bit worried. Wouldn't that be considered cheating? No, I don't think, cheating. 𝐒𝐿 looked over at her, confused. We aren't dating. Wait, we're not. Wait, we are. Both girls turned to look at each other, shocked and red-faced. Before 𝐒𝐿 could say anything, Kinoko quickly turned away, twiddling her thumbs. I asked you out 2 days ago, she mumbled, looking downcast. I asked if what we had was special, and you said yes. I did. 𝐒𝐿 quickly ransacked her brain, trying to remember what happened 2 days ago, and to her horror, she remembered, sitting with the mushroom girl at lunch when she had asked that. She had thought that she was just referring to their time together, asking if it was special to her, and she had responded yes, not realizing that the mushroom girl was asking her out. Kinoko muttered, looking away a bit ashamed. I thought we had something special going on. When you said that we did, I thought we were. We do have something special, 𝐒𝐿 assured her, holding out her hand to grasp her friend's. 𝐒𝐿 sighed, feeling herself going red. This wasn't how she planned to do this, planning to send her a poem confessing her true feelings, but she knew that she had to fix this quickly. I was sorry, Kinoko, but I was actually going to ask you out later this week, after school. Wait, so you were going to ask me out? You do like me? Kinoko gasped, looking around, a look of hope in her eyes. Indeed, 𝐒𝐿 confirmed, giving her a small smile. I may have started liking you before we started doing this, but I never had the strength to confess, thinking you were just doing this to get your kicks in. I was going to ask you out this Friday, after classes were done, but apparently, I wasn't aware that we were already dating. In that case, do you want to get something to eat out tomorrow night? As our first date? Yes. Kinoko squealed happily, leaping at 𝐒𝐿 and hugging her tightly. The ghost girl chuckled and patted the mushroom girl's shoulder, hugging back. After about a minute of hugs, they backed up a bit so Kinoko could kiss 𝐒𝐿's nose, making her cringe a bit but laugh. Well, back to the matter at hand, 𝐒𝐿 got back on track. I think that our problem is that we're too used to something fake for it to do it for us anymore. We used to 𝐒LMX much earlier than tonight. I think that we need something more realistic. But perhaps that is out of the question, now, thanks to us dating. I mean, not exactly. I know we're dating, but maybe we could get a guy to join us. Kinoko offered, looking hopeful. Threesomes are awesome, right? No, thank you, 𝐒𝐿 shook her head. Do you really want a guy's PP in you after I'm done with it? Here. Kinoko blinked in confusion. What do you mean? Kinoko, 𝐒𝐿 gave her a pitying stare. Where do you think I want him to stick his PP? The mushroom girl took a few seconds to think about it, and then it came to her, wrinkling her nose in disgust. Oh, no way. She shook her head. I don't need his PP in me after being up your, no, never mind. Even then, 𝐒𝐿 shook her head, smirking at her girlfriends. Cringing, what guy would we have sex with? It's not like we know a lot of guys that we're attracted to, practically every guy in our class is out. Kinoko was about to agree, and tried to think of something else to make their sex life more exciting with their own 𝐾 and 𝐾S in mind. She supposed that she would have to learn to love but stuff, apparently. But it was then that one specific guy came to mind, making Kinoko stop in her tracks, thinking. Kinoko? 𝐒𝐿 asked, blinking as Kinoko turned away to think, and thinking was such a weird sight to see her in, it unnerved 𝐒𝐿𝐽 greatly. What are you dash? What about Midoriya? 𝐒𝐿𝐽 stumbled to a stop, looking surprised at Kinoko's suggestion. Midoriya? I don't think, he's already sleeping with Yui and Setsuna. I don't think he'd be interested in us. Yeah, it's not like they're subtle, the walls are super thin, Kinoko agreed, but still, she argued in favor of it. But think about it, Ray. We already know that his PP-'s huge, we've all seen it. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 gulped and blushed at that, but let her continue. Plus he's super nice. He's such a cutie patootie. And now we know he can be super secretary. Didn't you see how he was making out with Itsuka's stomach tonight? I did, 𝐒𝐽 admitted, going a bit red at the memory. I thought she was going to shove him over and do him right then and there in our living room. If she had, Kinoko giggled, that would have been a show. Ibara probably would have burst into flames, though. Both girls laughed at the mental image of Ibara's shocked face watching Izuku and Itsuka go at it on the floor, trying not to imagine that particular seki coupling too vividly. They only just finished up and needed a sneaky shower downstairs, no need to get excited again. Anyway, do you really think Midoriya can help us out? 𝐒𝐿𝐽 got back on track, putting a hand to her oversized lips. I don't know. Even if we did want to have sex with him, it'd have to be separate. He'd probably need to shower right after I have sex with him. I'm only as clean as I can get. And wouldn't that be considered cheating? I don't think so, Kinoko shrugged, reaching over and grasping her overhand. I love you. I love you a whole lot. I love you too. Yeah. But, weren't you thinking of going into the closet with him earlier tonight? Kinoko raised an eyebrow, making 𝐒𝐽 freeze up. I saw you trying to rig the bottle. Yeah. 𝐒𝐽 admitted, feeling ashamed. Sorry. No problemo. Honestly, the thought of you getting fed by Midoriya, it's actually. Kinoko cleared her throat, grinning with a blush, it's really hot. Really? 𝐒𝐽 raised an eyebrow in surprise, and when Kinoko nodded in confirmation, thought to herself about what it would be like to see Kinoko bent over by Izuku and fed. The image wasn't unappealing. In fact, 𝐒𝐽 kind of shuddered at the mere idea of it, feeling a small bolt of pressure in her loins. It would be really hot to see Kinoko get fed by Izuku. In fact, she kinda wanted to see it. Okay, 𝐒𝐽 nodded, turning to her girlfriend, how about this? If we F Midoriya, either one of us or both of us, we both need to be in the room. To watch. VYSM. Kinoko nodded happily. I'm more than okay with that. All right. 𝐒𝐽 smiled, leaning forward and kissing her cheek. So we'll do it separately, but the other one will watch. And remember, it's not cheating, we've both given our approvals. We just want to have fun. Kinoko nodded happily. Don't worry, I have a plan to make sure we have a shrooming good time. Why did I agree to date you? Because I'm the only one who thinks it's hot to shove stuff up your butthole. Tuche. This was awkward. Izuku nervously scooped up some cereal from his bowl, careful not to make any loud noises, and brought his breakfast to his lips to chew quietly. There wasn't a sound in the kitchen as the house ate, everyone concentrating on eating as quietly as they could while suffering in the tense atmosphere. Itsuka was eating her toast with a scowl on her face, her knuckles wrapped up in gauze after beating on her punching bag so hard it broke apart. Setsuna and Yui were glaring at their plates, not looking anyone in the eye. It was absolute torture, not being able to say anything to alleviate this silence. Kinoko tried to joke around, but a quick and deadly glare from all three of them shut her up instantly, prompting her to return to eating in silence. This had been their life for the last 10 minutes, even Ibara silently saying her prayers, starting her breakfast as quickly as she could before digging in. Izuku glanced back and forth between the three, feeling a bit of worry crawl in his chest. Obviously something happened between Itsuka, Yui, and Setsuna last night after everyone went to bed, but what, he couldn't even guess. He heard Itsuka going to town on her punching bag, of course, but he was too intimidated by her loud grunting and yells to go downstairs to see what was going on. He liked his head firmly where it was on his head, thank you very much. He was so terrified of the silence he didn't even feel awkward sitting next to Pony, the girl he was making out with heavily last night, and she didn't say anything either due to the sheer terror everyone felt. Izuku tried not to make too much noise as he finished his breakfast, standing up quietly to wash his dishes, trying to not make his chair make a sound while he got up. As he stood up, however, Yui turned to him and held out her plate. "Hey, Midoriya, do you mind washing my plate too?" she asked stoically, sounding completely normal like everyone wasn't pretending to be awake, since you're already up. Sure, Kodai," Izuku said weakly, reaching out to take the plate from her while she nodded. As he moved to take it from her, though, she held on fast, causing Izuku to sputter. "Are you sure?" she asked, concern in her eyes. "You don't have to." I don't mind," Izuku said, feeling very confused and a little afraid. What exactly was going on here? He didn't have long to ponder about it, though, because Yui nodded again, giving him a small smile, and she let go of the plate, letting him take it. "Thank you," she said sincerely. "I just wanted to make sure you really did want to wash my plate. I'm glad that I didn't have to push it on you." Izuku wasn't sure what the hell that meant, but apparently it was something, because Itsuka slowly turned her death stare to her best friend, the glare she was sending her enough to melt through steel beams, although Yui returned her glare with equally cold eyes. The rest of the house shuddered, and made the same decision to get ready while they ate, standing up and quickly scampering off. Izuku gulped and washed the plates as quickly and effectively as he could, putting them on the rack and booking it up to his room. A few minutes later, as Izuku got dressed in his school uniform and grabbed his backpack, he quietly crept downstairs as silently as he could, fearing for his life. He was quick to peek out of the stairwell, and after confirming that Yui, Setsuna, and Itsuka weren't anywhere in sight, used full cowling to sprint across the room to the door, opening and shutting it quickly before locking up. Letting out a tense breath, Izuku felt a weight fall off his shoulders, rubbing a hand through his hair, and turned to walk down the path towards Yui. What exactly happened last night? Izuku began muttering to himself, a hand to his mouth. Everything seemed fine up until he got out of the closet with Pony. Everyone was laughing, having fun, and although Itsuka didn't seem to particularly like the game, she was playing along and smiling. And then this morning it was like that hadn't happened at all, and Itsuka, Yui and Setsuna were close to tearing each other apart. Was it because of Izuku getting out of the closet with Pony? Izuku gulped nervously, feeling a crawl of guilt in him. If this was somehow his fault, he had no idea how he was supposed to fix this. Was it because of his sleeping with Yui and Setsuna? Maybe Itsuka confronted them about it. And they had a fight. Had Itsuka finally put her foot down? Izuku let out a small groan as he continued muttering to himself, his fingers pulling at his lip. Maybe he should talk to all three of them. Together or privately. Which one would be the least likely to get him thrown through a wall? Before he could come to that decision, he suddenly heard footsteps coming up behind him. But they sounded weird, as though they were clopping. Izuku turned his head to see Pony running up to him, waving a hand in the air as she smiled widely at him. "Midori!" she called, running a bit faster. "Wait up!" He froze up, now for an entirely new reason. Now that he was out of the eldritch horror location that was the kitchen, the memories of last night came rushing back to him. Oh, God, he made out with her. And not just made out, a heavy make-out. Like they were 2 seconds from ripping their clothes off and, oh, God, how can he look her in the eye? She touched his pee-pee. He felt up her butt. He did that to the sweet, innocent little pony. Weird guys in the general education course would kill him for even looking at her like that. They had a strict but unspoken rule of not corrupting the innocent horse girl. And he didn't just corrupt her, he leapt right over that line. Before he could agonize any further, she reached him, breathing slightly, and putting her hands on her knees. When she finally caught her breath, she stood up properly, and gave him a wide smile. "Good morning." Good morning," Izuku muttered, trying hard not to go completely BLD red. He didn't notice a small blush on her cheeks either, although she quickly covered it up. "I was wondering if you wanted to walk to school together," she suggested, pointing at the campus far away from them, poking out of the trees. "It's a bit lonely walking by yourself, so I thought we could walk to class together." "Walk? To class?" Izuku repeated, feeling a bit confused for a second. She wanted to just walk to class. She didn't want to talk about what happened. She's acting completely normal. Then why not? Izuku tried his best to smile, giving her the wobbliest one he could, and nodded. Why not? We do have class next to each other. It could be fun." Pony giggled cutely, making Izuku's heart clench, and quickly grabbed his hand in hers, somewhat dragging him towards the school and not noticing how red Izuku went with his sweaty hand interlocked with hers, due to the fact she was trying to power through her own blush. After slowing their walk somewhat, they started chatting about their upcoming joint training class, gradually enjoying their little walk to school, not noticing a brown-haired girl watching from the bushes, growling in jealousy as her girlfriend patted her head. "Babe, I'm sure it's fine," Midoriya tried to assure her, pointing at them. Look, Tsunotori's grabbed his hand so fast I thought she was going to put it on one of her melons. She's totally hitting on him. She wants the D, I know it. But we can't be sure." Okiko countered, glaring a hole into the back of Pony's head. "Maybe she's just pretending to be into him, so she can take him to a park to play basketball or something. If she's trying to take my spot as Izuku's best friend, I'll destroy her." Basketball. The school bell rung, signifying lunchtime, and Izuku was quick to put his notebook back into his desk, leaning back and stretching. Everyone got up to go for lunch, talking and laughing about what they were going to do after school, or else bemoaning the test they were forced to do, Mina bemoaning and slumping out of the classroom with the rest of the Baku squad while Katsuki yelled at them for their stupidity. Izuku himself was ready for lunch, his stomach growling after eating so little due to the tension this morning, and stood up to walk with Xiaoto over to the rest of the Deka squad. "Ah, Midoriya, I'm glad you're still in high spirits." Ida chopped a hand at him, smiling. "I'm relieved that you continually return to us from Class 1B in a good mood. It means that you're enjoying your stay. Although you looked a bit off when you came here this morning." Yeah, Ida," Izuku chuckled weakly, rubbing the back of his head. It's just been an awkward morning, is all." "Kiro, what, was there something that happened?" Tsuyu asked, putting a finger to her lip. Kinda. I'm not sure," Izuku confessed, following the group out the door. I think that Kendo, Tokuge and Kodai had an argument, but I'm not sure what about. I'm not sure if I should talk to them about it, though, it might not be my business." "Drama, here." Okiko hummed, holding up her paper bag filled with her lunch. "Well, it does happen, Deku. Mina and Kyuka had an argument a few days ago about laundry, and they were all awkward and angry about it for a whole day before they made up. It's not weird for roommates to argue." Maybe. You're right. I guess I'll let them figure out what to do before I ask." "Tsunotori." The group blinked, confused, and then followed Izuku's line of sight. Pony was leaning up against the wall outside their classroom, glancing around nervously at the students leaving for lunch, before her gaze returned to Izuku and she visibly brightened, jumping up off the wall, trying hard to fight off the small blush on her cheeks. Okiko lowered her gaze to a glare, ready for this new rival for Izuku's friendship, before Tsuyu swatted her upside the head with her tongue, rolling her eyes at her best friend's nearsightedness. "Hey, Midori." Pony greeted him, waving weakly. I was hoping I'd catch you before you headed off for lunch." Tsunotori." Ida jumped in, pointing a hand towards her. "How has your day been so far? Are you looking to join us for lunch? We would love to have you." "No thank you, Ida, I've already agreed to eat with Ibara," she explained, and turned back to Izuku. "It's just, I was wondering, Midori, are you busy tonight?" Tonight?" Izuku repeated, feeling his cheeks going a bit red. Okiko also visibly relaxed behind him, realizing that Pony was subtly asking him out, and was now ready to be friendly. Tsuyu's eyes almost rolled into the back of her head from the sheer exasperation. "No, I don't have anything planned." "Why do you ask?" Pony stumbled through her words, trying to find the courage, before she took a deep breath and asked, I was wondering if you would like to train with me after classes are done. I wanna try running some. I thought you'd like to come along. Training? Izuku asked, thinking about it. While there was a big part of his brain that was yelling at him to not jump into a situation he would be alone with her for, technically, this would be nice for both of them, running for some exercise. It may even be innocent. So Izuku nodded, giving her a small smile. Yeah, of course, Tsunotori. That sounds fun. Really? Pony gasped, her eyes alight with relief. Are you sure? I'm really not keeping you from anything, am I? No, of course not. Great. Pony nodded happily, then I'll see you at the house. She quickly turned tail and speed-walked down the halls as quickly as she could without incurring the class rep's wrath behind her by running. Her heart was beating rapidly in her chest, and she resisted jumping up and down in celebration. Izuku smiled weakly after her, and Xiaoto had to remind him that he was hungry so that they could keep going to the cafeteria, Okako laughing loudly at something Tsuyu said. Pony, meanwhile, had to try hard not to pump a fist in the air, Setsuna's advice earlier echoing in her mind as she went to find Ibara. None of them noticed Monoma standing at the door to his classroom, glaring after Izuku. After class was finished, Izuku was quick to jog back to the house, checking his phone as he went. Pony had sent him a text telling him that she'd be running a bit late due to carrying some stuff for Vlad King, so it was all right to get ready without her. Izuku gulped, trying to hype himself up while also trying desperately hard not to get his hopes up. This was just them running, going on a nice exercise together, alone, without anyone else. Just the two of them. After they made out in a closet yesterday. Izuku groaned lowly, pulling off his shirt and throwing it in the hamper. This was going to be awfully awkward, he bemoaned as he reached for his gym uniform, pulling it out of the closet and putting it on his bed. Who was he kidding? He was going for an extra run with a girl he had just made out with. There was no chance in hell it wasn't going to be brought up. Besides, this was a bad idea, especially considering Setsuna and Yi already going somewhere, Parsley. Izuku practically jumped out of his skin, whirling around. Speaking of the devil, Setsuna was leaned up against his doorframe, giving him a cocky smile. She was still dressed in her school uniform, her school bag hanging off her arm. Hey, Izuku greeted her weakly, waving. I'm going for a run with Tsunotori. I need to get changed. Do you? Setsuna laughed a bit, eyeing him like a hawk. Well, don't let me stop you. Izuku gulped, realizing she wasn't really going to go anywhere, even if he asked and he wouldn't really. It wasn't anything she hadn't seen already, and sighed as he took off his breathes, sliding them down his legs and kicking them into the hamper. He was aware of Setsuna's eyes eating him up, liking what she was seeing as he put his gym uniform on and zipped up the shirt. As he adjusted himself, she spoke up behind him. So, you're going on a run with Pony? She brushed some hair out of her face, giving him a knowing grin. What's going to happen after that? Ugh. What do you mean? Parsley, come on, Setsuna laughed. It's kinda obvious what Pony's going for. She wants to get you all nice and alone, butter you up, and bang you behind a bush. Izuku let out a small eep, throwing his hands to his face while she laughed a bit at the image. Izuku tried hard to get his blush under control, lowering his hands to look over at the sniggering girl, and a small thought came to him then. So, you're not angry, he asked, and Setsuna stopped her giggling to look over in confusion. About me and Pony making out. Here. Why would I be angry? She asked curiously, walking into his room and leaning against his desk. I mean, it's not like you and me are dating. Plus, I checked with you, she's cool about it too. But, Tsunotori's going to try the big all-stucken game, I know, Setsuna nodded happily. You should be looking at this as an exciting opportunity. She wants to bang, you wanna bang, and don't deny it, it's obvious, so what's stopping you? But what about Dash? Dude, are you saying you don't wanna bang her? Izuku shut up then, while Setsuna leaned forward, curious. Be honest. If you don't, then that's okay. Just be sure to let her down gently. Pony's definitely crushing HD on you right now. No, it's not like Izuku stammered, and slapped himself lightly in the face, trying to get himself focused. It's not like I'm not interested in her like that. I am. It's just, technically, you guys really don't mind. He finally managed to get out, feeling himself go red. Setsuna tried hard not to laugh through his stammering, and got up from the desk, walking over and pressing a kiss to his lips, making him finally zip up. Trust me, dude, we aren't mad, she assured him. Honestly, look at it another way, Pony. Let's be real, she's SBMSSVSF kinda like you. But whenever we Izuku gulped at that, you know something. I always feel like there's something you're holding back. Like you're cool with me being Dom, but you kinda wanna be Dom too. Really? Really? You know what I think. Setsuna leaned in, nodding sagely. I think you're a SWCH. A SWCH. Yeah. You're both sub and Dom hell. When I saw you and Yuf, you got on top of her real quick too. But that's just my opinion. You know what? I say go downstairs, do your run with Pony, be a great friend, then ride that cowgirl. And if you don't, that's okay. I'm sure you'll take care of you later. Izuku groaned a bit at the dumb pun, but Setsuna laughed, landing another kiss on his lips and turned to walk back downstairs to his room. Don't worry about me visiting tonight, I got some homework to do, she told him, and shot him a wink, so go rock that cowgirl's world. She closed the door behind her, and Izuku listened to her chuckling to her weak pun all the way down the stairs, before he sighed and opened his door. Closing it gently, Izuku considered his options carefully. He had just essentially been given the go-ahead by Setsuna to have sex with Pony, and Yui was apparently okay with it. But there was a part of him that was shaking its head no viciously, telling him how he barely avoided getting his SHG rocked in by Itsuka and he did not need to get a repeat visitation from her, especially one while she was very angry in general. As he stood in his doorframe, his phone buzzed, and he checked it quickly to see that Pony was waiting for him outside the house, apparently having come back while he was talking to Setsuna and gotten changed. Izuku sighed and quickly made his way downstairs, deciding not to make her wait. It didn't matter, Izuku settled on as he walked into the living room, waving hello to Ibara as she sat on the couch, reading her romance novel. Setsuna may have said it was okay to have sex with Pony, but unless Pony explicably asked, he wouldn't touch the subject. He didn't need any more reasons to get in trouble, and he needed to prove to himself, he declared within his heart, that he could interact with a girl in this house without it getting even remotely SXL. He could do it. He pulled the door open and headed outside, determination filling his heart as he looked around for Pony. Only for that determination to leave him the moment he saw her. Oh. Hi, Midori. Pony waved happily, unaware, or maybe very aware, of the crisis she just sent Izuku down on. She wasn't dressed in her usual gym uniform, but a white tank top that showed off a good amount of cleavage, and since she was currently hopping on one foot getting ready for the run, her BRSs heaved up and down, giving Izuku a good show. Oh, God, she wasn't wearing a BR, was she? The way they bounced up and down didn't look like there was any support there. After completing her hopping, she was sure to stretch and touch her hooves, giving Izuku a good look at her rear, with her small tail of blonde hair sticking out. After she was done stretching, she looked around, balling her fists with excitement. I'm ready to go, Midori. Do you need to stretch before we get started? Forget stretching, Izuku thought weakly, I need a very cold shower. That was fun. Pony nodded happily as they returned to the front door, shaking some of the sweat out of their eyes as they trooped up the stairs. I've got to start joining you and Itsuka for your runs in the morning, that's a great way to get some strength in my legs. Yeah, Izuku agreed, trying hard to avert his eyes from her backside. The last hour was filled with nothing but jogging and light conversation. Izuku and Pony running around the forest installed in you. Izuku had tried hard not to stare at Pony's bouncing assets, but he was but a weak teenager, and occasionally stole some glances at her when she ran ahead of him, showing off that nice butt. He felt shame rise within him and was tempted to throw himself into Ibara's garden and let the soil take him. So much for the self-restraint. As they entered the dorm house, they glanced around the living room but saw that no one was there, probably up in their rooms studying or doing their own thing. Before Izuku could say anything, especially about escaping her as fast as he could before he threw her back in the closet and finished what they started, Pony spun on her heel, looking up at Izuku's face a bit hopefully, but there was anticipation and nervousness there as well. "Say, Midori. I was wondering if I could talk to you about something," she asked, giving him a big case of the puppy eyes that Izuku already knew he couldn't resist. Although he was more concerned with the warning bells in his mind, feeling a stirring in his groin already, God, he hoped that this wasn't going where he thought it was going. This had been a torturous hour already, he could barely resist her as is. Why was she so cute and yet so secretary? Yeah. Izuku nodded, feeling a bit red in the face. "Actually, it'd be better to talk to you in my room," Pony admitted, her own face going red, and she weakly pointed at the stairwell. "Less chances of getting walked in on. Do you mind coming with me?" Izuku sighed, realizing that he could not resist her at all. "Yeah. Great. Come on." Pony led the way towards the stairs, moving very quickly, not looking back at all. Izuku followed her up the stairs, trying hard not to stare at her but swaying side to side, to the 3rd floor, going down the hall and standing back a bit to watch her open her door, and stand back to let him in, blushing bright red. Izuku gulped nervously, seeing his last chance to back out of this and go back to his room, wave goodbye, and stepped into her room. It was very cute, very nice. The walls had some American posters of movies and movie stars. Her desk was a bit messy, papers unorganized and everywhere, and a dresser with a TV on the top of it with a few game stations attached. Her bed had several stuffed animals strewn about. The bed itself was just big enough to fit 2 people, which Izuku hated that he thought of, with 3 pillows laying at the top where the metal frame was. As he was about to speak up, Pony closed the door quietly, and he turned back to see her blushing even brighter than before, suddenly unable to look him in the eye. "Yeah, this is my room," she said weakly, waving her hand around a bit. Do you like it?" "Yeah, it's cute," Izuku managed to squeak out, nervousness and awkwardness battling a pointless fight in his mind. Pony nodded quickly, strolling over to her bed and sitting down, picking up her stuffed horse and looking at it. So," Izuku muttered, looking anywhere but her at the moment, You said there was something you wanted to say to me." Why?" Pony nodded, biting her lip. She put the stuffed animal down, and, as though suddenly realizing something, her eyes widened. She whipped around and quickly gathered up the stuffed animals on the bed, holding them in her arms, and ran to her closet. She opened it with one hand, fumbling a bit with all the toys in her arms, and put the stuffed animals in, closing the door quickly and sighing. "I really don't want you guys to see this," she whispered, and then turned back around twice as quickly, heading back to her spot on the bed, sitting down and shaking. There is something I wanted to talk about," she said, her voice shaking now. I wanted to dash." She took a deep breath to steady herself, and finally managed to say, "I wanted to talk to you about last night." Izuku felt his own face explode into a bright blushing mess, turning around to face the door so that she couldn't see his cherry-red cheeks. He was half tempted to run straight out the door, get back to his room and pretend that he was never here, but he remembered what Setsuna said about not hurting Pony's feelings, and he let out a shaking sigh as well. Yeah. Izuku nodded a bit numbly. "I thought that was what this was about." Pony nodded, looking down, and grabbed a pillow off her bed, holding it to her chest. I want to be honest with you," she confessed, her cheeks very red. "Last night was the first time I ever did something like that. I know that technically, Leiko and Kinoko took my first kiss last night, but when I went into the closet with you, making out with you, Pony cleared her throat, still not looking up at him, it was amazing." "Oh, yeah?" Izuku nodded. "I thought so too." "No, I don't think you understand," Pony continued to explain, hugging the pillow tighter to her. I was really excited after we made out. It felt good. Really, really good. So I came up to my room, and she took a deep breath, and I humped this pillow, thinking of you." Izuku blinked in surprise, turning around slightly and glancing down at the pillow in her hands. He suddenly had a vivid image spot interrupt his train of thought, Pony grinding on that pillow, wildly, her hips shifting up and down on it, and Izuku hated that that image made him shudder for a reason that was not nervousness. I imagined this was you between my legs, Pony continued, her voice trembling, and I humped this pillow until I came. And when I did, I came harder than I had in years. Usually, I'm pretty good when it comes to keeping myself under control when it comes to stuff like this. It's usually pretty easy. But ever since she took another deep breath, and suddenly stood up from the bed, throwing the pillow aside and gazing up at him with determination and something else in her eye. But ever since I saw you, in the shower, you haven't left my mind at all. Izuku took a shuddering breath, remembering exactly when she had seen him, standing naked in the shower, wrapped up in her own towel. He remembered her curves, how surprisingly sexy she had looked beyond her cute looks. He remembered the intense kisses she had given him, the way she threw herself at him, the feeling of her butt in his hands. Setsuna's words about him being a SWH came back to him for some reason, as though reminding him that he wasn't just the innocent guy who liked sitting back and letting girls crawl all over him. And he felt his pee-pee start to stir in his breathes. I know that you're sleeping with Set and you, Pony confessed, biting her lip, but I also know that you're not with them. Set told me today after lunch. She's okay if I asked you. She took another deep breath, and then said loudly, if you wanted to have sex with me. There were a few seconds of silence, where Pony squeezed her eyes shut, waiting for the inevitable no and for him to laugh. After all, why would Izuku want little old her when he had bombshells like Setsuna and Yui to pick from? When the denial didn't come, however, she peeked up at him, and was surprised to see Izuku taking a long exhale, closing his eyes briefly, before opening them and turning fully to look at her. Izuku knew that it was now only a matter of seconds before this happened, his hormones already on fire and screaming at him to finish with this build-up and get it on with her, but he needed to say something first. Izuku muttered, and then looked up at her, seeing her breathlessly looking up at him. I can't get last night out of my mind either. The way that you felt, your lips, your body, your everything. You haven't been the only one thinking those thoughts. He took another breath, and confessed, I was checking you out throughout our run. It's not really fair, he laughed. You're so cute, then you turned up in those clothes, and suddenly I really needed to take a cold shower. She whispered, hopeful, you want to sleep with me too. Izuku nodded quickly, stepping forward. I do. Then what are you waiting for? She asked, longing and making her walk forward, grabbing his gym shirt, and began stammering in English, unable to control her thoughts properly to translate. You want to F me? Then do it. You can F me all you want. Please, do it. I want to. Izuku muttered, feeling longing start to take control of him, and his hands grabbed at her waist, holding the soft skin under her shirt as she started breathing, grabbing his collar and pulling him down to her height. Kiss me, Midori, she begged him, throwing her arms around his neck. Kiss me, kiss me, kiss me. It didn't take Izuku knowing English to know what she was asking, and, taking a deep breath for bravery, leaned in and pressed their lips together. Pony immediately hummed in satisfaction, her hands scratching his scalp as Izuku wrapped his arms around her, kissing her as passionately as he could. He tried hard to remember how confidently Setsuna and Yui had kissed him before, and tried to imitate it as best as he could, taking her lower lip in between his while slowly backing her up to the bed. Yes, 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 Pony hummed out as Izuku began pushing his tongue against her lips, opening her mouth to let him in. Izuku's hands lowered to her thighs, enjoying how soft they were, and used his strength to lift her up, putting his knees on her bed and lowering her down onto the pillows, continuing to French kiss her while on top of her. With both tongues fighting, Izuku realized that Pony was incredibly inexperienced with kissing, her movements sloppy, saliva running down his chin. He didn't mind it, though. The passion she was showing him was enough that Izuku already felt his pee-pee start to harden in his shorts, already becoming a bit uncomfortable. Izuku's hands cupped her round face, feeling her soft cheeks as they kissed, reaching up into her hair and enjoying how soft it felt. The sensation of her hair on his arms tickled him a bit as they continued making out on her bed, her own hands roaming his body, feeling up his arms and muscles with a giggle. It wasn't until Izuku reached her horns, his fingers rubbing against the hardness, that Pony suddenly reacted, arcing her back and umming loudly. Izuku! Jolted, looking down at her in shock as she breathed slightly, going very red in the face as she opened her eyes, the black iris in her eyes completely blown up, barely any blue there for Izuku to see. As he removed his hands from her horns, she let out a small of disappointment, and Izuku remembered something that he had learned last night. Are your horns sensitive? He asked, his hands still in her hair just to be safe. She nodded shortly, still trying to catch her breath from the rather intense makeout. Yeah, yes, they're really sensitive, Pony explained, switching back from English to Japanese, going even redder. If you wanted to touch them more. Izuku gulped, glancing back up at the pale horns on her head, which were much taller than Mina's own horns. He remembered that Pony didn't seem to be very confident at this. While she was certainly passionate about making out with him, it was clear that Izuku was the one taking the lead here. So, if Pony really liked having her horns touched, and she wanted to. He remembered one time having sex with Setsuna, when she grabbed his hair tightly and yanked his head back to kiss at his neck. It had been slightly painful, but it had shot a burst of pleasure through him. If that had worked for him. He let out a tense breath, and raised his hands to grab both of her horns, both hands grasping them tightly. Pony let out a little huff of air due to the surprise, but that was nothing compared to the loud gasp and as Izuku yanked her head back, exposing her neck to him. Trying hard not to panic, Izuku dipped down and pressed a kiss to her neck, skinning some of the skin into his mouth to bite lightly on. He was forced onto his knees when Pony's entire body arced into him, removing one of his hands from her horn to grab her back and press her harder into him. "Oh my god," Pony ummed out loud, her eyes rolling into the back of her head due to the combined stimulation from Izuku's hand gripping her horn and his mouth on her neck. "Oh my god." Izuku felt a sudden boast of confidence flare in him at the sound of her umming, not really getting what the words meant but definitely understanding the tone. He let out a little groan while skinning on her neck, his hand rubbing up and down the horn and driving her crazy with pleasure as she continued moving her hips wildly. They kept colliding with Izuku's PP, feeling a hardness there, and her legs kicked out wildly as Izuku continued to overstimulate her, Pony letting out a series of tense breaths as she felt her orgasm suddenly start to rise within her. It wasn't usually this fast. But the combined feeling of Izuku's lips and hands was driving her insane with pleasure. "I'm gonna come," she whispered, pressing herself somehow even tighter against him, enjoying how Izuku's other hand went down to grip her butt. I'm gonna come, cutie." Izuku groaned, not really getting what she said but knowing that she was enjoying it. He thumbed at the little wisp of hair on her backside, loving how soft it felt just like her hair, and raised his head up so he could kiss her again, ponying loudly into his mouth. He didn't really care for the noise, far too aroused by her sounds to properly care. Both of Pony's hands clamped down on his butt, pushing his PP harder into her own, and Pony let out a loud and raised her arms to hug him tightly. "I'm coming," she shouted, and felt herself explode in her shorts, juices spraying as she continued humping into Izuku. The boy felt himself freeze up as he felt something wet on his PP, and let her ride herself out, umming loudly and throwing her head back onto her pillows. Finally, Pony felt her orgasm start to fade away, and she let go of Izuku, collapsing on her bed in a sweaty, breathing mess, throwing a hand over her eyes as a weak smile filled her lips. Izuku watched her a bit nervously, slightly letting go of the hand he had on her horn. Did you?" Pony spread her fingers to see Izuku awkwardly staring down at her, very red in the face, and only then realized, feeling her face explode, what she had just did. With a small squeal, Pony threw her hands over her face, rolling onto her side groaning. I'm so sorry, Midori." She bemoaned, rolling onto her stomach, her words muffled by the hands over her face. It felt so good. I just did that, and you must think that's so stupid, that I came so easily, I'm dash. And no, it's okay. Izuku tried to assure her, putting a hand on her back comfortingly. I get it, I overstimulated you. I shouldn't have gone so overboard, I'm sorry. No, it's not you, it was me. Pony shook her head. I got too excited. You must think I'm so embarrassing. And no, not at all. I thought it was Izuku started to say, and then faltered. But, after steeling himself once again, and trying to keep his stammer out of his voice, he muttered, I thought it was hot. Hot. Pony pulled herself back up, looking back up at Izuku, uncertain. There were small tears of embarrassment in her eyes, which made Izuku's heart clench, and before he could stop himself, he cupped her face again and brushed the tears away with his thumbs. It was such a gentle thing for him to do, it even surprised himself, and it was hard not to swoon when she subconsciously nuzzled into his hands. Yeah, Izuku nodded, feeling himself go a bit red again. It was really hot. I'm gonna be honest, I'm still. You're still. Pony trailed off, glancing down, and her eyes widened at the sight of a bulge in his shorts, kind of hidden by the black fabric, but now she couldn't take her eyes off of it. I did this to you. She reached out without thinking, and rubbed the hard PP within his breathes. Izuku jolted a bit, groaning at the feeling, and Pony quickly withdrew her hand, looking panicked. Oh, I'm sorry, I just and oh, it's okay, he quickly assured her, it just took me by surprise, is all. Oh. Okay, Pony glanced back down, gulping, and then looked back up into his eyes. Izuku found himself getting a bit lost in her appealing blue eyes, the irises shrinking back down, but longing and need was there, biting her lip while her hands subconsciously reached up to rub his arms, tracing the scars on his right arm with her fingers. She gulped nervously, but nodding to herself, asked, can we keep going? Izuku smiled kindly at her, and nodded. Without further ado, Izuku leaned back in, still cupping her cheeks, and gave her a much lighter kiss, enjoying the soft feeling of her lips. Pony hummed in satisfaction and then threw her arms around his neck again, but this time decided to match his speed, not darting her tongue in and just enjoying the sweet kisses he gave her. Izuku slowly put her back down on the bed, laying atop her and slowly making out, eventually turning on his side so they could lie beside each other. Pony groaned slightly as Izuku's tongue teased her mouth, opening it so he could properly explore. His hands lowered so that they could rub her hips, enjoying how soft but muscular she felt, and rolled them over so that Pony was laying atop of him, straddling his hips while they kissed. Pony's hands lowered to his shirt, and went underneath it to feel up his abs and muscles. Pony at the feeling of them in her hands, rubbing gently, and let out a small gasp as Izuku's hands went back down to her butt, squeezing gently. She seemed to turn to putty in his hands, so she surrendered fully, loving the attention he gave to her, and content with the fact that he knew what he was doing. Izuku had no idea what he was doing. On the outside he was going slow, getting her ready for the next part, but inside he was screaming. What was he doing? How would he do this? Usually Yui would be leading, or Setsuna would just order him what to do and he'd do it. Should he kiss her melons? Go down on her? Say F it and just put his PP in her? He was a mess of confusion, but he took a deep breath, withdrew his tongue from her mouth, and helped her sit up. He tried desperately to remember his first time with Yui, and what she had done to get him in the mood and comfortable. It shouldn't be hard, right? Play with her, go down on her. Then, Izuku took a deep breath, knowing that this was going to be a really embarrassing time for both of them. But still, he tried to steel himself and carry on, making sure she didn't know how uncomfortable he was taking the lead, and gently lifted her gym shirt from her, exposing her stomach. Pony let out a little hum, and stretched her arms over her head to help him take off the shirt and throw it to the side. Looking at her topless form, Izuku confirmed his suspicions that she was not wearing a BR during their training today. Her BRSs were much smaller than Setsuna's and Yui's, but they still had some weight to them, and the nipples looked so cute. Taking a deep breath, Izuku leaned forward and put his mouth over her left NPL. The horse girl let out a loud gasp at the feeling of his tongue licking at her NPL, feeling it go hard in his mouth as he sked her melons into his mouth. She let out a mmm of joy and bucked her hips into him, grabbing his hair in both her hands and squeezing. Izuku a bit, tasting some sweat from their training together, but the taste was surprisingly invigorating. Izuku moving off that NPL to go to her other one and apply the same treatment, 𝐔𝐬𝐽 into his mouth and swirling it around in his mouth, occasionally nibbling on it to tease her. By the time he was done with her 𝐵𝐵, Pony was a breathing, red-faced mess, her breaths coming out quickly. Izuku rolled them over again, so that her back hit the mattress, and, trying hard to keep calm, took a second to throw his shirt off of him, exposing his chest to her. Pony's eyes went wide, staring up at his abs and pecs as he took a second to breath, and she then forced herself up, grabbing Izuku's waist and planting her lips on his abs. Like he had done with Itsuka last night, Pony slobbered over his muscles, drawing her tongue against his stomach and reaching up to draw his own NPL into her mouth. Izuku groaned, rubbing a hand through her hair, and tried hard not to feel embarrassed over how good it felt for Pony to like him up, and God, if he put Itsuka through that treatment last night, how the heck did she remain so composed? After she worshipped his muscles for a few more minutes, Izuku drew her back up so that he could kiss her again, Pony immediately trying to sit up on her knees to continue the kisses, only for him to slowly and gently push her back down onto the mattress, the horse girl disengaging from the kiss to look confused. And her confusion only grew as Izuku grabbed a pillow from the side and put it down on the other side of the bed. What? Let me, Izuku asked her, and brought his hands down to her gym shorts, moving her hips up so he could slide them and her panties off. Before Pony could protest, they were down her legs, Izuku taking the time to look closer at her hooves. The quirk analyzing part of his brain never shut off, not even during Seki times, and tossed them aside. Izuku glanced up to see Pony covering her wet privates, a look of embarrassment on her face. Her blonde hair was strewn everywhere on her pillow, and she deliberately avoided his eyes. "Tsunotori," Izuku whispered, reaching back up and rubbing her face with his hand, "can you please move your hands?" She mumbled, "I probably look really weird." Izuku shook his head, and leaned down to kiss her hand, causing her to look over. "You look appealing." Wait a second, where the hell did that come from? That confidence didn't belong to Izuku. Did he somehow borrow that from Kirishima or Togata-senpai? He was about to go off in a mumblestorm trying to decide whose suave lines he stole that from, but Pony let out a small sigh, trying hard to keep her blush down, and slowly removed her hands from her PP, resting them on her 𝐵𝐵. Izuku shook himself out of his screaming thoughts before he got consumed by them and glanced down at her V. As he suspected, she was a mess. Moisture poured down her thighs, the lips looked puffy, and the whole thing looked incredibly appetizing. There was a small tuft of blonde hair, trimmed and pretty looking, and Izuku had the suspicion that this was a pretty recent trim. He glanced back up at Pony, who was leaning up on her forearms glancing down uncertainly at him, and he realized that this was probably the first time she'd ever had anyone do this to her. So going hard like he did with Setsuna and Yui was a no-go. He'd have to be gentle. Thankful that he had done a bit of research into Sek during his time with them, Izuku laid down on his stomach between her legs, and lifted one of her thighs to lay across his shoulder, feeling her hoof settle on the small of his back. He grabbed the pillow he had taken from the front of the bed and put it under her butt, making sure she was elevated for this. With a deep breath, Izuku leaned forward and kissed the inner softness of her thigh, feeling the moisture on her leg and giving a quick like. Pony let out a small shudder, and began breathing a bit as Izuku worked his way towards her lower lips, pausing to kiss and nibble on her thigh. Finally, Izuku reached his prize, and after glancing up to make sure that Pony was okay, he took another deep breath, mentally pumping himself up, and planted a kiss against her wetness. Pony gasped out loud, sitting forward and staring down as Izuku began eating her out, sliding his tongue against her folds and beginning to push inside. This was far more different than her fingers, Pony realized, umming softly as his tongue pushed into her entrance, wiggling around. Pony let out another sharp gasp and threw her head back down to the pillows, squeezing her eyes shut as Izuku went down on her. This was weird. It was so off. It was so good. She ummed loudly, thrilling to the feeling of Izuku's tongue exploring inside her, his nose pushing into her wetness, and she felt her hands go down to touch his hair, drawing her fingers through his scalp and scratching in appreciation. It was off at first, the feeling of something foreign inside her, but now that she had gotten used to it, oh God, she did not want him to stop, she thought as she shuddered and crossed her legs over his head, trapping him against her PP. Izuku, meanwhile, had grown more used to giving all, thanks to Setsuna's training, so all he had to do was slow down and bring her to pleasure, trying hard not to give in to his usual ritual with Setsuna and get her off as fast as he could. Instead, Izuku took the time to enjoy giving pleasure to Pony, listening for her little cute mmms and squeals as he continued going down on her. He used one hand to beginning rubbing the top of her vagina, hearing her gasp loudly and beginning even more as he began playing with her CLT, and used the other hand to reach down, bringing down his own breathes and awkwardly climbing out of them. Throwing his breathes away, he awkwardly rubbed at his own PP, getting it a bit hard. Oh my. Pony managed to gasp out, going slightly cross-eyed. Stop, Midori, stop. Izuku jolted at that, hearing the instruction to stop, and immediately withdrew, gasping out loud when he finally got some air. He sat forward as Pony removed her legs, which were shaking uncontrollably, from his head, feeling worried. Did he overstep some boundary? Do something she didn't like? Oh, God, how would he? These worried thoughts were interrupted, however, as Pony lunged forward, smashing her lips against his and umming uncontrollably. Izuku stared forward in shock as her tongue shoved itself into his mouth, and Pony used some surprising strength to throw him down, straddling him and pressing herself up against him. Izuku hesitantly wrapped his hands around her, and Pony finally let him go for air, breathing, and he could clearly see the lust and want in her eyes as she began crawling down him, directly towards his PP standing at attention. Oh my God, she breathed, grabbing his PP in one hand as she settled between his legs. I just... She didn't say anything more after that, overcome by lust, and immediately dipped down, taking his PP in her mouth. Izuku let out a loud mmm as her wet mouth took in his PP, throwing his head down as she slobbered over his PP, humming muffled as she began bobbing her head up and down. The skill difference between her and the other girls he slept with was obvious, Izuku reflected as Pony continued giving him a blowjob, obvious that this was her first one. She couldn't take his entire PP in her mouth, instead focusing on the tip of his PP, and her mouth was open far too wide. But even then, Izuku suddenly had a hard time not saying F it and leaking in her mouth, breathing raggedly as she went to town on him. But God, he couldn't come in her mouth. If Yui was surprised he did it, no doubt Pony would be as well. 𝐻𝐼, Izuku managed to gasp out, patting her head. Hold on, let me up. Pony heard that through her lust, and managed to let him up by taking her mouth off his PP, breathing raggedly. Still, Pony squirmed, feeling far too aroused to properly think straight. She crawled away so that she was hugging her pillow, and Izuku glanced up to see her face down, sticking her butt in the air and wiggling it desperately, the blonde girl looking around with a pleading look on her face. Please F me, Midoriya, Pony managed to gasp out, please. Izuku let out a tense breath, and felt his own lust take over. He sat up on his knees, waddling over and grabbing her hips in his hands, causing her to gasp in excitement, biting her lip. Before he stuck it in, he remembered one last desperate tip, and asked, Are you protected? 𝐴𝐵. Pony nodded desperately, and shoved her butt into his lap, feeling his PP tease her entrance. Please F me. Please don't leave my room without fing me. Izuku felt himself shudder with want, and that was really all he needed. Remembering his first time with Yui, Izuku started slow, angling his PP into her entrance, and pushing in slowly. Pony let out a loud mmm as his length entered her, biting her pillow as he pushed inside. Izuku grunted as well, feeling a bit of resistance as he went deeper in, and after Pony gave her approval, pushed slightly harder, breaking him. He felt a bit of BLD touch his waist, realizing that she may be hurt right now, and slowed down his insertion, letting her get used to his length. Finally, he was fully inside, Pony gasping out as she got used to his full length inside her. Izuku grabbed her shoulders, careful not to angle her weirdly, and brought her up so he could kiss at her jaw and neck, prompting her to giggle some. After a few minutes of petting and kissing, Pony ummed and lowered herself back onto the pillow, pushing her butt into his waist and grunting. I'm ready, she breathed out, glancing at him out of the corner of her eye. Please, Midoriya, F me. Izuku nodded, and, as carefully as he could, began pulling out, being sure to drag his length against her velvety walls. Pony emmed at the sensation, her blonde hair covering her face, and her hooves kicked impatiently on the bed as he continued moving out. As soon as Izuku was almost out, he pushed back in, a bit slower than what he was used to, but wanting to give Pony a good first time. He repeated this a few times for the next 2 minutes, slowly going in and out, getting her used to his PP inside her. While it had been painful the first few times, Pony felt herself getting used to his length, beginning to as pain was replaced by pleasure. She whipped her hair back, making sure Izuku could see her, and sent him a pleading look. "Please go faster," she begged him, pushing her butt firmly into him. "Please." That was all Izuku needed to know, confidence swirling in his brain, and he began pushing in and out of her faster, hearing the clap of his hips meeting her but pushing him forward. Pony gasped and ummed, biting her pillow as her hands slammed up against the bars of her bed, letting her sit up slightly as Izuku fed her from behind. "Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah." Pony gasped out, eyes rolling. "Oh, God, I've wanted this all week. Oh, yeah, Midoriya, F me, just like that, please, please." Izuku grunted, the feeling of her walls pressing against his PP driving him forward, and he began going even faster, the wet sounds between them echoing in the room. It was a few more minutes before Pony felt close to leaking again, and she let out a delicious shout of pleasure as Izuku massaged her but from behind, squeezing her butt cheeks with both hands. "My horns," she begged him. Please, grab my horns." So far gone he was willing to do anything she wanted. Izuku reached forward, grabbing her horns between both of his hands, and pulled her head back, remembering how she reacted when he first did that. Pony let out a wild as she felt herself squr on his PP, squeezing his meat within her while he ummed at the sudden tightness, her juices spraying out onto his waist. Yes. Yes, yes, yes." She screamed out, her eyes rolling in the back of her head as another orgasm hit her. Oh, my God, you're fing me so good. You're so fing seki, please keep going, please." Izuku let out another as he felt his own orgasm rising within him, probably the result of the various orgasms Pony was experiencing right now. Letting out a loud grunt, Izuku felt himself ejecute within her, his PP erupting into her. Pony let out a hoarse grunt as she felt it, her eyes rolling into the back of her head, and she lost all strength in her arms, collapsing onto her face as Izuku leaned against her, letting go of her horns to grasp at the metal bars of the bed, breathing raggedly as he finished leaking in her, and as gently as he could, he pulled out, trying to catch his breath. "Tsunotori." There wasn't any response from her, and Izuku, wiping some sweat off his brow, looked a bit closer. "Hey, Tsunotori." But it was no use. Pony had become so overstimulated, leaking multiple times in quick succession, she had passed right out after orgasming, letting out soft snores as she smiled happily in her sleep. Izuku felt his heart clench at the cute sight, and as quickly and quietly as he could, got up to get his clothes from across the room. As tempting as it was to stay in bed with her, he didn't need to get caught by any of the other girls, while he wasn't together with Setsuna and Yui, and as much as they told him it was okay to sleep with other girls, he didn't want to make things awkward with Itsuka or Ibara. After getting his clothes back on, only grimacing at the obvious wet stain that Pony had left earlier, Izuku quickly tucked in Pony in her bed, pulling the covers to hide her naked form. Smiling softly at her, Izuku pressed another kiss into her hairline, and nearly swooned when she mumbled in her sleep and nuzzled against him. After debating with himself again about staying with her, Izuku made up his mind, and quietly snuck out of the room, closing the door gently behind him, and crept his way to the stairwell. Entering his room and flipping on the light, Izuku sighed, the exhaustion of the training and having sex with Pony catching up with him. Izuku stopped by his desk, checking his notebook while thinking. Yui and Setsuna telling him it was okay to sleep with everyone else, since they were not in a relationship with him, and that stayed on his mind, refusing to get out. Now, Izuku knew that he shouldn't be feeling bad about what happened tonight. Yui and Setsuna said it was okay. Vlad King didn't say anything about Cience's interactions with his roommates, and it wasn't like he was cheating on anyone. Hell, he should feel proud, he had such good sex with Pony she passed out right afterwards. But Even as Izuku thought that, he felt a wave of something unpleasant in his stomach. He should have felt fine after sleeping with Pony. But now that he had time to think, he felt shame start to well within him. It was obvious, now, that Pony found him attractive. She had laid it completely out before they had sex, telling him that she masturbated to him, and he didn't need to be an expert in English to know what she was saying towards the end. But wasn't he doing something awful to her? He was going around, sleeping with Yui and Setsuna, and now he was messing with her. Shouldn't Pony deserve better than that? She said that she knew Izuku was with them as well, and seemed fine with sleeping with him, but that didn't stop the guilt from flaring up inside him. He had hoped he would get a girlfriend from living here, but now he was just messing around with the girls, sex the only thing on their minds. He wasn't something to date or love, he was only having sex and enjoying physical activities with them. So why, ahem? Izuku jumped out of his skin when someone cleared their throat behind him, whirling around. Part of him was ready with full cowling, in case some villain snuck into his room to wait, but the moment he caught sight of who was behind him, Izuku felt himself freeze up, staring in shock and horror at a naked Kinoko laying on his bed, thumbing her NPL while smirking up at him, the fringe of her hair hiding only one eye while the other one gazed at him seductively. About time, she joked, liking her lips. I was starting to get a bit hungry for a mushroom. WHWHW what WHWH-A? What's up, Midoriya? Kinoko asked, rubbing a hand down her curvy hips, smirking up at him. I'm saying that I'm hungry for some mushrooms, and I know you've got a really big one hiding there. Izuku stared at her in horror, a mixture of shock and fear coursing through him as he stared down at his roommate laying seductively on his bed, smirking up at him. Oh, God, oh God, oh, F, oh no, she's hot. Izuku felt ashamed that this was the first thing he had thought gazing down at her, but he couldn't help but notice. She normally wore her Lolita clothing during her spare time, which was cute but didn't show off much, just some nice dresses that were really frilly and multiple layered. But now he got to see her completely bare, and he felt a stirring in his breathes the longer he looked at her. She was okay, he hated to put it like this, and she was definitely in shape, but out of all the girls he had seen naked in this house, she definitely had the most weight to her. While Yui was a bit thicker on the seki side, she paled in comparison to Kinoko. Her hips were curvy, plenty of soft-looking skin to grab onto. She had a tummy, but even that looked RSNG to look at, the slight rolls sending a shudder through him. Her breasts were much bigger than he had been expecting, and her nipples were inverted, looking so inviting. Her PP had no PBIC hairs to see, very cleanly shaved, and her thighs looked like they could easily crush his head. The only eye visible to him, the rest of her face hidden by her fringe, was more stuck than he had ever seen it, looking over him like she really wanted to gobble him up. In short, good God, Kinoko was always cute, but he never considered her to be this drop-dead secretary. As Izuku struggled to find an answer, stumbling through his thoughts, he didn't hear a few footpads behind him. I told you this was stupid, Kinoko. Izuku was not proud of the high-pitched scream that left his lips as he leapt high into the air, almost hitting his head on the ceiling, and whipped around to see Layko standing right behind him, giving him a deadpan stare. Izuku came down HOD on the ground, tripping over his own feet and flailing backwards, right onto the bed, where Kinoko was currently sitting. The poor mushroom girl, realizing what was about to happen, prepared to either say her prayers or thank every god she could imagine, no in between as he fell towards her with no chance for her to get out of the way. Luckily or unluckily for her, Layko used her quirk to stop Izuku right before he toppled over, sparring her from being crushed. My apologies, Midoriya, Layko said, at least sounding sorry as she used her quirk on him, but you were going to be standing there gaping at her all night unless I spoke up. Why Yanaji? Izuku stammered, whirling around at her. She, at least, was dressed in a tight blue sweater and jeans, and holding her hands out as a zombie. Making sure he didn't collapse on their brown-haired classmate. I don't dash. I am more than willing to explain, Layko said patiently, but first, Kinoko, please get dressed. There was absolutely no chance that this was going to work. Ah, but you didn't see him check me out. Kinoko whined, flailing her arms. He was 2 seconds from jumping on me and giving me the shroom. If you didn't clear your throat, he would have never noticed we were here. Thankfully, rather than argue more, Kinoko did as she was instructed and quickly got off the bed, 𝐒𝐿𝐾o rolling her eyes as she sashayed to her clothes, Izuku looking away with a red-covered face at her swaying butt. 𝐒𝐿𝐾o let him down gently onto the bed, which allowed Izuku to grab a pillow and slam it down on his lap, causing the ghost girl to raise an eyebrow but not comment. He was a teenage boy, after all, she shouldn't be surprised. What are you guys doing here? Naked. Well, Midoriya, 𝐒𝐿𝐾o explained, rolling her eyes as Kinoko put on her underwear, grumbling as she pulled her sports bra over her head. We were coming upstairs to talk to you about something, but Kinoko had the idea to STP and wait for you, believing that you would simply jump in bed with her the moment you saw her. I am relieved that you did not. 𝐒𝐾o's eyes scanned the room. I don't know if I would be comfortable watching this while our teacher is plastered all over the walls. Izuku let out a small and burned brighter, but still continued, but, I don't, watch what, I don't get it. What's going on? Well, 𝐒𝐾o sighed, and sat down in his computer chair, spinning it so she could look at him. The explanation is, Midoriya, we need your help. My help? Yepis. Kinoko was finally dressed, pulling her gym clothes back on, and sat down on 𝐒𝐾o's lap, planting her rather large butt in her lap while 𝐒𝐾o hummed in approval. The truth is, Midoriya, we want you to help us with something. Okay. But what is it? I suppose we can explain, 𝐒𝐾o said. Midoriya, you may not know this, but Kinoko and I have started to date. We are now going out. Oh, congratulations. Izuku nodded, happy to hear that his friends were now dating, but then his brow wrinkled in confusion. Wait. Then why were you naked on your bed? 𝐒𝐾o guessed, and Izuku gulped. That was her own idea. I had the idea to come in here and wait for you, just so we were not overheard, but she quickly stripped and laid down on your bed. I didn't get to stop her in time before you came in. But we are getting off topic now. The truth is, Midoriya. She then took a deep breath, and continued, Kinoko and we have been NTMT with each other. NTMT? Izuku wondered out loud, a bit confused for a second, but then the light bulb over his head lit up, the implications kicked in, and Izuku froze up, going very red in the face. The image of Kinoko and 𝐒𝐾o on a bed, naked, umming and rubbing each other, kissing and 𝐔𝐬𝐚𝐺. Oh, God, thank Almighty his pillow was still covering his PP, or that would have been even more embarrassing than he already was. 𝐒𝐾o and Kinoko seemed to have guessed what he was thinking, however, smirking a bit at how red his face got again. Indeed, 𝐒𝐾o nodded, Kinoko and I have had secretary. But we have recently run into a bit of a problem. A problem? This time it was the ghost girl's turn to blush a bit, going slightly red in her pale cheeks. We both have particular 𝐭𝐻, both different but with one thing in common. We do use DLDS to alleviate our stress. Izuku tried hard not to squeak at that implication and the image in his mind that followed it, but recently, it hasn't really done it for us. They feel far too fake to satisfy us anymore. It's not that we are not attracted to each other, but parts of our 𝐭𝐻 require the DLDS, mostly because of how comfortable Kinoko is using them, so our sex life has suffered somewhat. Which is what brings us to you. To me. Now, there was a part of Izuku that went on high alert, realizing somewhat where this was going. There was a pit of worry in his stomach that suddenly and painfully swelled when he realized what they were asking. Kinoko nodded happily, and leaned forward, anticipation on her face. We want to try the real thing. The real thing. Yeah. Kinoko enthusiastically confirmed, rolling her eyes a bit at Izuku's slowness. The DLDS aren't doing it for us anymore, so we want a real PP. An actual mushroom for us to play with. And she giggled menacingly, her eye narrowing slightly. We do have one mushroom we want to play with. A mush? Oh. Izuku was at first confused, but then he understood. The pit of worry in his stomach lurched painfully, and he felt a small twinge of sadness hit him, not exactly knowing where that came from. You? 𝐒𝐾o nodded. Neither of us will lie, You are very attractive, Midoriya, and we are aware of your engagements with Setsuna and Yui. We do know that you are not in a relationship with either of them, so we were wondering if you would like to help us out. Before you answer, 𝐒𝐿𝐾 raised a hand before Izuku could speak. Please don't assume that this is us stealing you from them. We are simply asking for a night of your time, in order for you to come to one of our rooms and please us. Okay, just to make sure I understand. Izuku sighed, leaning forward to look at both of them. You want me to come to your room and have sex with both of you? Precisely, 𝐒𝐿𝐾 confirmed. Just know that it won't be both of us at the same time. Our 𝐾𝐻. It would be wise to F us one by one rather than at the same time. I don't think Kinoko would like where your PP has been after I'm done with it. So essentially, Kinoko would have sex with you first, and then I would be right after. That shot a feeling of curiosity into Izuku. What 𝐾𝐻 would require that? But still, the pit of worry made him hesitate to answer. I don't think. You don't need to answer right away, 𝐒𝐿𝐾 assured him, and Kinoko nodded. You can take some time to think about it, if you would like. Yeah? Oh. Izuku sighed, and leaned back somewhat, frowning. I'll think about it. Can I get back to you tomorrow? That's all we ask, 𝐒𝐿𝐾 nodded. Now, let's get going, Kinoko. It's getting late. Sure thing. Kinoko nodded happily, and the two girls stood up to leave. They waved goodbye to Izuku, and silently closed the door, leaving him in silence. Izuku stared blankly at the wall for a second, before he sighed and stood up, putting his pillow back on the bed and slowly walking out of his room, opening the door quietly and leaving it open as he slowly walked down the stairs, suddenly in desperate need of fresh air. Everything that had happened in the last hour swirled around him. Going on the run with Pony, her confessing that she found him attractive, the passionate sex that they had, Kinoko laying naked on his bed, and 𝐒𝐿𝐾's offer. Izuku knew that he was supposed to feel elated, kind of like how Kaminari or Mineta or any of the guys in his class would feel in this situation, several attractive girls throwing themselves at him, desperate to have sex with him, to please them, but instead, he felt empty. As he reached the bottom floor, walking slowly towards the door, he felt his lips press into a thin line as he got lost in his thoughts. Sleeping with Pony, and the guilt that he felt for dragging her into this mess. Kinoko and 𝐒𝐾, wanting him to enter their relationship just to F both of them. Setsuna, who used him as someone to dominate, and Yui using him to have sex, expressing that she didn't see him as a romantic partner. And that, Izuku closed his eyes as he reached the front door, was part of the problem. All the girls saw him as someone to have sex with, to have a good time with. But did they actually like him? Izuku quietly opened the front door, stepping out into the humid night and standing at the porch, staring off at the stars as he wallowed in self-doubt, thoughts that had been swirling around in his head for weeks now but were now bursting through the surface. Did any of these girls genuinely like spending time with him? He knew that they enjoyed having sex with him, he wasn't stupid enough to think that. But did they actually like him? As a person? While they definitely hung out outside of school and sex, either eating dinner together or watching a movie, Izuku was scared of thinking about what would happen if sex was completely taken out of the picture. Would they just not want anything to do with him? Because the truth was, Izuku grimaced, turning away. The truth was, as vain or scummy as it sounded. He knew he was starting to develop feelings. God damn him, and his emotional, heart-on-his-sleeve thoughts, but it was true. He couldn't just sleep with these girls and not feel anything. Yui, he remembered, usually sat down with him at night in the living room, reading her book while he wrote in his notebook, at least before they started having secretary. Setsuna and him geeking out over Godzilla, her light teases and him occasionally snarking back, the elated look on her face whenever he hit her with a particularly good zinger. Pony, how cute she was whenever he tutored her in Japanese, and her goofy high fives when she got an answer correct. And that was only the girls he had sex with, Izuku realized. What about everyone else? Kinoko, who teased him with mushrooms but was enthusiastic to walk with him to school, chatting about work. 𝐒𝐾, who read his notes about heroes with a lot of interest, leaning forward to read her own entry and compliment him for his drawing skills. Ibara, who helped him learn more recipes, and who giggled whenever he screwed up or made a bit of a mess, patiently helping him clean up. And Itsuka, who was there for him every day, helping him get a new key, watching over him like a big sister, acting as someone he could talk to. Even if he wasn't sleeping with them, Izuku knew, deep down, he was starting to develop feelings for all the girls in this house. Nothing like love, Izuku thought as he slowly went down the steps, but small crushes. He cursed himself for being attracted to every single girl in this house, and then felt despair, realizing that none of them saw him as someone romantic to pursue, but someone to just have fun with. What would happen when he inevitably moved out, back to his original house? Would they just move on to the next guy, or would they go their separate ways? Would they even talk to him anymore? And now he was considering messing up the relationships he had with Kinoko and Reiko, just like how Sek now dominated his relationships with Yui and Setsuna, and made his and Pony's relationship awkward. How could he consider doing that? As Izuku fell further and further into his depressive funk, his despairing thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the sound of a ratchet, the noises making him turn around in slightly surprise at the noise. He hadn't noticed the motorcycle sitting in their little driveway, propped up so it didn't topple over, and Itsuka sitting cross-legged, grumbling as she adjusted some bolts. Izuku blinked, and, without really thinking about it, walked over to speak to her. He didn't really have anything specific in mind to talk to her about, not even his worries about the rest of their house. He was moved by the instinct that he just wanted to talk to her. Itsuka heard the sound of footsteps on the gravel, and she turned to see Izuku standing above her. Now that he could look at her, her face was covered in grease, smudged on her forehead and cheek, and her hair was done up in its usual ponytail. She wore a grey t-shirt underneath a pair of blue overalls, and a pair of work boots. She blinked in surprise at him. She had been wearing a scowl while she worked on her bike, but seeing Izuku standing above her, looking down in curiosity, made the frown disappear off her face. "Hey!" Itsuka greeted him, giving him a small wave. "Hey!" Izuku nodded, giving her a wobbly smile as he knelt down so they were face to face. What are you doing?" He immediately cringed at the question. It was obvious what she was doing, idiot. Just some adjustments." Itsuka seemed to ignore the stupidity in his question, turning back to look at her bike. Don't think you've ever seen my baby, have you?" No, I haven't." "Well, Midoriya, this is my girl." Itsuka patted the seat, giving the bike a small smile. "I've been working on her since middle school. It was a project me and my dad started working on, then I got into you. So I had to take her with me and put her in the garage. I've been getting her into working shape ever since." Are you sure it's safe to ride a motorcycle?" Izuku asked, feeling concerned. "I heard that there's been a lot of motorcycle-related accidents over the years." At this, Itsuka turned back to her roommate, her eyebrow raised skeptically. "Are you of all people telling me to not risk getting injured, Mr. Break His Bones every other Friday?" Good point." Itsuka laughed, the first time she had all day, and grabbed her towel to wipe off her face. Admittedly, she had been in a pretty bad mood all day, the argument with Setsuna and Yu making her much more snappy in general. She may have had to apologize to Monoma when her usual chop slammed him into the ground, but strangely, talking to Izuku like this had calmed her heart, and she couldn't help but smile warmly as Izuku looked awkwardly around, inspecting her bike. After wiping off her face and checking the grime attached to the towel, she put it down and gave him a more genuine smile. "So," she gestured to the bike with her head, "what do you think about my baby? Isn't she gorgeous?" She's appealing." Izuku nodded dumbly, not really sure what to say. Itsuka laughed again. "That sounds like you're just saying that to appease me," she teased, waving her hand to make him come closer. "Come here, look closer at the engine. I put a lot of work into it." Izuku looked over at the engine, and crawled over to look. Itsuka, in her element, took great pleasure in explaining to Izuku about how her bike worked, and what she had to put together. It was one of the few times that she got as excitable as Izuku himself, talking giddily about the parts she wanted to buy, but this was much more different, because unlike anyone else she had shown her bike to, Izuku was genuinely listening. He asked her questions about the bike, showing attention to what she was talking to, and Itsuka felt her bad mood from all day evaporate as they lost track of the time talking, the lights from the lampposts illuminating them. As for Izuku, his conflicting thoughts about what he just did with Pony, the debauchery 𝐒𝐿𝐼 and Kinoko were offering, his fears that the rest of the house didn't actually like him, faded from his mind as he smiled at Itsuka geeking out in front of him, looking absolutely giddy. So I just need to make sure that the brakes are working, and then my babe'll be good to hit the road, Itsuka said proudly, sitting back, folding her arms across her chest and allowing herself to smile smugly, making Izuku laugh a bit. As she smiled at the bike, a sudden idea came to her mind, and she turned to face the green-haired student. Tell you what, Midoriya, once she's all ready to go, how about I give you the first ride? Here. Me. Izuku, feeling shocked, pointed to himself, as though she were referring to some other Midoriya. Yeah. Itsuka nodded. Trust me, the feeling of riding down the road, the wind in your face, she sighed dreamily. That's the stuff of dreams. Izuku thought for a second, imagining him holding Itsuka as they rode down the road, and felt himself smile a bit, warmth pooling in his heart. You know what, sure. I'd be honored. Great. Itsuka nodded proudly smiling, and turned her face to look at her bike again. It was only then that Izuku saw a smudge of grease still on her cheek, and pointed to it. Kendo, you still have a bit of grease on your face. Where? Itsuka picked up her towel to wipe her face down again, but before she could, and before he could properly think this through, Izuku leaned forward, his hand outstretched to wipe the grease away. He used his palm to wipe the grease from her cheek, leaving it a bit smudgy but getting rid of most of the grease, but then it clicked for Izuku, as he registered how soft her cheek was, exactly what he was doing. His eyes widened and he felt heat explode on his cheeks as Itsuka turned her gaze to his, staring at him with shock in her eyes and a blush lightening her cheeks. Oh God. OF. He was holding her cheek. He was holding her cheek in a very romantic gesture. A very romantic gesture towards his roommate. Oh God, why was he still holding it? Artificially, as though Ida's mannerisms had been copied into him, Izuku robotically removed his hand, staring at her in horror as he shook. Dates. Izuku's rambling storm was quickly stopped before it got out of control, and he looked up to see Itsuka look away, a blush kissing her own cheeks as she bit her lip. It's okay, Midoriya. Yeah. Good. Yeah. They then lapsed into an awkward silence, Izuku beginning to quietly mumble to himself and curse himself for his stupidity, while Itsuka stared at her bike, trying to get her blushing under control. Once she finally did that, Itsuka glanced at Izuku out of the corner of her eye, seeing him still ramble to himself, and sighed. Hey Midoriya, she asked, and Izuku shut up immediately, looking up at her. Why are you out here? I mean, it was nice talking about bikes and stuff, but why were you out here in the first place? What he was doing out here? Izuku blanked for a minute, trying to remember. He was talking to Itsuka, enjoying her company, liking the fact that she was smiling again after having such an awkward morning, but why was he? And then he remembered. Oh. Right. His self-doubts. The girls. Yui. Setsuna. Pony. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 and Kinoko. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 and Kinoko. Pony. Oh, no. Midoriya. Itsuka blinked, leaning in slightly. You okay? You kinda paled. I'm not going to lie. Izuku was already bracing himself, knowing that this wasn't going to end well. There really wasn't much point in lying. Itsuka was smart. She would figure it out eventually. I kinda messed up. You messed up? What? Do you remember how I was, You remember how I slept with Kodai and Tokic? Itsuka's expression fell almost at once, going from eyebrow-raising curiosity to blankness in 1 second flat. Now her eyes were narrowing, and Izuku gulped. I may have. Midoriya. Why yes, Kendo. Midoriya, what did you do? Izuku took a deep breath, and looking straight at the ground, muttered, I had sex with Tsunotori. There were several long seconds of brutal silence, Izuku staring a hole into the ground while Itsuka glared a hole into him, hearing absolutely nothing but crickets in the distance as Izuku braced for pain. Finally, Itsuka spoke. "You slept with Pony." "Why yes." "Pony." "Yeah." Itsuka took a deep breath, clenching a fist, and felt herself begin to shake. "Midoriya, I want to tell you that sleeping with Setsuna and Yui was stupid, but at least I get it. They came on to you. But this is no doubt the stupidest thing you've done." Izuku cringed, wincing at the anger in her voice. "Yeah. Pony, Itsuka grabbed her face, taking a shaking breath as she felt herself get angrier and angrier. "Pony, the one girl who's super emotional, who gets attached to stuff so easily, the last person I thought you'd actually have oh my god, I can't even say it. I'm sorry. Sorry dash." Itsuka looked exasperated, shaking her head. "Midoriya, look, I gotta admit, am I the only person in this house that doesn't think with their dash?" At this, she forced herself to take a deep breath, trying to calm herself down before she picked up her bike and threw it at him, and then gritted out, "Whose idea was it? Yours or hers?" "Hers. Are you telling me the truth?" "Why yes." Izuku insisted, looking up at her angered face with a bit of fear. "Kendo, I swear to God, I wasn't the one who pushed myself on her." Itsuka continued to glare at him, as though trying to make him break just by staring hard at him, but Izuku never wavered. Finally, Itsuka let out a long sigh, biting her lip, and then returned her heated gaze to him. "All right, no more beating around the bush. Is there anyone else? I don't care if you've slept with them or not, just tell me." Wincing, Izuku nodded numbly, and Itsuka sighed. "Who?" Shaking slightly, Izuku explained what had happened in his room, Kinoko and 𝐒𝐭𝐽 being together, their problem, and how they wanted to fix it, with him. Itsuka listened in silence, her expression never changing as Izuku finished telling her what happened. He left out his doubts about the other girls, though he had the feeling that Itsuka wasn't exactly in the pitying mood right now. No need to burden her with his stupid thoughts. "So now, I don't know what to do," Izuku confessed. I was going to take a walk to think, so I could find out what I should do, but you're probably going to sleep with them." Izuku blinked, looking up at Itsuka as she threw her dry cloth back down onto her tools, wiping her hand on her overalls. She had a frown on her face, glaring at the ground as she stood up and put her tools away. Izuku stared in confusion as she closed the toolbox and stood up to leave. Kendo. What? I said you're probably going to sleep with them." But You're wondering what I think you should do." Izuku nodded, and Itsuka huffed, turning away. She was having a difficult time hiding how disappointed she was with him. "I tell you not to do it. But I already know you're not going to listen to me." Izuku flinched at that, but as Itsuka went back up the stairs and opened the front door, not looking back at him, Izuku felt ashamed that he could not refute what she said. Inside, after washing her face, Itsuka threw her clothes into a corner in her room, grumbling, and flung herself onto her bed in her underwear, grabbing the comforter and pulling it up to her chin. Several angry thoughts were swirling in her head, anger at Izuku, at Yui, at every girl in the house bar Ibara. She wanted to wail on her punching bag, but she was concerned that she'd break something in her hand this time. Turning on her side, she continued to swirl in her angry thoughts, a tightening in her chest as she continued feeling furious. But subconsciously, she raised her hand and cupped her cheek, the same position Izuku had on her cheek earlier. She was still extremely zest at him, wanting to shake him with her large Ned hands and force him to think for once, but still, she closed her eyes and tried to concentrate on the memory of his touch. Because, even though it had been calloused, scarred, a bit malformed, It felt so nice. Izuku wasn't surprised the next morning, when he had woken up a bit later due to laying in his bed unsleeping for hours last night, that Itsuka was nowhere to be found when he got downstairs for his run. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down a bit, before he opened the door and went for his run by himself. Ibara was also nowhere to be found, probably having already left, not bothering to wait for him. That left Izuku alone with his thoughts, as he despaired over how badly he messed up, and how his entire friendship with Itsuka probably went down the drain. Once he came back, he slowly opened the door, and saw the girls sitting at the table, talking with each other while laughing. Itsuka and Ibara were both missing, leaving the small group only Setsuna, Pony, Yu, Kinoko, and 𝐿𝐿𝐼. Setsuna glanced at him out of the corner of her eye when he closed the door, and raised a hand in greeting. "Yo," she said cheerfully, "you're back late." When she had called out to him, Pony turned in her seat, and saw that it was Izuku who was approaching. Her eyes widened, and she went very red in the face. She quickly stood up, startling everyone while she looked anywhere but him. I forgot, I was meeting up with 𝐿𝐼𝐴, yeah, 𝐿𝐼𝐴. I should get to it. Don't want to be late." After sputtering that out, Pony immediately ran towards the door and brushed past, grabbing her backpack from the front and quickly leaving the house. Izuku stared after her, a feeling of guilt building up within him while the other girls stared in confusion. "Ah." Setsuna blinked, glancing back and forth. "The F was that?" "I believe," Yu said, scooping up some cereal and chewing, "that Midoriya and Pony were together last night. Did you two have secretary?" Izuku tried to make up an excuse, attempting to say that she was mistaken, but then he realized it was just him, Setsuna, 𝐿𝐼𝐴 and Kinoko, people who definitely knew. Izuku felt himself slump down in defeat as he slowly took a seat. "Yeah. Woo. Go, Parsley." Setsuna cheered, slapping a hand on his shoulder. "I knew you could do it. You must have rocked Pony's world, seeing how fast she ran out of here." "I guess," Izuku said, still feeling guilty. God, he couldn't even keep it in his breaths, and now Pony might not even be able to look him in the eye from now on, and he pulled an apple to him, taking a small bite. After swallowing, he asked, "Where Kendo and Shiozaki?" "Ibara left already, she had something to hand in to midnight," Setsuna shrugged, returning to her breakfast, "and Itsuka didn't really talk to us before she left. Apparently, she's got to report something to Vlad King." Vlad King. While he chewed on his apple, Izuku suddenly felt like puking, staring up at her in horror. What he told her last night, about sleeping with Pony, wait, would Itsuka, would she think that this was the last straw? Was she going to tell him? Before Izuku could panic more, Setsuna seemed to realize what he was thinking, and reached out to take his hand gently, giving it a squeeze and turning his attention to her. "Hey, it's all good," she assured him kindly. "Vlad King just asked the representatives from each house to report to him if there were any problems. Itsuka's kinda got a stick up her butt right now, but she wouldn't sell you out, and even if she did, we'd just lie and say you weren't. 6 against 1, Vlad King wouldn't believe her." He wasn't exactly assured by that. In fact, the thought of Itsuka getting in trouble herself sent a big bolt of guilt down him, but before he could say anything, Yui glanced at 𝐿𝐼𝐴 and Kinoko, and a sudden thought came to her. "Wait, were we keeping this a secret from you?" she asked. "I forget, did you know Midoriya was sleeping with us?" "Indeed," 𝐿𝐼𝐴 nodded back. "We are well aware that you three have been sleeping together. The walls are quite thin, after all. In fact, we have actually made our own offer to Midoriya last night." "What?" Setsuna whipped around and leaned forward, eyes widened. "You serious, guys? Like a TSM?" No, not like that," 𝐿𝐼𝐴 shook her head while Kinoko giggled. The girls were unaware that Izuku was looking more and more uncomfortable the longer that they talked about it, kind of squirming in his seat. "We simply asked Midoriya if he would like to have sex with us separately, while the other partner watched. Think of it more like VYR sec, or watching a porn video, just with no video, and it's in front of you. Speaking of that, Midoriya." She and Kinoko turned their attention to him, and Izuku felt a lurch in his stomach again. "I do believe that you said that you'd answer us today. Do you need more time to think about it, or have you made your decision?" Izuku stared at her and Kinoko, seeing the brown-haired girl quivering in excitement while 𝐿𝐼𝐴 looked interested. His every being was telling him to say no, to not get in any more trouble than he potentially could. Itsuka's disappointed face last night kept coming to mind, and how guilty he had felt after Pony ran away this morning. Before he could answer, though, a sudden image came to him if he had said no at the table. "Oh, 𝐒𝐿 would say, looking disappointed. Kinoko would also falter, looking downcast. I see. Well, it's your choice, Midoriya. I guess. We'll find someone else. Both Setsuna and Yui would give him weird looks, before scoffing somewhat and returning to their breakfasts. Geez, man, Setsuna would mutter, they were just asking for you to help them out, and you said no. That's fing rude. 𝐿𝐴𝐺. Yui would nod. You think you're too good for them. After that, the girls would get up and leave him alone, not really interested in him anymore. They wouldn't even want to look at him anymore. They'd be like Itsuka, giving him disappointed looks and not want to speak to him anymore. His heart hurt, even more than the guilt coursing through him. He couldn't handle that. He couldn't. Izuku cleared his throat, and, although the rational part of his brain was screaming not to say it, nodded. Yeah, I'll help you out. Really? Kinoko gasped, leaning forward in her seat while smiling widely. Izuku gave a stiff nod, and she giggled happily. Thank you. We're going to have so much fun. Indeed, thank you for doing this, Midoriya. 𝐒𝐿 gave him a small smile, nodding. In that case, are you busy tonight? We can get started with Kinoko. I can wait. Yeah, sure. Very good. Ooh, sounds like a great time. Setsuna nodded enthusiastically, looking somewhat hopeful. Yo, so is this like an audience thing? Can we watch too? I'd love to see Midoriya f Kinoko. No, it isn't, 𝐒𝐿 shook her head. While it would be nice for a more selective audience to watch, we're only comfortable that it's just the two of us. You know, since we're dating. Whoa. Setsuna gasped, her jaw dropping. You two are dating. Indeed. Setsuna exploded into a squealing mess, and practically threw herself over the table to hug her friends while Kinoko laughed. While they all laughed and congratulated each other, Izuku was left sitting in his chair, guilt and anxiety starting to overcome him. That sounds pretty good, Kendu. Vlad King nodded, satisfied, checking a mark off his clipboard as he leaned against the desk. Sounds like you're all getting along pretty well. That's right, Vlad King. Itsuka nodded, already dressed in her uniform and standing in front of the teacher's desk in the lounge. It had been asked yesterday that the representatives from each house in Class 1B meet with Vlad King early in the morning, so he could check up on them and how their house has been doing. She was standing beside Monoma and Tetsu, who had already given their reports, and Monoma's snide remarks about his classmates went pretty much ignored. Once it was Itsuka's turn, while she did remain very truthful about how her house had been running, especially with their new guest, she was sure to leave out some more specific and personal details. Like the girls taking turns with having sex with the only guy in the house. Itsuka scowled when she thought about it, her yelling at Midoriya last night still fresh on her mind. She was still angry at him, although she also was feeling pretty guilty when she woke up this morning. She shouldn't have went off on him like that, but he was starting to make this extremely difficult. All right, Vlad King nodded again, and excused them out the door. You guys are excused. If you wanted to go do something else, you can. You guys have got class in an hour. The three students nodded, and went out the door to find something to do. Tetsu said goodbye to them, intending to go to the gym and meet up with Aizuru to work out for a bit, but before Itsuka could head off to the cafeteria, in order to find something small to eat, Monoma cleared his throat behind her. Wait a moment, Kendu, he spoke up. I've got something to ask you. Blinking, Itsuka turned to her classmate, already feeling a smidge of suspicion. She did like her classmate, she did, but his blind obsession with getting one over on Class 1A meant that she was pretty much the only one he talked to about his conspiracy theories, or his accusations of treachery. Still, he hadn't done anything yet to earn his karate chop, so she begrudgingly nodded and followed him down the hall, away from the teacher's offices. Once they were a good distance away, Monoma sighed and turned. He leaned against the wall while Itsuka waited for him to speak. Kendu, he started, I like to think that we're friends, right? Right. Itsuka nodded, already pretty sure where this was going. And you do know you can talk to me about anything, right? He asked, a look of sympathy on his face. Anything that's bothering you? I can kinda tell that you were holding something back when we were talking to Vlad King. Itsuka did her best not to freeze up and pretend like that hadn't made her jumpy. In between his constant theatrics and drama, it was easy to forget that Monoma was much smarter and perspective than most people gave him credit for. He had a frightening talent of being able to read people. And if he could see that she was hesitating on telling Vlad King something. Nothing's wrong, Monoma, Itsuka reiterated, crossing her arms. Like I said to Vlad King, everything's fine. Monoma looked like he didn't believe her, but he still nodded. Very well. But please, Kendo, if anything does happen in your house, please don't hesitate to reach out to me, okay? I care about you guys. I don't want anything to happen. Fine, Monoma, Itsuka shook her head, sighing. I'm heading to the cafeteria now. See you later. Monoma nodded as she walked away, still smiling kindly, which immediately dropped off his face the moment she was out of sight, returning to an angry grimace. He was no fool, he could easily tell that Itsuka was lying to him. And coupled with what he overheard a few days ago, that conversation between the annoying brown-haired twat from Class 1A and the idiot interfering in Class 1B's business, he already knew that she was holding back on telling Vlad King what was going on. Now, part of Monoma was tempted to cut the bullshit and tell Vlad King. After all, sleeping with the roommates went beyond what Midoriya agreed to when he moved in. That was what Vlad King said to the girls when he told the class a guy from 1A was moving in, but he still held off. He would tell Vlad King, no doubt, but he also wanted to make sure the idiot suffered for corrupting his poor classmates. Luckily he knew just what to do. From what he gathered, Midoriya was very self-conscious about himself, overthinking everything. Monoma felt a smirk grace his lips. If that was the case, he knew exactly what he needed to do to break the stupid green-haired idiot. School that day was very, very long. At least, to Izuku it was. He felt like he was going even slower than usual, not really able to concentrate on classes while Aizawa droned on, distracted during their long run that Katsuki blew him into a bush, not even paying attention to art, where Midnight was flashing what looked like pornographic imagery on the screen, much to Minetta's delight. All his thoughts swirled on was what was coming up tonight, and the pangs of guilt that were building up in him. Once he finally got home, he helped Ibara make dinner, half listening to her saying that she was planning to hang out with Pony in her room, wondering why the horse girl was suddenly so shy. They ate dinner quietly, Itsuka not looking at anyone while Setsuna and Yu chatted happily, and 𝐒𝐿 and Kinoko kept glancing at Izuku. Finally, after dinner was done and the dishes were washed, everyone went to bathe, and Izuku patiently waited his turn. Once he was done in the shower, he told Ibara that he was going to his room to study, to which she happily bade him good night. But the truth was, he stopped on the 3rd floor, and headed over to 𝐒𝐿's room. The girl had texted him, telling him that this was the room they intended to get busy in, and he took one last sigh as he approached the purple door, decorated in cartoon bats and other spooky stuff, and knocked gently on the door. It took 3 seconds for 𝐒𝐿 to open it, looking at him and nodding. Behind her, Kinoko was laying on the bed, dressed in a small dress, and grinned mischievously when she saw him. Very good, 𝐒𝐿 nodded, and stepped aside. Let's get this started. Gulping, Izuku nodded as well, and stepped into the room. Itsuka let out a small sigh as she opened the fridge, peeking inside to see what there was to drink. Catching sight of the orange juice, she grabbed the container and pulled it out, letting out a satisfied chuckle as she stood back up and popped her back, groaning. It had been a long day after the stressful night she just had, weaving in and out of sleep, with dreams of Izuku kissing her senseless at one point and dreams of her throttling him the next. She really needed to take a break from all of this drama. She grabbed a glass from the cabinet, putting it on the tabletop to pour herself a nice cold drink, when she heard footsteps behind her. She turned to see Setsuna and Yu entering the kitchen, laughing about something. It looked like Setsuna was about to say something else, but she turned her head to see Itsuka at the kitchen counter, turning to look at them. Both girls went silent when looking at Itsuka, who only gave them a tired look before returning to pouring her orange juice. "Oh, my God, Prez, are you still upset?" Setsuna asked, sounding exhausted, and Itsuka huffed. "Do you know what you're doing is wrong?" Not really." "Then yeah, I'm still upset." "Look, Itsuka, Setsuna shook her head, walking to the counter and giving her a pleading look, giving us the cold shoulder all the time's not going to fix anything. Do you want to talk about it? Without shouting. Itsuka stared out the window for a few moments, pursing her lips, and then glanced over at her two friends. Setsuna at least looking somewhat apologetic while Yui remained stone-faced. Itsuka let out another sigh, putting the orange juice back on the counter, and turned to face her friends. Okay, she nodded, and gestured with her head. But outside, we don't need Ibara to overhear anything. It's all good, she's hanging out with Pony anyway, Setsuna shrugged, but still followed Itsuka outside onto the front porch, Yui walking behind them after grabbing a juice box from the fridge. Once they stood in the warm summer night, Itsuka sat down on the steps, with both girls sitting beside her and letting her wallow in silence for a bit while sipping on her juice. After a few minutes of silence, Itsuka sighed and leaned back. Okay, she breathed out, rubbing a hand against her face. First, I'm sorry for shouting at you guys. It's all good, Setsuna shrugged. But she was sure to empathize that, causing both girls to roll their eyes. But I still say that you shouldn't be doing this. Look, Prez, Setsuna tried to palate her, raising her hands. I get it. It's probably super weird that we're all banging parsley. I mean, I do get where you're coming from. From an outside perspective, it'd look sketchy as F. From an inside perspective, it is sketchy as F. Itsuka deadpanned. But come on. Parsley doesn't have a problem with it. We treat him right. Setsuna shrugged. Like, look, we always make sure to take care of him right after, right? Like, whenever I have sex with him and I'm really letting him have it dash. Oh, my god, Itsuka groaned, holding a hand over her eyes. I always make sure he's okay. I ask him if he's all good, if I did anything he didn't like, and if I did, I apologize. Like, one time I tied him up and he got a bit bruised, but I put some cream on it right afterwards. Plus, I give him kisses right afterwards, that cheers him up. What about you, Yui? She turned to her friend, unaware that Itsuka was slowly considering planning murder right now. You take care of him, right? Of course, Yui nodded, not looking at either of them. After we have sex we cuddle. I can't stay, of course, but I always make sure I hold him at least a little bit. Same. So it should be dash okay, Itsuka gritted out, putting down her glass before she broke it in her hand. Thank you for the unnecessary details. No problem. But believe it or not, I don't actually care about what you guys do with him. You could be doing gymnastics in there and I wouldn't care. What I do care about is how this is inevitably going to blow up in our faces. Oh, my god, Prez, how could this blow up? I know all that jazz about Vlad King finding out, but we'll just say that one of us is dating him and Vlad King will forget all about it. Maybe. Itsuka slowly nodded. But I am going to ask you guys one thing. What if one of you actually does catch feelings? Catches feelings. Setsuna blinked at that. I mean, I don't think it'll happen. I mean, sure, we get kinda lovey-dovey, but it's just aftercare, you know how it goes, Prez. No. I don't. Because the one but I slept with dipped right after. Itsuka raised an eyebrow, and Setsuna winced, looking regretful. Oh. Yeah. Sorry. Itsuka sighed, shaking her head. It's fine. But back to the point. You don't think you'll catch feelings. Okay. But what about Yui? I won't, Yui said, speaking up for the first time in a few minutes. Okay. And what about Pony? Pony. I dash or Kinoko. Or Leiko. Or you. Yui challenged, looking over at her friend for the first time. Itsuka met her gaze melons fortat, a silent staring contest between them while Setsuna tried to lean back, not wanting to engage in the glare-off. Finally, Itsuka sighed and looked away. Or me. She conceded quietly. If that happens, Yui looked away, still emotionless, then we'll deal with it. He can date any one of us, and we'll all stay friends. It's not like we're holding him at gunpoint threatening him if he gets into a relationship, it'll SCK for a bit, but we'll move on. Yeah, Setsuna shrugged. So you guys are saying, without a shadow of a doubt, that you don't have those feelings for him? Itsuka asked. Before they could speak, she continued. I don't mean seeing him as a romantic partner, someone to date, nothing that specific. Can you two confidently say you only see him as someone to have sex with? No crushes on him. Setsuna was about to open her mouth to confirm that is exactly right, but something made her falter. She tried again, but still, the words couldn't come from her mouth. The confident look in Yui's eyes faded, and both girls lapsed into a silence. Itsuka nodded slowly, and stood up from the porch, making her way back inside. As she opened the door, she muttered, "Thought so." Raising her voice, she said, "You know what, it's obvious that none of you are going to listen to me. And that includes Midoriya too. God, he's probably upstairs having sex with 𝐒𝐿𝐼 and Kinoko right now. The guy can't think clearly to save his life. I just want you guys to know that I'm done trying to convince you to actually think. You guys don't care if this blows up in your face. All right. I'll be standing back watching the fireworks." With that said, she went inside and shut the door tightly, making her departure known. Yui and Setsuna sat in the dark for a few minutes, pouting and thinking about what she had said. Finally, Setsuna let out a small grunt as she stood up, trying to put back on her confident smirk. "Nah, I don't buy it," she laughed a bit. "I mean, is it really weird for us to like the guy we're sleeping with? It's not like I'm sleeping with him when I dislike him. He's a cool guy, right?" "Right." Yui nodded. "Yeah. It's all cool, none of us are catching feelings, it's just about having a fun time. Besides..." Setsuna waved a hand, turning around. "Once Parsley's done with 𝐒𝐿𝐼 and Kinoko, we'll be able to F him again. We can actually do it out in the open, though Ibara's the only one who doesn't know by now, we'll just have to make sure she doesn't find out." She gestured with her hand. "Come on, I'm in the mood to paint my nails. If you want, I could paint your toenails." "Sure." Yui stood up to follow her inside, pretending to nod along to Setsuna's rejections of what Itsuka said. The truth was, however, now that Itsuka put the idea of feelings in her head, Yui was having a hard time getting them out. "Thank you for helping us out with this, Midoriya." 𝐒𝐿𝐼 shut the door behind him, holding her hands in her regular zombie-like manner and letting him enter the room properly. Izuku gulped and nodded, trying to take a look around the room. It was similar to Tokoyami's, with the deep purple walls and lights, black bed sheets, and some horror posters on the walls. He kind of liked the room in a similar manner that he liked Tokoyami's, that it was pretty cool and, wait, is that a sword? Izuku gasped, jogging over to look. Sure enough, on the wall was a scimitar with a few strands of black cloth hanging off the hilt. It didn't look particularly sharp, meaning that it was just for decoration. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 smiled a bit and walked over to stand beside him. "Yes, I got it from my cousin for my birthday." She nodded. "Would you like to hold it?" Sure." Izuku nodded nervously, and as gently as he could, he plucked the sword from the display and held it gently. He let out a nervous laugh as he held it. It's pretty cool. I have another sword coming soon," she told him, looking down at the weapon in his hands with as much excitement as her blank face could conjure. "It's going to be dragon-shaped, and it'll be very sharp. I plan to have this whole wall dedicated to my swords." "That's pretty awesome." "Indeed." Guys." Both of them turned to see Kinoko laying on the bed, giving them the stink eye. "I don't mean to interrupt, but I thought we were gonna have some secretary. Are you guys gonna talk about swords all night or something?" "Oh, right." Izuku jumped, and turned around to put the sword back on the display. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 sighed and nodded, turning back to her chair. "Sorry about that, Kinoko, we got a bit sidelined. We'll get started soon," she nodded, then she muttered to Izuku, "We can talk about swords later." Sure." Izuku's attention now turned to Kinoko, who was laying on the bed bouncing slightly up and down. Now that he looked at her properly, he couldn't help but gulp. The short dress she was wearing revealed practically everything, from her surprisingly thick thighs, her breasts barely supported by them, and the lacy fabric clung to her sides, showing off her entire body. As Izuku came closer, he wasn't surprised to see that the fabric was practically see-through, and there was no evidence of underwear beneath the dress. In other words, Kinoko was hot and ready to go. Before Izuku could sit on the bed, however, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 cleared her throat. Just a moment, Midoriya, she explained as she sat down on the bed. Before we get started, I should probably tell you what you're getting into. What I'm getting into? Izuku repeated, feeling a small sense of foreboding out of nowhere. Indeed, 𝐒𝐿𝐽 nodded. As I mentioned yesterday, both of us have specific FTs that we need your help in. There is a reason that Kinoko is going first and I am going second. You see. She took a deep breath, as though steeling herself. My FTs is not quite what you're expecting. Okay. Izuku nodded slowly, feeling a bit concerned now. So what's your FTSH? Well. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 took another second to sigh, and then, after gaining the courage, said, the truth is, Midoriya, my FTSH is anal. Anal. Izuku gulped, feeling a bit shocked. Anal. That was. His eyes subconsciously went towards her lower half, as she sat down on the chair. He remembered the night they played Truth or Dare, and how nice her butt looked when she was sticking it out, and she wanted him to. Oh, boy, Izuku felt a slight shudder. It wasn't like it was unappealing to him, the prospect of sticking his PP up her, but, before you ask, I am clean, 𝐒𝐿𝐽 assured him, as though reading his mind. I had the mind to clean up some before you came here. And you will not have to, rim me or anything. She blushed a bit at that, as though him going down on her like that was a nice thought. I will be getting ready while you and Kinoko have your turn. And if you don't want to, that's okay. You don't have to, you could just go afterwards. Izuku's gaze returned to her face, seeing her blushing bright red, redder than he had ever seen her, and since she was so pale, it stuck out to him so much more. Izuku took a deep breath, and his gaze returned to her but sitting in the seat. It was definitely new, something he hadn't even tried with Setsuna and Yui, let alone Pony. It would be entirely uncharted territory, but that was the reason it suddenly became really appealing to Izuku. Something he hadn't tried before, that he and 𝐒𝐿𝐽 could share. There was another part of him, a more selfish part of him, that wanted to share something with her so that he could stand out as a bit more important. He quickly shook that thought out of his head. He wasn't here to wallow in his own feelings. They asked him here to have sex, so. Izuku cleared his throat, going a bit redder. I won't knock something I haven't tried before. So you will have an sex with me? 𝐒𝐿𝐽 nodded, feeling a bit happy that he's interested in trying it. Very well. Like I said, don't worry about getting me ready. I'll be getting started while you have sex with Kinoko, so we'll be ready to go once you're done. Speaking of her. Yeah, it's my turn to tell you my FTSH. Kinoko giggled, reaching for her seki dress and pulling it off her in one motion, throwing it to the other side of the room. Izuku gulped a bit at her naked form in front of her, still just as pale and healthy, looking for him to remember from last night, and feel his rod in his breath start to harden more, thanks to 𝐒𝐿𝐽's little dirty talk before. Deciding to get this properly started, Izuku sighed, and began pulling at his own clothes. So, Izuku gulped, removing his shirt from him and throwing it away. Both Kinoko and 𝐒𝐿𝐽 let out approving hums at the muscles displayed to them. What 𝐾 do you? Do you like, komori? Mushrooms? Kinoko cheered, and Izuku paled, remembering the disaster of the joint training lesson they had, and how the mushrooms she had produced crawled everywhere, including down someone's throat, a sensation that he was not looking forward to experiencing. He had the sudden thought of laying in bed, covered head to toe in mushrooms, not really able to move or breath. And he felt his fight or flight start to kick in. Before he could bail though, 𝐒𝐿𝐽 sighed. She's messing with you, Midoriya, mushrooms aren't actually her 𝐭𝐻𝐽, she clarified, and Izuku slumped in relief, glad he wouldn't have to resemble a mushroom zombie. Or, I wanted to see his scared face a bit more. Kinoko pouted, but she quickly shook her head and gave him another grin. Yeah, I'm just kidding. Mushrooms are my life, but they are not my sex life. The truth is, Midoriya, my 𝐾𝐻𝐽 is. She leaned forward, her grin sharpening, and Izuku gulped again. I like it rough. Rough. Izuku repeated, feeling a stab of slight worry. That could mean a lot of things. What do I mean? Kinoko laughed, and threw herself onto the bed, laying on the pillows and grinning up at him. I mean, rough. Like, hair-pulling, spanking, 𝐂𝐸𝐽 my melons, smashing your pretty mushroom into me without mercy, the works. The harder you go, the better it is for me. Are you sure? Izuku asked, sitting down on the bed. The stab of worry he felt increased as he frowned a bit. I don't want to hurt you. Both of the girls couldn't resist the smile that graced their faces. Honestly, he really was so adorable. Neither of them had any doubts that they were making the right call asking him to do this. To alleviate his worries, 𝐒𝐿𝐾 decided to take over. Well, look at it this way, Midoriya, she said from her chair, leaning forward. She's clearly asking for you to F her as hard as you can. It's not because she wants to be hurt, but because she gets the most thrill out of being treated a bit rougher than a girl usually would be. It's not like she's asking you to beat her up, she's asking that you just not hold back when you have sex with her. Take us for example, whenever we masturbated together, she would push the DLD in as far as she could as quickly as she could. She didn't do it because she was impatient or whatever, she did because she liked how it felt. Izuku felt himself blush a bit at that. Unsurprisingly, that was a bit of a turn-on to hear, imagining Kinoko shove a DLD into her PP without mercy while aiming. Both girls smirked at the sight. So, Midoriya, 𝐒𝐿𝐾 leaned back again, brushing her fingers along her breathes as she studied them, don't hold back. 𝐿𝐿𝐵. Kinoko nodded, and sat up, leaning forward and smiling widely. Rough me up. Oh, by the way, my safe word is mildew. Izuku took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled, nodding slowly and crawling on the mushroom bed towards Kinoko, who was breathing slightly and waiting. He closed his eyes briefly, trying to summon the courage to do this, and tried to reflect back to his past experiences. While Yui was more on the vanilla side, taking somewhat command of Fing, Setsuna, and Pony, he recalled, were definitely a bit on the rougher side. Setsuna's DMs over him, calling him names, insulting him. Might not be what Kinoko was looking for here. Besides, if he tried to insult Kinoko like that he would probably break down crying and apologize. Pony. Maybe Izuku could find some inspiration there, he realized. While their time together wasn't all that rough, what with him trying to ease her into sec, she had hummed very loudly when he grabbed her horns and jerked her head back. Maybe this was what he should go for here. Just much rougher. Izuku gulped, and then nodded to himself, making up his mind. Kinoko watched in excitement as Izuku raised his hand to gently cup her cheek. She blinked in confusion, mouth dropping slightly as Izuku slowly slid his hand towards the back of her head, threading through her soft brown hair as he reached her head, and slowly closed his hand into a fist. Ah! Kinoko gave him an inquisitorial look, as Izuku took a deep breath to brace himself. Midoriya, this doesn't exactly dash without warning. Izuku closed his fist tightly and yanked her head back, causing her to gasp out loud at the sudden pain. 𝐒𝐿𝐾, who was watching curiously, let out a small gasp herself as her girlfriend's head was pulled back with a lot of force. Kinoko had to suppress her at the sudden pain, her eyes rolling slightly upwards as Izuku's hand squeezed on her hair. She forced herself to open her eyes, looking at Izuku, who looked a bit uncertain. That was okay, right? Did. Kinoko gulped down some air, and smiled lightly at him. Did I say the safe word? You didn't. 𝐿𝐵. Kinoko nodded, or at least, she tried as best she could given her position. So you keep on going. Okay. Izuku took a deep breath, trying to steady himself, and to get the courage to keep going. After nodding slowly, Izuku slightly tightened his grip in her hair, causing her to breathe, and, after glancing at 𝐒𝐿𝐾 one more time, closed his eyes, opened his mouth, and pressed his lips hard into her neck. Kinoko gasped out loud again as Izuku took a slightly hard bite, leaving her with a bit of a hickey as he started going to town on her neck, at a much rougher pace than Setsuna would have. 𝐒𝐿𝐾 undid her belt and slowly slid her breathes down her slender legs, staring at the scene before her in hunger. Kinoko was aiming now without holding back as Izuku continued skiing on her neck, he letting out small grunts as he used his other hand to grab her bust, giving a slightly tight squeeze. He wasn't going all out on her, he resolved, but giving her a bit of a taste of what she wanted and what was to come. She certainly didn't mind, opening her eyes to look down at his body. Izuku laid her down properly on the bed, laying somewhat on top of her as he kissed up her, his kisses being planted a bit rougher than he usually would. Kinoko let out another mmm of pleasure as Izuku reached her earlobe, giving it a small nibble and holding it in his teeth. Her hands began crawling on his back, feeling up his back muscles eagerly as he released her ear from his mouth. Angling himself above her, he took another deep breath, remembering how Setsuna would usually dominate him in this, and grabbed both her cheeks before smashing his mouth onto hers none too gently. Now Kinoko wasn't bothering to hold back in her mmms as Izuku roughly kissed her, her mmms of pleasure muffled into his mouth as his tongue explored. Beside them, 𝐒𝐿 was breathing slightly, lubing up her finger as she pushed her panties to the side. Izuku finally released her from the kiss, a trail of saliva bridging them until it snapped, and Izuku went back down for more rough kisses, feeling himself get slightly lost in how he wasn't holding back anymore. Kinoko certainly didn't mind, her hands rubbing all along him appreciatively. "Touch me harder," she begged him, "please touch me harder." Izuku felt himself get lost in that command, and did as instructed. He leveled himself so that he was eye level with her breasts, breathing slightly as she pushed her melons together, waiting for him. Without waiting, he bent down and took her NPL into his mouth, sking a bit harder and biting. Kinoko threw her head onto the pillows, breathing raggedly as he went to town, grabbing her other BST roughly and slightly pinching the NPL. He was taking inspiration from his times with Setsuna, who would tease him by pinching and liking his nipples. He resurfaced for air, breathing somewhat, before he went for the other NPL, giving it the same treatment. 𝐒𝐿 grunted as she pushed a finger into her butt, giving it proper lubrication as she continued eagerly watching her girlfriend get toyed with by their roommate. Kinoko, meanwhile, was in heaven, being treated as roughly as this was exactly what she needed, nothing that would hurt her, but hard enough to tease her. She emmed as he detached from her NPL, and moved himself so that he was facing her vegan, ready to eat her up. Before he could, however, Kinoko put her hand on his head. "Wait," she gasped out, sweat starting to cling to her forehead. I want your shroom. Now." "Hey, are you sure?" Izuku asked, taken out of his thoughts. He was getting used to going a bit rougher with her, so this came as a bit of a surprise that she wanted to take over. "I thought you'd I do want you to go down on me," she breathed, sitting up, "so let's do it at the same time." At the same. Evidently she wasn't waiting to explain, because she began pulling him up. She was much stronger than she looked, almost effortlessly pulling him down and laying him on the soft bed. Once he was laying down on his back, she grabbed the helm of his pajama bottoms, and pulled them down as quickly as she could. His hard PP flopped out, causing both Kinoko and 𝐒𝐿 to like their lips at the sight of it, and she managed to completely get his breathes off of him, flinging them to the other side of the room on the dresser. "I've been waiting all week for this," she giggled, and was quick to turn herself around, her bottom facing him. She threw a leg around his head, and adjusted herself so that her PP was facing him. Izuku gulped up at the dripping lips facing him as both her thighs enclosed his head, and Kinoko giggled as she took his PP in her hands, marveling at the size. Without waiting, she dipped down and took it in her mouth, umming as her tongue began swirling it around. Izuku let out a loud mmm as he felt her wet mouth start playing with his PP, and he couldn't resist grabbing her but and bringing down her snatch into his own mouth, beginning to like. Luckily, thanks to Yui, he had some experience working in 6 to 9 positions, this being one of her favorite positions, so he knew the basics. He pushed his tongue into her waiting folds, enjoying the taste of her juices as he liked her up. Kinoko's mmm was muffled by his PP in her mouth, bobbing up and down as she took him in. She lifted herself off to gasp out, "Harder, harder," as she played with his PP in her hand. Remembering what he agreed to, Izuku sighed and pushed his face even harder into her PP, pushing his tongue wildly into her and playing with her folds. His hands gripped her rather large butt, squeezing tightly and causing her to groan in approval. To reward him, Kinoko angled herself so that she could push his PP into her breasts, sandwiching them, and beginning to pump up and down. Izuku screwed his eyes shut as she began her boob job, umming at the warm tightness his PP was in. By this time, 𝐂𝐭𝐚𝐲 hand practically was blurring as she masturbated to the sight in front of her, humming softly as Izuku tongue-fucked Kinoko, one hand rubbing across her slit while she used the other to lube up her butthole, staring intensely at them. Izuku removed one of his hands from her but to play with her CLT, rubbing the G-spot a bit harder than he usually would while Kinoko shouted in pleasure, drool escaping her mouth as her thighs tightened their hold around his head, practically crushing him, not that he minded, of course. She pumped her BRSS up and down harder, feeling the PP start to shake in between them as she bent down to lick at his tip, knowing that his time was close. She was even closer, her body jolting and moving up and down as Izuku shoved his tongue further into her, and for the next 5 minutes, they played with each other, seeing who would come first, until Kinoko ultimately conceded defeat. She let out a scream of joy as she finally came to his tongue, squirting her juices directly into his mouth, her back arcing as she finally released. Izuku wasn't far behind, the pleasure from her boob job and liking sending him over the edge to shoot off his load directly onto her chest, causing her to as the warm spunk covered her. Izuku let out a satisfied groan, his head flopping down onto the bed as he breathed raggedly, finally able to breathe as her leg's tight hold on his head had been released. Kinoko flopped down on him, her head between his legs, as she steadily tried to catch her breath, using her other hand to scoop up his essence from her chest. Izuku absently massaged her butt, feeling the soft skin molding to his touch, before she came back to life and lifted herself up. That was so shrooming good, she groaned, lifting her body off of Izuku's to properly turn around. She laid down on his chest and began peppering his face in kisses, liking and planting her lips everywhere. Izuku grunted contently, until her hand started to creep down his front. Now to get you back up to fighting power, she giggled, so we can have some more shrooming good times. She stopped, however, when her hand felt his PP already hardened and waiting in her hand. Hey, shouldn't you be, I dunno, more flaccid? I've got good recovery time, Izuku explained, going a bit red. Kinoko giggled at that, and gave him another kiss. That's good to know, 𝐂𝐭𝐲 gasped out, her hand still buried in her arlo. That's very good to know, Kinoko laughed, propping herself up so that she could sit on his lap, his PP angled in her hand. I'm still looking for a hard time, Midoriya, so please don't hold back. I won't, Izuku nodded, sitting forward to kiss at her BRSS, causing her to giggle again, as hard as you want. I was hoping you'd say that, she whispered, and without any hesitation, she dropped down on his PP. Both of them let out wild MMMS as she bottomed out almost immediately, Izuku for not expecting her wet tightness so quickly, and Kinoko for doing it without waiting, determined to get his mushroom in her as quickly as she could. She giggled with glee as she got used to him inside her, giving him a big smirk as she began bouncing on his lap, the wet clapping of their hips meeting echoing throughout the room. Without needing to be told, Izuku hefted himself down to nibble on her BRSS, giving the NPL a brief bite before his hands returned to her butt, helping her in her movements. Remembering what she said before, Izuku raised a hand to smack her butt, not bothering with making it light as he hit her cheek hard. That was exactly what Kinoko wanted, though, her coming out even louder than before as she continued fing him, her inner walls squeezing his PP within her. Like that, Midoriya, just like that. She gasped as he continued spanking her, but one hand went to her hair to pull her head back again. She screamed in pleasure as Izuku latched himself to her neck again, kissing and nibbling on it as he began moving his own hips in time with hers, the sound of their crotches meeting 𝐷𝐴 them even more. And it did an additional job of 𝐷𝐴 𝐂𝐭𝐲 at the same time, who was slumped in her seat, her fingers driven in and out as she watched the RTC display in front of her. Drive it into me, Kinoko begged, pushing Izuku down against the bed and laying on top of him, hugging him tightly as Izuku arranged himself to plant his feet on the bed, jackhammering into her from below as her butt jiggled to his moves. Oh, Midoriya, like that, just like that, right there. Izuku grunted, feeling her walls start to squeeze his PP tighter. She was close to leaking again, he realized, but he wanted to make sure she got the most out of their thing. He grunted, and rolled them over so that she was on her back, allowing him to get up on his knees between her legs and spread them open. Lifting her hips up, Izuku continued hammering into her snatch while Kinoko weakly ummed, biting down on her hand while grabbing a handful of the black bedsheets below them, her pre-cum starting to leak down her legs. "Oh, holy F, Kinoko gasped out, her eyes rolling into the back of her head as Izuku's PP angled within her, squeezing her eyes shut tightly as she felt her orgasm start to flare up. Izuku grunted, grabbing her waist and gripping tight enough to bruise, and let out a small shout as he felt her walls squeeze his second orgasm out of him, feeling himself ejaculating within her. Kinoko screamed as she felt his cum enter her, her orgasm finally overcoming her as she sprayed her juices onto his waist, gibbering as she came down from the rough thing. Breathing, Izuku slowly pulled himself out of her, wincing slightly as he moved. He glanced down at the mess that was Kinoko, laying there breathing raggedly, her chest heaving up and down as she tried to come down from her high. Her hair was a mess, strands of hair everywhere as she tried to steady her breathing. Izuku also had to steady himself, almost tempted to ask Kinoko if he was okay after seeing slight bruises on her waist, but before he could, another voice spoke up behind him. "A marvelous display, Midoriya." He jumped slightly and turned to see 𝐒𝐿𝐼 waddling onto the bed on her knees, her breaths now completely gone. Her face had gone very red, but it was still locked in its stoic nature. Izuku could make out some of her juices dripping out onto her thighs, and in her hand she held a bottle of something he couldn't make out. "You truly fed my girlfriend silly." Thank you." "You're welcome. Now, then." 𝐒𝐿𝐼 then grabbed both of his cheeks and pulled him into a kiss of her own, immediately pushing her tongue past his lips. Now used to girls kissing him out of nowhere, Izuku opened his mouth and closed his eyes, letting her explore. In contrast to Kinoko's hard kisses, 𝐒𝐿𝐼's were slower, more SNSL. The ghost girl let out a quiet hum as her tongue ran along his teeth, and her hands reached down to grab his butt. Izuku let out a small huff of surprise as 𝐒𝐿𝐼 squeezed his butt in her hands, threading lightly. A bit taken aback, Izuku tried to respond by grabbing her own butt, and 𝐒𝐿𝐼 let out a small of approval as he ran his hands along her bare flesh. After a few more kisses and butt squeezes, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 disconnected, and grabbed her t-shirt to throw it off. He gulped at her moderate chest, but then felt himself go even redder as 𝐒𝐿𝐼 spun around and went down onto all fours, planting her face on the bed, and reached behind her to spread her butt cheeks, showing off her butt. Izuku gulped at the wetness surrounding it. "It's only lube," she explained to him, seeing his hesitation. "I've already gotten myself ready. If you'd like, you can wear a condom, I have some in the drawer." No, it's just, you are clean, right?" Izuku managed to squeak out, going even redder, feeling a bit hesitant before going all the way. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 let out a small laugh and nodded. "Indeed, Midoriya, I always make sure I'm clean before I do, and we don't need to make this any grosser than it is," she nodded. "But if you do wish to go in without a condom, I still ask you lube up your PP. Just to make it easier going in. Here." She floated the bottle of lube to him, and he gulped as he took it. Heeding her advice, he sat down and opened the cap, pouring some of the substance into his hand. Before he could do anything, though, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 suddenly sat up as though she had an idea, and moved to scoop the lube out of his hand. "Allow me," she said, and without hesitating, went down and pressed her lube-covered hand to his PP. Izuku let out a small gasp as she ran her hand along his PP, being sure to spread the lube everywhere, mixing it in with Kinoko's juices. She jerked her hand up and down, and Izuku closed his eyes briefly to the wonderful 𝐻𝐻𝐵, humming in approval as she bent down to take one of his nipples in her mouth. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 sked on his left NPL, causing Izuku to gasp out due to the sensations of both her mouth on her and her hand moving up and down. Izuku felt himself harden up again, and 𝐒𝐿𝐼 gave an approving murmur. "Now, we can get started." She released his NPL from her mouth and leaned back up to kiss him again, trading her tongue with his again, before she moved back to plant her face on the bed and shove her butt in the air, using her hands to spread her cheeks again. Izuku gulped, taking a moment to gain courage, and sat up on his knees, making sure his PP was aligned with her hole. "Just go in easy," 𝐒𝐿𝐼 advised him. "Try to take it as slow as you can at first." "Okay," Izuku nodded, taking another deep breath, and, finally, moved the tip of his PP to her entrance. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 let out another murmur, which became a full hiss as Izuku slowly but forcefully pushed his tip into her back door. Izuku let out a tense grunt as he entered her. It was only the tip, and it was already much tighter than he was expecting. It wasn't like Setsuna, Pony, or Kinoko. This tightness squeezed his manhood from all sides, making him wince. There was a strange pleasure from this though, so he took another deep breath, and continued pushing himself inside her. 𝐒𝐿 took several deep breaths, her hands grabbing the bedsheets tightly as she grit her teeth. This was already so different from her DLD, but so much better, in a way that she couldn't even describe. He let out another gasp as he sank even deeper into her, feeling more of his PPB pressed at all sides. Finally, he bottomed out within her, his hips finally meeting her but as he sheathed himself fully in her. 𝐒𝐿 took steady breaths as she got used to his length within her, feeling fuller than she had ever felt before. "Ah, are you okay?" Izuku asked, one eye screwed up. Holy acity, this was tight, but somewhat enjoyable. 𝐒𝐿 peeked out at him through her bangs, and gave him a stiff nod. "Yes. I was just getting used to you." She managed to gasp out. You can begin, now, just go a bit slow at first." "Alright." Izuku nodded, and, screwing both eyes shut, slowly pulled his length out of her. 𝐒𝐿 let out a satisfied as Izuku nearly left her butt, up until the tip, until Izuku slowly but forcefully pushed himself back into her. 𝐒𝐿 let out a loud gasp as his hips met her butt cheeks again, a clapping noise sounding out. Izuku nodded, breathing slightly, and then repeated his motion, pulling out and pushing back in. The tightness meant that he wasn't able to go as fast as quickly, but he thought of what would happen once she was comfortable enough, so he was fine with starting slow. 𝐒𝐿 out again as Izuku continued humping her butt, pushing his PP in and out at a moderate pace. Now that some of the pain had subsided, 𝐒𝐿 felt her eyes start to roll into the back of her head as the pleasure started. Oh, yes, getting used to the DLD was definitely the problem. Izuku's PP in her but felt so perfect, like it was the holy sword Excalibur returning to Avalon at long last. 𝐒𝐿 let out a series of loud as Izuku continued slowly going in and out, before she knew it was time to ramp thing up. I believe I am used to this," 𝐒𝐿 gasped out, peeking up at him. "You can go faster now." I can. Are you sure?" Izuku grunted, breathing raggedly. While this was not what he was used to, he could feel himself start to come undone. "Of course," she out, and grounded her butt into his pelvis. "Break my butt." Well, what the lady wants, the lady gets, Izuku supposed, and then began to ramp up the speed. Finally, without having to hold back, Izuku let out a as he began ramming into her, enjoying the loud claps of his hips meeting her but as he began fing her just as hard as he fed Kinoko. 𝐒𝐿 certainly did not mind, letting out small screams of pleasure as he continued fing her butt, and she nodded in a frenzy as he brought her closer and closer to her 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐺. "That's it, Midoriya," she breathed out, smiling widely. "F my butt harder, it's all yours. Keep fing me, just like that." Izuku grunted, eyes now screwing up as he grabbed her hips with both hands, trying to open his eyes so he could have a look at her large but jiggling to his moves, seeing a few beads of sweat start to run down her back as they continued fing hard. Before they could do anything else, though, Kinoko suddenly appeared in front of 𝐒𝐿, still looking a bit out of it, but having recovered her strength somewhat. Sitting down on her butt, Kinoko grabbed her girlfriend's head and lifted up, sliding her lower body underneath. Please, just like me," she begged, and 𝐒𝐿 did as instructed, her eyes slightly cross-eyed as she bent down and began liking her girlfriend, as she pushed her tongue into Kinoko's wetness. Kinoko threw her head back as 𝐒𝐿 ate her out, as she slurped up her and Izuku's essence, enjoying the taste. Behind her, Izuku groaned in pleasure as her butt squeezed him tightly, and getting to watch 𝐒𝐿 go down on Kinoko meant that not only was he enjoying the sensations of her inside surrounding his PP, he also got a pretty good show. He was suddenly overcome with a strange impulse, and raised his hand from her hip to strike her butt, hearing a resonating smack echo throughout the room. 𝐒𝐿 let out a loud at the sting, and nodded feverishly, speaking while having her mouth on Kinoko. "That's it," she begged him, playing with Kinoko's CLT while the brunette ummed loudly. Spank me, I've been a bad girl. Midoriya, punish me. Please punish me. A bit taken aback by this dirty talk, but not opposed to it, Izuku began timing his spanking with his moves. Once he started pulling out, his hand would come down to strike her cheeks, earning another loud mmm of pleasure from the ghost girl, while feeling his orgasm start to rise up within him once again as her butt clung to his PP, feeling his ball slap against her mound as everyone came closer and closer to leaking together. Right there, Ray, just, like, oh my gosh. Kinoko's mouth was hanging open, a wide smile on her face as 𝐒𝐿𝐼 shoved her face further into her snatch, being rocked by Izuku's increasing tempo. The ghost girl herself was in heaven, slurping up any juices that came out of her girlfriend while her butt was pleasured by Izuku's rod. She felt her orgasm rising within her, indicated her pre-cum sweeping out onto Izuku's legs, and she felt Kinoko start to shiver too, indicating she was close as well. Izuku's increasingly loud mmms was also an indicator that this was about to be done, so she decided to go out with a bang. Moving her feet to latch her legs behind Izuku's, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 heaved, and shoved her tongue as far as it could go into Kinoko's PP. She used her legs to unexpectedly push Izuku forward, causing him to cry out with a brief panic as he landed on 𝐒𝐿𝐼. His PP, which had already been in deep before, drove itself even further, and 𝐒𝐿𝐼 let out a violent scream of pleasure as she finally came, her essence spraying onto her bed. The tightness of her own butt on his PP also drove Izuku over the edge, feeling himself 𝐻𝐻𝐿𝐼 into her but with a loud shout of his own. And 𝐒𝐿𝐼's tongue briefly thrashing within Kinoko meant that the mushroom heroine was done as well, croaking out with her eyes rolled in the back of her head as she exploded, squirting her juices into 𝐒𝐿𝐼's face. After about 2 minutes while they came down from their high, Izuku grunted, bracing his hands against the bed as he lifted himself up, pulling his PP from 𝐒𝐿𝐼's but with a plop. He inspected it, relieved to see it still covered in the lube and nothing gross. 𝐒𝐿𝐼, meanwhile, let out a relieved sigh, her butt swelled and feeling painful, but still crawled up to Kinoko's face, pressing her lips against hers. The brown-haired girl ummed, and wrapped her arms around 𝐒𝐿𝐼 as the two began making out in their afterglow. Izuku breathed, rubbing a hand against his head, and asked, "Okay, so was that everything you guys needed?" There was no answer, and Izuku blinked, looking around to see Kinoko pinning 𝐒𝐿𝐼 to the bed, using a hand to rub her bare thigh. Guys." They didn't answer, too busy umming into each other's mouths to even consider his existence. Guys. By then, Izuku was feeling more than a bit left out. He understood that he was technically just a third party, but they were acting as though he wasn't even there. It was then that it suddenly came to Izuku, blinking in realization before his face fell, a small pout coming to his face. Of course. He'd done what they asked, fed them silly, and now they didn't need him anymore. He'd fulfilled his purpose. He had been excused. Izuku tried his hardest not to let it really get to him as he stood up quietly from the bed, trying hard not to disturb the two girls as he quickly got dressed, grabbing his scattered clothes from around the room. After making sure he was completely covered, knowing there wasn't much he could do about the stain of sweat on his pelvis, he stole another glance at the two girls, still kissing and petting each other, and tried to fight down another pang in his chest. As quietly as he could, he crept over to the door, opened it, and silently exited, shutting the door silently behind him. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 let out a sigh as she finally disconnected from Kinoko's lips, giggling. "I'm sorry about that, Midoriya, we got a bit carried away there," she sighed, trying to sit up. "If you'd like, you can stay the night with us." Her offer hung off her tongue, however, as she realized that Izuku was nowhere to be seen. The girls scanned the room, confused and wondering where he went, even looking to the floor to check where his clothes had gone. Kinoko blinked in confusion. Where'd he go? Outside the room, Izuku took a deep, unsteady breath as he felt slight tears in his eyes, but he was quick to wipe them away, lambasting himself. He shouldn't have been getting upset, they were in a relationship, and not with him, so he shouldn't be surprised or sad that he didn't get any aftercare. He was just there so they could experiment, they had told him so. Still, he had to fight down some dark thoughts swirling around in his head, cursing himself for getting carried away during the activity, and feeling oddly lonely, he started walking down the hall, intending to head to the showers again so he could clean up. He hadn't noticed Ibara staring at him from around the corner near Pony's room, her eyes wide and her mouth open. She had gone upstairs to see why Pony had been so red today in class and avoiding everyone, but she hadn't really gotten anything out of her. She had been content with just hanging out with her friend and spending time chatting, and had almost left to go to bed, until she heard the noises of sin and debauchery coming out of Leiko's room. It didn't take much from Ibara to realize what they were doing, and who was also in there. As Izuku left, she put a hand to her heart while staring at him, disgust and horror filling her as she looked at the boy she had thought was good-natured, had given her the best first kiss she could have imagined, and someone she had grown to care for from a distance. "You," she whispered. "You sinner." A quick shower later, Izuku was dressed back in his pajamas, but his thoughts were still clouded by how oddly moody he felt. Thankful that everyone had went to bed, Izuku